Josh, they're yours?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I think he wasn't even looking. That was my concern. Yeah.
Katie. Oh, well, for the ball on. Well, best of luck for you guys. Oh, no way.
Come in. Come in. Your band? What's the issue? Oh yeah, can you? What's the issue though?
Second.
Go over and over.
How many you got, mate? How many you got? How many you got?
Well, a very good morning. Welcome to the idyllic setting of Rugby School, where we've already got many spectators all sitting opposite us, most of them, on the banks, ready for, well, it's the third year of this current run at Rugby School. They did play a few games 2013 to 2015, but this is the third year the one-day cups come here. Seventh game, therefore, to be played here in this current run. And I've just spotted this is a new scoreboard, Phil, because we can't see the scoreboard very well from here. Could those spectators not sit in front of the scoreboard, please? Aaron, go and move those spectators, will you, so we can see. Anyway, you can see the Warwickshire players ready to come on. We'll give you the team news. The toss news is that Gloucestershire have won the toss and they've elected to bat first, which is probably based a little bit on history. We've had in the 6 games we've had the last 2 years, the team batting first has won on 4 occasions, and actually, Phil, the Bears have batted first on 5 of those 6 games. When they batted second against Middlesex, that was the first time they batted second.
Yep.
And they lost.
Oh, they lost.
So that's Gloucestershire, no doubt, have done their research.
It's another beautiful morning though, and a little bit breezy as our papers get blown over. We're just waiting for the players to come out. The umpires are ready, the Warwickshire team are ready, just waiting for the batsmen. And there's a guard of honour for them of some of the local Warwickshire youngsters. Warwickshire team are led out. Rob Yates, the captain. No Ed Barnard today. He's been recalled back into the 100 side. So Warwickshire have got Jordan Thompson.
Yes, I'll give you the teams. 2 changes. They've got Jordan Thompson available and Michael Booth, who's fit again.
Yep.
So from the team that beat Surrey, Ed Barnard not available, and Charlie Taylor, his 16-year-old, is rested for this one. So it's Svan Shijani, Rob Yates, Zen Malik, Alex Davies, Kai Smith, Jordan Thompson, George Garton, Jake Lintott, Ethan Bamber, Michael Booth and Ollie Hannon-Dorby. As for Gloucestershire, they have made 3 changes, which they'd only used 12 players up to now in the competition, but they've increased that to 14. They've brought 3 changes. Joseph Eklund comes in. He has played this season, but Ed Middleton and Tommy Borman make their first appearances in the competition this season, and they replace Miles Hammond. Cameron Darawal, which I'm a bit disappointed at. Ammon Ray is the other player left out. Don't disrespect Ammon Ray, I'm sure. It's just that Cameron Darawal, I saw him play against Worcestershire in the T20 Blast and produced one of the quickest 50s in the history of the Blast. So I was looking forward to seeing him again, but he's left out of this one.
Well, perhaps from Warwickshire's point of view, it may not be such a bad thing then. If he's,
no, but
it's nice. It would be good to see though. Yeah.
So James Bracey is one of the opening batters, and Cameron Bancroft is the other. Bracey will face first. As Ethan Bamber opens the bowling for Warwickshire.
Warwickshire got a fairly strong bowling attack out for a one-day cup game. with several of their regular county championship side bowlers still.
Bamber in then. Oh, that's edged straight away. It'll be Ollie Allen Dolby Fields. It's a single along the ground for Bracey. So both these teams 1 win and 3 defeats so far. So both teams have really no more margin for error. Whoever loses is probably out of contention to qualify.
Yeah, we were saying, weren't we, on the match on Wednesday, that you really can't afford to lose many more than 3 games.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford to lose more than 3. Well, Warwickshire actually won 5 and lost 3 last season and didn't qualify. However, the season before, 2 teams did qualify with 5 wins and 3 defeats. And the way this group is going, I think there's a decent chance that 5 wins will be enough, as that's defended by Cameron Bancroft. Possibly not in the other group, Group B, but I think in this group, just teams beating each other,
yeah,
I think there's a decent chance if you win 5, you will squeeze into the top 3. Remember, it's top of the group goes straight to a home semi-final. Second and third from each group, 2 groups of 9, play each other in an eliminator. Here's Bamber in again. It's well placed by Bancroft. It'll just be a single. What do they need? Well, the average first innings score in 50 over games here, there have been 7 in total, 8 fixtures, but 1 was abandoned without ball being bowled. The average first innings score batting first is 253. Oddly enough, the average winning score batting first is slightly lower than that. It's 250.
And yet you would think this is a remarkably fast outfield, relatively small boundaries, and you would think the scores would be higher than that. But
there was one notably high scoring game. Is in again, that's left. That was one where Dom Sibley scored a century in defeat for Surrey, where the Bears made 311 for 9. This was in 2024, and Surrey lost by just 3 runs, so there were 619 runs scored in the day.
Yeah, it was Dom Sibley getting out, I think, was the factor, because had he stayed, I think that Surrey would have won that game.
But it's taken down by Bracey. So Gloucestershire dealing in singles so far in this over.
Just looking around, Clive, there's plenty of space if you haven't yet arrived or are thinking about coming and have a ticket. There's plenty of spaces still for you to bring your own chairs or to use the chairs which have been put out. So it's not heaving.
It's pretty decent ground though, isn't it? It's
yeah.
Pretty busy. It's a dot ball. Good tidy first over from Ethan Bamber, just the 3 singles off it. Gloucestershire 3 without loss after an over.
And there's plenty of trees to get under, so plenty of shade about for people.
Quite breezy today as well.
Yeah. Well, I decided to put the sweater into my bag, and I'm glad I did. So, Ollie Hannon Dolby is going to bowl the second over, and he'll be bowling to James Bracey. Yes, you can't see that scoreboard over the other side at all, really, can you? Unfortunately.
It hasn't actually ticked online.
No, it doesn't. It's quite small and it's a long way away. This is the eye test for over 70-year-olds, Clive. I'm going to fail it if it's on 150 yards. Oh, I can just about see this one. We're absolute parallel with the scoreboard on this side, so you can't see the face of it. But there's only 3 runs on the moment, so it's not too bad as Hannon Dolby starts on his way in. Just defended by Bracey. Bit of a hold up in town today. If you are coming, just be aware that in the road which leads up to the entrances to the ground, there's a big hole being dug by Severn Trent. So you have to do a diversion around to get to into the ground or to your parking space. So just be aware of that. And again. This one is played down just in front of him, but there's no run.
Standing Dolby on the back of his 5 foot. He was on I suppose, on a hat-trick of sorts, first ball of the innings, because he got 2 wickets with his last 2 balls. They really were his last 2 balls as well, to finish off the Surrey innings, which gave him his 5-fer.
This one quickly and think about City run. Yeah, I came off, I think, when Mel took over from me with about 5 or 6 overs to go on Wednesday, and I think at that point, Hannah Dolby may have just had 1 wicket. When I looked on the scorecard, I couldn't believe he'd taken 4 in those last couple of 3 overs. They fell away quite quickly, sorry, in the end, didn't they? Nicely played out, straight out to Malik.
Yeah, 5 for 60 in the end. Hannah Dolby, one of 6 5-fers, including 2 6-fers in the competition by bowlers around the country so far this season. Another full round of matches today. 38 matches up to the 77 of the competition have been played so far. Only 1 reduced, and that was reduced by only a couple of overs.
Right on the spot, and Bracey flings it back up to get off, and there's no run.
Otherwise, we've done okay at Rugby School, apart from that 1 year, the first year actually that a 50-over game was scheduled to be played here.
Didn't bowl a ball in that one,
didn't bowl a ball in 2014 against Kent. Other than that, done all right. There was a reduced game towards the end of 2024. Duckworth Lewis Stern came in.
This one is allowed through, so Dolby opens up with a maiden.
I'd say the outfield is looking pretty green compared to many cricket grounds, say club cricket grounds. I've seen a couple of club cricket grounds, it's almost comical. Sort of little rectangle of a little bit of green in the middle and everything's parched brown, but here they've kept it in decent condition, so it's nice and green. It's a terrific cricket ground. School is famed for its sporting facilities. It's good. We're using it for some county cricket. 3 matches again we played this season. This is the first. That'll be a single for Bancroft. Ethan Bamber continuing the bowling. Hannah Dolby doing the fielding. It's been a quiet start from Gloucestershire. That last over actually was a maiden that Hannah Dolby bowled.
That's right. One of the big influences in coming here, of course, the ex-Warwickshire captain Michael Powell, housemaster here.
Describe this as his back garden to me.
Yeah.
Back garden. So gone past the outside edge. That maiden, by the way, was Hannah Dolby's 2nd of the competition. Warwickshire's 4th. Ethan Bamber and Ed Barnard have bowled 1 each.
Probably see Michael at some stage during the day. Normally has a wander up and have a chat.
Good news is the reader's got the lunch vouchers.
Doesn't look like there's any for you and me, though.
No, I think Alan's looking after them. And the dot balls is a good tidy start here from Warwickshire. Interestingly cautious start from Gloucestershire. Clearly are intent on trying to build an innings steadily. Sunny day, as I say, there's a bit of a breeze blowing. Ethan Bamber. Easy to defend it. Accurate bowling from Bamber.
Bamber didn't play in the T20, I don't think. Did he figure at all? I don't think he did. but used in the longer form in the white ball cricket. It's been effective, but it's been very effective with the red ball. But, bonus to have them available.
That's run down again to Ollie Handolby. Third for a single.
Just giving the scratching away at the various footlanders, front footlanders at the delivery point, scratching the earth away. It's supposed to be a little bit uneven for him as his foot comes down. So, seems happy enough now. He's ready to start his run up.
First sort of shot in anger, and Bancroft was frustrated because he couldn't quite get it past Bamber. Good fielding off his own bowling. That's the first real attempt to play an aggressive, albeit along the ground, an aggressive shot from Bancroft. Doesn't come off. And again, just 2 off that over, 5 without loss after 3.
Yeah, so Warwickshire opened up with 3 good overs right on the spot. They've given nothing away, not allowed Gloucestershire to get ahead of steam at the start of this innings.
Bamber's yet to play a T20 blast game for the
I
Bears.
thought he sat those out. After this one-day cup, then going to quite an intensive period of red ball cricket as the championship to a conclusion before the end of September. So a lot of cricket ahead. And Dolby starts another new over this one. It's Kai Smith does the fielding at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yes, a couple of new Warwickshire players, overseas players for the reigning county championship matches. Say new players, I've been with them before. Manav Sutha was early in the season, and Will Young. So I'm having to see if I can find some more Will Young puns.
It's Bracey on the thigh pad and runs away into the gully, and there's no run.
She started the competition with a duck, but since then has done better. He got to 83 against Kent. And got to the 30s in his other 2 innings in this competition. 54 runs across his 4 innings in total.
Beautiful delivery from Hannah Dolby, which has Bracey trying to just force that one, and it evades the outside edge and through to the keeper. And, good pace here from Oliver Hannah Dolby.
Alex Davies again keeping wicket. Kai Smith's on the team. Davies who's got the gloves. A nice little cameo. Came very late in the Warwickshire innings. He's on hiding to nothing here. Actually producing a really nice quick 20.
Again, can't get past the infield. Smith does the fielding again at mid-wicket. He's almost just fended out into the other side.
Here's some church bells from somewhere around here. Some kids playing cricket over the adjacent cricket field.
Lost interest already. We've only had 3 overs. This is going to be runs because it's driven up. And can't get past Thompson at mid-on. It's quickly down and does the fielding. A few more food stalls, I think, outlets this year, Clive, I think, around. That was one of the criticisms, I think, from last year, that we were limited on the food side. A few more today, so we'll look at those at some stage during the day. This is going to be, again, another dot ball to Hannah Dolby. Again, a second maiden for Oliver Hannah Dolby. So really good tight bowling from experienced Warwickshire team.
Indeed.
Consecutive maidens.
Close to us. It's an interesting start this from Gloucestershire. 5 runs in the first 4 overs. Good accurate bowling, but they haven't looked to attack much other than that one drive from Cameron Bancroft, which Bamber fielded off his own bowling. Cautious start. Two fairly experienced players. He's 33 now. 10 test matches for Australia, plus 1 T20 international. He's facing Ethan Bamber. That's a nice looking drive. It will be cut off. Slight misfield by Michael Booth. It doesn't cost anything. So he's at mid-on there. We're always going to get one. That made the one just slightly less stressful. Safely through.
Yeah, it's quite deep back. So they've completed the single fairly comfortably because he played the shot and ran.
James Bracey, Bancroft's form is similar to Bracey's. He's also had an 89 not out against Kent. Good partnership between these two in that game. 33 against Surrey in the last game, 40 in the first game. He was out for a duck against Somerset at Taunton. So, struggling a little bit in this competition. They did put on 148, these two, in that game against Kent. And that is going to be the first boundary. Right in front of us. Nicely struck by Bracey. And finally, Gloucestershire. Dreadful piece of fielding by our co-commentator there.
Well, I'd hasten to say that I don't even think you classify it as fielding. Yeah. He will be on commentary in not too distant future, and he can explain perhaps quite how he hit the underside of the gazebo with his return.
So Bracey on his way takes a stride forward here, and that's going to be more runs. Jordan Thompson giving chase, and there's a little bit of a slope up there, and they're coming back for a third. Oh, what? No. James Bracey came back for a third. Bancroft wasn't interested, and Bracey ended up almost halfway down the pitch before he turned, so they ended up with 2 there. Get on with it. Perhaps these two are conscious. The only win they've had in the competition this season was on the back of their 148 partnership against Kent, so maybe they feel that there's quite a lot resting on their shoulders. Not giving anything away. Cut off by Booth, feels that well.
Gloucestershire lost the answer to this structure. Too many players to the 100, I don't think they have.
Not too many, no.
Former Warwickshire player Henry Brooks, I think, is joining them on a permanent deal in 2027. He had a little spell on loan, I think, from Middlesex with Gloucestershire in the season, but then got injured. So he's playing for Middlesex.
Just waiting for Bracey to be ready. Taking a new guard. But that's into Booth. So more productive over there from Gloucestershire. They managed 7 from it. It's 12 without loss after 5 overs.
9 to Bracey, 3 to Bancroft. Strike during that over. And it's going to continue.
Thank you, I'm it's a great time.
So It's ready. As well. Whistle through to bounce.
The cameraman.
Slow coming down slow. It's a huge one. Third man. Good to see him back on the field.
Scarf for the Surrey game.
Played in the Championship in the early part of the season. Is he still an overseas player? That's a good question. Some talk about during the year that he became the rule change made him ineligible. Shine stomps and braces. It's going to be overthrows as well, and it couldn't go. It's going to put him just inside. So a couple of runs there. So initially it looked like a run out.
Yeah, well, that's George Garton, and who scored the direct hit, which really started Surrey's demise. And he got directed the run out, and there, if he had hit, that would have been out. He's a bit cross with himself. From where we're sitting, judging for the pictures, didn't miss by much.
It is not cool.
Stay back off. Jumping up, taking both hands. That's the runs.
Brilliant catch as well, George Garton, in that game against Surrey. Not bowling, of course, at the moment because of injuries, but he is still Warwickshire's top runs, but just stayed ahead of Ed Barnard.
Push and brace this time. They was just moved away a little bit. Dave's moved across the tape that one. Person to slip. And Derby really causing some problems for Gloucester batsmen. This is going to take on that slip, and Handover gets the wicket he fully deserves, an outside edge, and flies through, and Handover has got the Tracy for 11. So Warwickshire strike, sixth over, the last one ball, sixth over. It's Bracey who's gone on for it. Caught by Johnny and slipped, and nicely taken the catch.
Ball from Hannon Derby, he's bowled really well. Got the edge there, and cautious start from Gloucestershire, but they've lost a wicket at the end of the sixth over. 15 for 1.
It just ruins anybody who's got a scorecard. It's just that it ruined their melt. Changed the bats who was out. Renowned alter their cards. I saw a few youngsters doing scorecards, which was good to see.
Comfortable take for Johnny. Through for Warwickshire. Who played their first 3 games away from home. Which has not been true previous seasons. home advantage has been a big thing so far this season. 38 games played before today, 27 have been won by the home team, just 11 by the away team. Ethan Bamber into Cameron Bancroft. There's George Garner in the action again.
Very easy to pick George Garner out with the, he's got like a white on the vest, which you can easily see with his short sleeve shirt on who it is.
A lot of players now do wear these, particularly I think at the moment when the outfits are so dry.
Yeah.
Protect their arms. Again goes to Gartman. Attempt to roll by Bancroft. So Ollie Price is the new batter. The non-strikers end, the wicket coming in with the last ball of the over. Three middling scores in every game, really. Between 16 and 36, Casey would be his scores. Standard to Bancroft. So he can drive, but straight to the fielder.
Gone in. A little cloud about today, wispy cloud, but not just shield the sun. So, the breeze, it's not overall in certain parts of the ground.
George has still got 2 slips in. She's doing a bit. Looking to attack. She's still looking a little anxious with the bat. This might not be. This might not be a sort of 350 each game.
Yeah. Who's that 36?
Lakeside will be the first wide of the innings.
I wonder whether that innings, as short as it was, may have just started to give Andy Davis a bit more confidence. He's looked dreadfully out of shape with the bat this season. First time he's actually played some shots, got the wins. He sort of always scores quickly, but he looked very effective on Wednesday, so let's hope it's the start.
Not bad.
Move in the end, mid-on, no run, they thought about it. Kai Smith dived over the ball, but Booth was behind him. In addition to the score. Runs at a premium at the moment for Gloucestershire. Managed just the one boundary.
No ball.
Ball shy of 7 overs bowled. Ball. It's a leg by. Signalled by the umpires. Umpires today, Nassim Ashraf and Tom Lungley. Sarah Parkins are match referee. 17 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, another good tight over. And Gloucestershire has a chance to be able to hit through the wall. Using that as nonsense, a little bit of movement in it. So watch, you're keeping 2 slips in place. There's one slightly further.
For Bancroft, his first use of equipment is his bat.
Oh, here we go now, folks.
Around the building when I arrived. 4:10 this morning.
Yep.
Oh, no, you're not done.
Decent crowd down the banks.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not on top.
Next. Not troubling too much about the power play. Gloucestershire, the first 10 overs, only 2 fielders allowed out on the boundary.
No, it's been a very watchful start from them. Halfway through the 8th over.
Here we go, Mark. Goes me too.
Pushes him up. Goes past.
No, cool.
Fielders are back of square. Third. This is good.
Sorry? Oh, it's a single change.
Keep back.
That's not. So, let's go.
Of course, for the third maiden here,
It's 1 for 3 at the moment. To go in this another in. The third maiden for Oliver Hannah-Milby. Back to 3. Gloucestershire 17.
Thompson just leaving the fields, just to put his bowling boots on. He's dropping off it because there's a major problem there. Substituting for him. So, still just the 2 bowlers, American bowlers, Ethan Bamber on his 5th over. Circumspect Hannah Dorby, but still 3 tiny figures from Bamber. Tyson's in the air momentarily. Hannah Dorby does really well to field it down in front of the scoreboard. That was skidding along the ground. And a really good clean stop. Hannah Dorby restricts him to 1.
Yeah, it was. He's a big man to go tumbling down like that. But it was very quickly onto it.
Doesn't travel very far. Bancroft. 21 balls, Cameron Bancroft. Hard work for him.
Yeah, it has. It's definitely not been easy.
No, fielders just dropped back to the mid-wicket boundary, so Hannah Dorby was a long leg, is now moving inside the circle, and Kai Smith is fielding in front of us at mid-wicket. Bamber's in again. straight into the mix. Stops that one with his boot. No heroics this time, but just the one run.
The effective boot.
Bancroft, a mid-wicket midfielder, runs for Price. Big square leg. Again, Price better this time.
Still definitely something in there for the bowler. It's really finding it difficult to get this acceleration that they need to find.
Not bad.
Wiley.
John Thompson must have lost his bowling boots time if it's taking this long to put him on.
Well, yeah, they can't. That's what the that's regarded as the
Not cool.
etiquette, I think. Again, defended by Lee Price. Gloucestershire not able to really open up so far, just 2 runs off that over. 19 for 1, 9 bowled. The batters are having to work for it today. Gloucestershire did choose to bat first. They thought it was going to play better than it is doing.
And Nobby to continue.
Oh no.
Square drive, and that's nicely timed.
Not bad.
Yeah, there, couple of points. It's nice to play by Bancroft. All the way through the offsides and movement. 9.
Just a second boundary, Gloucestershire innings.
I know bad. I know bad.
The best shot in the morning.
Not bad.
That is competition.
Let's go.
It's the last over of the power play, so after this over, fielders can drop back to the boundary. Shots. Again, to the other side. Again, there's no one. It's been very watchful and careful. Opening 10 overs so far.
Come on,
2 balls
Beaver.
remaining in the power play. First ball. It's come down. Slight change here. Mid-wicket has come to short far away in the leg, and that's gone to deep. This guy has gone to the deep mid-wicket boundary.
That's enough, please.
just away. Just been, we'll run away through Bassett Square.
Shot intended, but he's not fall for it.
It's a little bit unfortunate, as it went virtually to where had been slapping. But boundary, it's second of the over, 27 back with Gloucestershire. I think it's 14. To go. Flies through. It's 27-1, we've had 10 overs.
Yeah, so just 27 in the power play. The last over of it actually was the most lucrative for Gloucestershire with the 2 boundaries. Just those 2 scoring shots. Phil will be back in a bit. Clive Eakin. Jareth Eaton is going to join us next. The sun pops out. The crowd have been warned here to keep watching the ball, because as was put fairly robustly to if the ball hits you, it'll hurt, was the line. So, and they are pretty close to the boundaries as you get these outgrounds, so they have been warned to take attention. Hello, Jareth.
Morning, Clive. Morning, everyone. Lovely to be here. Beautiful day. It really is. The crowd absolutely packed to the rafters, it looks like, all this.
Yeah. So that band was continuing, so still just the 2 bowlers use Fuckles have to use a minimum of 5, and that is edged, and it will be cut off with it. Yeah, just in front of the spectators. Smart piece of fielding there by Jake Lintott. Was pretty close to the crowd when he stopped that and kept them down to a couple. An edgy shot.
I've got to say, I think the fielding, ground fielding so far by Warwickshire, particularly when it's been going out towards that boundary, has been absolutely outstanding. Gloucestershire not really getting away at all.
It's quite difficult. I know this round's obviously been reasonably moist because it's nice and warm. These outfields at the moment tend to be pretty hard and bumpy because of the lack of rain. Cooked that well. So it's left by Price. So for matches elsewhere. Nottinghamshire have gone very well until they lost to Lancashire. Actually, they're playing at Beckenham. The has been used 41 for 1. 10th over left. Leicestershire are at headquarters but struggling against Somerset, 30 for 3 in the 10th. And Northamptonshire also playing at their HQ, 48 for 1 in the 11th against Lancashire, 50 for 1 against Lancashire. Group B, Derbyshire going well, 71 for 1 in the 9th against Sussex. That's Derby. Essex 68 for 1 against defending champions Worcestershire at Chelmsford. So the 11th. Hampshire 50 for 2 after 10 against Dorothy. Price. And the only other game, Middlesex going well, 71 for 1. This competition has a lot of outgrounds used. You want to see them Fabbington, Lancashire, one of them across before.
Do you think that's the beauty of this competition?
Yeah.
Gives everybody, sorry, I was just going to say, I was just going to say, it gives everybody really in the counties an opportunity to go and see their counties play. You know, you look at obviously with rugby, it's quite far from Edgbaston. It is a difficult place to get to at times. You know, for people. You know, you look at Coventry as well. You know, people from Coventry not necessarily being able to get over there. So, getting an opportunity to go and watch your county play locally with a very healthy crowd, must be said for a Sunday. It's a marvellous affair.
Yep, 3rd year that they've come his current stint. He also had 3 years of rugby, and say 3 years, 1 year didn't happen because of the weather. 3 years through 2013 and 15. Just the one T20 Blast match was the first game here. The Bears were terrible that day. Lost to Glamorgan. That was in 2013. Then they had the One Day Cup game against Kent, which sadly rained off, and then they came back in 2015 and played Sussex. Then we had a 9-year hiatus before they returned in 2024. Played, this will be the third season in a row that they've played 3 games here. 30 for 1 after 11.
An interesting stat that I heard earlier on today was that Gloucestershire have not actually won a game in Warwickshire since 2003. Very long time ago. But when you think about the fact we've only played 6 List A games between the sides since then, it doesn't feel that many. Ollingham and Dolby to continue then. He's really well done. 1 for 11 from his 5. He's really got that ball in the channel. Difficult to get away. As that was stuck.
Dolby, he has the experience playing the T20 Blast this season.
His first game since then, Somerset, was his first game in the quarter-final since 2023. Bowled beautifully that night down at Taunton, fortunately on the losing side.
Did play in the 1 T20 triumph that the Bears have had so far.
I've been there on that day. It was an absolutely outstanding day, full of nerves, I must say, though, that day.
Final over between Flintoff and Wokes, wasn't it?
Very Wokes
ultimately won.
Of course, he helped Warwickshire lift the second 11 T20 County Cup earlier on this season. Shut down the ground field there. Jordan Thompson, as I say, he helped there alongside a number of these players in his side, of course, as well. Second year in a row that they've won the T20 County Cup, so
been the first in competition actually.
Just letting everybody else have a go, I guess. We'll get there 1 year again. It was it's a shame, really, because the 2 results we needed on that final Friday to go our way to at least take it to Sunday didn't quite go our way, but. George Garton. Good to see Garton back as well. Sorry, I should say good to see Garton back as well, because he missed a lot of the T20 Blast with a bit of an injury. Good to see him.
Yeah, of course, not bowling, but he's been an absolute asset in the field. Top run score as well.
It's beautifully. Got us right back into the Warwickshire, right back into the game. Just about there. Squeezed over the line though, did not.
Just
again downwards third now. Cuts off there. Again, just wondering, like I say, the field placements I think so far, obviously Robbie Yates coming in as captain today. The field placements have been very good. Haven't managed to let Gloucestershire get away. We've seen that, I think, quite a lot in the World Cup this year. There haven't been those explosive power plays that we've been accustomed to.
No, teams are worried too much about the scoreboard, which just about it.
Pushed away into the inside of the field again by Garton. 12 overs gone. Gloucestershire 31 for.
Well, the time home, just 1 run off it from Cannon Dolby. This far. Finally, we're getting a bowling change. From Bamber is going to be replaced after a 6 over spell, which went for 18 runs. And Jordan Thompson, good to see him back. To replace him. As for Springs Warwickshire now 17 players in the competition, with Thompson and Booth coming into the side for this game. In fact, Thompson isn't coming in. That was a bit confusing. He was all ready to bowl, but he's going to bowl one more.
So if you maybe obviously towards the back end of the innings, but no, it was surprised because it did look like Thompson was coming on there for a second. You can't be blamed for that one, I don't think, Clive.
Heels from the slick Gordon and from the bowler, but no great conviction. I don't think they're reviewing that. They'd be allowed to, which of course they're not.
That would be a sight, wouldn't it? If the One Day Cup had the DRS system there.
So 7 over stint from Bamber this. Top ball. Straight to Jordan Thompson.
I mentioned before the pressure that both sides probably feel at this point, because only one game each across. It comes in thick and fast.
Mid on, you just saw that Bancroft had come out of his crease a bit and throw in. Yeah, I mean, you might, if you're very lucky, to end of 4 wins to qualify. I think it's unlikely. You're going to need 5, which means that neither of these sides can afford to lose one more. One of them, of course, will, unless we have a tie or a sudden unexpected downpour. So one of these teams will pretty much out of the competition after today. But the winning team will still feel they're very much in it.
Look at the top of that group in particular. That's all right. I was just going to say that you look at the top of the group. 4 teams on 12 points. Warwickshire, Notts, Leicestershire and Surrey. Somerset also there, and Kent just 1 win behind. And you've got Gloucestershire, Warwickshire and Northants there on 4 points. So it's actually quite similar to the T20 Blast group in the Central Division. Very, very tight.
Nice. It's into that one. That's Michael Booth again. Mid on. Tidy over. He's still not getting away here. Gloucestershire just 2 off it, so it's Bamber 1 more over. It's dividends. He's now gone for 20 off his 7 overs. Gloucestershire 33 for 1 after 13. Maybe Jordan Thompson decided he actually preferred this end. So he's replacing Ollie Hallen-Dolby, who has fairly remarkable figures of 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12. We're looking at James Bracey, caught it slick.
Tidy start for Ollie Hallen-Dolby, 100%. But here comes Jordan Thompson now. And I do wonder.
Sorry about that, me banging the microphone.
It's all good. I was just going to say, I do wonder whether now Gloucestershire will feel that as a bowling chain, they feel they might have to go after him a little bit to try and get this scoreboard ticking, quite frankly. Really good fielding once again. Pressure continues to build for Gloucestershire. I say, you've got to try and feel like maybe there's a bowler to target, because a run rate of 2.5. We have seen teams obviously go at the back end of an innings, and that's what we've seen now mainly in the 50-over game.
That's Charlie fielding there. Took the slip catch.
Nice fresh breeze coming across the
It's
room.
taking up, isn't it?
Perfect conditions for watching a wonderful Sunday afternoon and morning. As Thompson's in there, it's just edged away down third. One run taken. The crowd is just superb out here. It's told earlier by the Warwickshire staff, it's a virtual sellout. It just feels right on a Sunday, doesn't it?
Yes, members get it free, of course, but they do have to apply for a ticket, don't they?
Again, straight to again, another really good field. He's been livewire so far in the field, must be said. Obviously took the slip catch and now down at mid wicket as well.
And that boosted by his innings against Surrey. Great support.
Highest score of the comp there for Ed Barnard, of course, for Friday. Thompson fields off his own goal.
Yes, about 140, that was the highest score by any batter in the One Day Cup this season. But it was broken that day by Will Rhodes, of all people.
Never heard of him, of course. Very much a Warwickshire legend.
Also, George Gartner's lost his status as the quickest century. Actually, 3 have gone past him in the last couple of days.
Thompson, it's a nice job actually through the colours. I think it cuts off there by Ollie Martel for a second.
The quickest century now is going to take some beating. 53 balls for his 100 for Gloucestershire against the Northlands.
Now, I've watched Rishi Patel a number of times actually, but Grace Ray and around the country. I'm staggered at the way he plays cricket. He can just take an innings apart. He can take a bowling attack apart like very few can in the county game. He's really gone well today, as we said. Gloucestershire. So he got 4 off of his 14 there today, so maybe he used up all of his runs there, getting the quickest century so far. But 14 gone, 36 for 1.
3 off Jordan Thompson's first over. Now we're having a... You know, Ollie Price was asking earlier for some new gloves, so he's taking the opportunity to have a little drink. Silvertooth and Damber. Michael Booth, then, the other player to come into the team for this game for Warwickshire. Barnard not available, and very promising Charlie Taylor resting for this one. Michael Booth, back from injury. Comes in on Jordan Thompson.
That's really been the only criticism of those overthrows earlier on in the innings.
Though it was a fair shy at the stumps, because it would have been out, I think. Hit.
Good approach.
The ball has gone past the bat a fair amount.
They've really got the ball to move, haven't they, so far this morning? The amount of swing away from the bat in particular has just been outstanding. And you see, like you say, new bowler comes on. Again, you think the batting side there trying to release the pressure.
Good score here. That's edged, and it's this time Jake Lintop can't quite cut it off, so it has gone through for 4 off the outside edge.
Talk about release the pressure a little bit. Yes, it's a thick edge down towards third, but still think Michael Booth won't be too disappointed with that one, actually, because it was an outside edge. Would have probably gone straight to second slip had there been one.
Not for your kids. Not for your kids, for you.
The low score, winning score from Team Manchester first. So it's the last game of that season. The Middlesex were bowled out for 217. The game had been reduced to 48. Actually, no, it hadn't been reduced, had it? It was bowled out. So it was a full game, but they were bowled out 48 overs. So 217 they got last season and won the game. That's the lowest winning score we've had at rugby so far. Has got the outside edge of Bancroft. He's now 18 off 40 balls. It's been really hard work for Cameron Bancroft, but from Steve's point of view, it's crucially still there, the Australian.
The thing about Cam Bancroft is, well, we've seen how destructive he can be in a T20 game, but it's also how well he can play a proper innings, if that makes sense. You know, 18 off of 40 now.
W. No, not out is the verdict. Seems it's hard done by there. He says not out. So the end of an over which 4 runs came, and that was an edge to the boundary. 40 for 1 after 15.
Yeah, we don't really have the best of angles to have a look at that one, but from here at square leg essentially, but replay now. There's the edge there, Robert. That's the edge. Hopefully you can see the W shout will come up. I think this one might be early. Came back in. Jordan Thompson there through shot. There was Price, but stop there a bit on by Hannah Dolby. Again, you mentioned it, obviously, as I say, with Cam Bancroft, is that we've seen so many destructive innings from him over the years in the blast and around the world, to be fair. But this is the thing as well, sometimes, that you do just need to get yourself in, and it looks like they're trying to do that because they haven't got the runs away this morning, but crucially, still 9 wickets there. Again, 3 wickets. Again, stopped there by John. Again, Price can't get the ball away. I wonder if the batters themselves, though, they're just starting to get a little bit frustrated at the fact that good shots are not going for runs.
Yeah. Well, be Bancroft particularly in a while.
Thompson again through the wicket. They're going to try and take a quick second, but Dolby does the field.
5 overs yielded 12 runs, the second 5, 15, the third 5, 13, so they haven't been able to accelerate so far.
I guess if you can keep the wickets in hand, and towards the back end of innings, you know, when the ball gets a little bit softer.
That's what she did against Surrey to some extent, wasn't it? Guns blazing early on. Way outside leg stump by Alex Davis. It's another leg by to the total.
across the ground. Is that one? All ball left then of this over. Again, it's been another really good over for Warwickshire. Just the two coming off it so far. Haven't been able to get a bowler away, and I think that's quite crucial to try and keep that pressure on. Just feels like a little bit. They're just trying to work each other out slightly. Works his way through again, unfortunately Johnny can't stop it this time, and it looks like a good piece of work there actually. Again, Jake Lintott has been very, very good throughout. It's the end of another 45 ball.
Through for three, but too early with a great stop on the ground. He's taking another one there. Jake Lintott. It's interesting that they haven't gone with Taz Ali, the spinner who took 2 fifers in this ground last season. Yates for spin. Thompson removes his elbow guards when bowling. He's actually invested his way,
I don't think he needs one of those today. So.
Well, cool, isn't it? I notice a lot of people like, but I think we are seeing a lot of players do that to protect their arms in the field, particularly now when the fields are so hard. Tall figure, Ollie Price. Edges that and is dropped. And Rob Yates, of all people, most reliable of slip fielders, didn't manage to hang on to that. Nick Knight used to say he found it very difficult to field at slip when he was captain. So whether that's a factor there or not in Rob Yates' uncharacteristically shelling one, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't really see Rob Yates drop many. He's a proper red letter moment, although not really necessarily a good thing for Warwickshire. Chance and one 100% if you speak to Rob Yates, one that he would have absolutely expected to swallow. But sometimes ball maybe moves a little bit more than you expect. Wait and see, hopefully on the replay for that one.
From Bancroft, square for 4. Beginning to look a bit more settled. 22 to it now. This is 4th boundary.
And the Gloucestershire 50 as well, after 16.5 overs. I think personally for me, I know you've been on concert most of the morning so far, Clyde, but that for me shot of the morning so far.
1 balls. So 51 for 1 with that boundary. There was 6 off that over. Could have been a wicket, but not to be.
Look at the photos and the videos that we've got and the cameras that we've got this morning, it just is a stunning, stunning ground.
Wasn't an easy chance, was it? One, as you say, Yates would have expected to take.
And I think that's the standard that Rob Yates actually sets himself, to be fair, because anybody else, that would have been a very difficult chance, but I think Rob Yates probably would have been disappointed not to get that once Thompson is in defended up there. And so Malik. Other scores then in the Metrobank Monday Cup. First of all, in Group A, Leicestershire have now moved on to 60 for 3. So a bit of a recovery job there at Grace Road. Beckenham, Nottinghamshire are now 77 for 2 against Kent. The other remaining game. So straight back to the bowler. Northants 83 for 1 now against Lancashire up at Wanted Road. So Gus Miller going quite well there, 42 off at 50. Group B as well, Derbyshire's continuing on pretty well, 96 for 1 now against Sussex. After 15 overs, so they've really started to motor. Essex as well going pretty well at Chelmsford, 123 for 1 against Worcestershire. Hampshire 95 for 2 at the Rose Bowl. Durham. Lords Middlesex 95 for 3 against Yorkshire after 16.5 overs. Again, that one is just played into mid-wicket. They're giving us no runs.
Ball so far this over from Jordan Thompson. Look like they might have more.
I know you don't deserve anything in the game of cricket, but I do think that they probably should have had a bit more reward for the bowling so far today. Again, Jake top there. Out on the deep boundaries, particularly on the leg side as well this morning. Again, he's just been very, very good.
Too distant future into the bowlers, the 4 bowlers used.
Defended there by Price this time, straight to the up to 10 point.
37 on now.
I was just going to say they're not going quick, but they're keeping wickets in hand, although maybe one shouldn't be there. Would be able to take advantage of that light given to him. Just the one there from Jordan Thompson's over. 18 overs gone. Gloucestershire still finding it quite difficult to get anything away here this morning. 52 for 1.
Should put into that. Gloucestershire putting themselves in after winning the toss. Drinks break. Ready to bowl the next over in the field. Still continuing, Michael Booth.
Just wonder whether they thought maybe the first 10 overs would be difficult, but how difficult will that be compared to the last 10 overs?
So Booth whipped away. That's going to go through for 4 down the final edge. Springers on the leg side. Booth, and nicely played that by Cameron and Bancroft.
Yeah, looked a bit over pitched as well. And, a bit full, clipped off the pads, bang cross, saying thank you very much indeed. Nice shot, to be fair, again. And I think it was quite as nice as the square cover drive that he played earlier, but still very effective.
First ball, it's Thompson Fields.
Two more games, of course, here for Warwickshire at Rugby School. Next Sunday, Lancashire coming down here, and then also against Kent as well, Tuesday the 11th of August.
I think Gilchrist, by the way, is on the field as a substitute fielder. Chest height by Davies.
Just trying to work out who it's for. Not see.
Oh, I know Dolby was feeling that, so is he?
I was just going to say I can't see a very tall guy.
I hope that's nothing. He seemed to just slightly trouble with his knee when he made a very good stop down there earlier. Back to complete his bowling. He's got 4 overs to go. And Dolby having gone for just 1 for 12 in his 6.
Like I say, hopefully it's just a comfort break potentially.
Morning, Dad. Morning, Dad. Oh.
Price on there.
Look at me, Dad.
Thompson.
Very good, Michael!
That's ball. It's third over. He's come back pretty well, having gone for 4 off the first ball of the over. Only 1 more added on top of that. 57 for 1 after 90.
As you say, I think Michael Booth there to come back from towards the boundary first ball. Maybe that would have been the first real over of aggression from Gloucestershire, but bowled it beautifully again, and again they were very unlucky not to get the wicket there. Lovely ball that went past the edge of Ollie Price's bat. So it looks like it's going to be Jordan Thompson to continue. Keep an eye out, of course, as well for Ollie Dolphin too.
This is still on. Mid on.
Looks a little bit high. First look. Might have been bouncing over the top. There seems to be a lot of bounce in this wicket, actually, to be fair.
Yeah. Ashraf there, not moved by Thompson's appeal.
Carried through to the keeper, I think. Actually, this is a really good really good wicket, I should say. Just clipped down towards right leg. About a second, but probably not the best idea. So, 1 more added to the total. As I say, I do think there's a fair bit of bounce, fair bit of carry in this wicket. It's like, you know, really good flow through at times as well to Alex Davis there behind the stumps today. Against Thompson once again. Just played on there. A few cries there from the Warwickshire behind the stumps, but it's almost just rolled away.
From here, the field suggests that was pretty close.
What are you doing now,
Thompson coming in. Straight to me. Just going to make one for Thank you as always, Clive. So, very, very excited on a personal level there to make my debut here on Bears TV with legends such as yourself. Two balls to go then in this 20th over of the Gloucestershire innings. Thompson once again coming in. This is defended into the inside, and so Malik will pick it up. Thank you once again as well for joining us all the way around the world here on the Bears TV YouTube channel. It's always great to have your company here on a wonderful Sunday morning. It's now just turning into Sunday afternoon here in the United Kingdom. As Thompson will come in once more to complete the 20th over. And it's flicked in the air. No deep square will cut it off. So, as the ball comes in there at the 20 over mark, they'll go in exactly 3 runs and over Gloucestershire. They haven't really been getting the ball away, but they haven't necessarily had to in terms of the fact that they've still got 9 wickets left in the shed. 60 for 1 after 20, and I'm joined now by Aaron Viles. Aaron.
Thank you very much, Jarlath. Yes, very good afternoon. It's not often I say that. It's usually good morning starting the coverage here on the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube channel, but what a glorious afternoon it is here in the West Midlands. And yes, do let us know where you are tuning in from, whether that is around the county, around the country, or indeed around the world. It's fantastic to have your company here on a super Sunday in the men's Metro Bank One Day Cup.
That was defended there. Once again there by Bancroft. Just driven up to mid-off. And I was saying there with Clive, Aaron, I think the big thing at the moment is the fact that, as I've been saying most of the stints so far, Gloucestershire haven't got the ball away. They haven't necessarily had to, because if they keep wickets in hand, we've seen, and you've seen from quite a lot of one-day cup action, that teams can go quite big at the back end of innings. So again, it's missed out there a little bit there from Bancroft, just edged away back down to the keeper.
Well, I think that is the key really in not only the one day cup but the list A format. You've got to lay a foundation for those final 20 overs. Admittedly, this has been a slow start by Gloucestershire standards. It's been some very, very good bowling on display by the Bears seam attack, but yeah, you've got to have those wickets remaining for the final 20. It's going to be difficult against this standard of bowling attack.
He's driven into the offside, but doesn't get through. Another really good stop there. I think, again, the ground fielding that time there again by Vance Janney, who's been outstanding. A bit of a live wire, as I said before earlier on today. He has been sort of a jack in the box a little bit.
Well, he is a good player to have in this format, is Vanchjani. Excellent fielder, handy off-spin option as well. I know we haven't seen that as of yet, and as we are all well aware, fantastic batting option as well.
Again, Michael Booth has got that ball talking out there at the moment. To be fair, all the bowlers used so far by Warwickshire have, and it's just saying there as Clive made way for you, I do think that they have been slightly unlucky. You never deserve anything in the game of cricket, but I do think they have been slightly unlucky because they bowled superbly so far this morning and now into this afternoon.
They have, and there's been a lot of edges which have just evaded the grasps of the fielders. Admittedly, Gloucestershire have done well there just to play with soft hands. They've not flashed the blade by any stretch.
Clipped into the leg side, fielded there by Kai Smith near us here at Square. And just take a single there. One ball left then of this over. Ollie Price needs 9 more runs, it must be said, actually, for 1,500 in list A. And Cam Bancroft as well. He's 17 away from 4,000 list A career runs. Boo comes in again, and that one is defended into the offside. So only the 1 run coming off that over, and again the pressure continues for Gloucestershire with the bat. 61 for 1 after 21.
Yeah, just going back to our previous conversation, Jarlath, about the standard of bowling, it has been relentless so far, hasn't it? Especially from the likes of Booth. Thompson's had a really good start, miserly, none for 11 from his opening 4. Imagine that he'll start his 5th from this end of the ground. But yeah, Gloucestershire, they've just got to maybe probably dig in until drinks. Of course, that is 4 overs away now. 25 overs will have a little bit of a reprieve in the action. Allows for the batting team just to almost refresh and refocus. Indeed, it will be Jordan Thompson bowling to Bancroft. Starts off with a leg side wide. Good to see Jordan Thompson in the list A format, just his 2nd career appearance. We're speaking about this off air, but it's been 7 years since he has last played a 50-over game. I actually remember that. I wasn't there, but just remember that particular game. It was Yorkshire versus Durham. There was a little bit of cricket. I think there may have been about 30 odd overs in that game at Headingley, but Jordan went wicketless, so he's actually still searching for his first ever professional list A wicket. That would have been a nice moment to get it, but he won't. It's been flicked away and flicked away for 4. Lovely shots by Cameron Bancroft. Admittedly though, Jarlath, not the line for that field.
No, not at all. I think the only thing that I can criticise a little bit about the Bears bowling, I think, this morning is sometimes they have got it a little bit too full. Sometimes it has been a little bit too leg side-ish and it has been whipped away. But one of the big things, I think, is that they haven't really been able to find the gaps that often. And that was even when there was only 2 fielders out there, obviously, in the first power play. But 50 partnership between these two. They've batted superbly well to weather the storm.
Latest delivery, a dot ball bowled by Jordan Thompson. I think for Bancroft here as well, so much experience for the Western Australian, someone with, of course, international honours for Australia. 36 from 60. Yes, it hasn't been a blistering effort by any stretch of the imagination, but he's got time. He's played a lot of 50-over cricket.
But this is the thing, though, isn't it, Aaron? Like we see this with these international standards who have played in international cricket. They know how to build an innings, and you know, we've seen Bancroft, as I've mentioned before, in the T20 format, just hit the ball all over the place.
Nice follow-up there by Jordan Thompson.
I was just going to say that, obviously, as well, that there's the ability there. He can build an innings, and he can build it really well. And, you know, 36 off 61 doesn't seem that much, but we can see, certainly in the T20 format, if he gets through to 30 overs, we know how destructive he can be and get that strike rate back up again.
Still plenty of batting as well for Gloucestershire as well. The likes of Tommy Borman, Joseph Eklund, excited to see him bat a little bit later on. Got some nice trivia about Joseph Eklund as well when it comes to his journey. shout of catch it. Fell well short, really, of Oliver Hannon-Dalby at mid-on.
Could say as well, Graham Van Buren as well, who hit 85 in that game against Surrey on Friday. Just following that intently on Friday afternoon. It was a very, very, very good game of cricket.
So far it's been a thoroughly enjoyable competition, I must say. Of course, for these two counties, they would have hoped for more victories in these opening exchanges of the group, but we've seen some wonderful performances up and down the country. After a slightly loose start to the over, this has been a really strong riposte by Jordan Thompson. Strayed slightly too straight, especially for that boundary, easily clipped away by Bancroft, but since then tightened up the line, tightened up the length, stringing together a few dot balls. Slashed away. Quite beat the protection out on the offside. Michael Booth adorning the sun hat today does the fielding down towards deep backward point. It'll be a single to round out the 22nd over. Gloucestershire are 67 for 1.
I'm very interested actually to hear about your trivia now, Aaron, for Joseph Eklund. But shall we save that in case he... Well, I expect he will be coming out to bat shortly.
Well, if we don't get to see him bat, he will come out to field at some point. So we can definitely have that Joseph Eklund trivia at some stage. But no, it's really good to see him getting this opportunity as well. Someone who I've seen, strangely, in club cricket actually, down in the west of England. Played a little bit for Hampshire in 50-over cricket as well. So, yeah, great to see him get this opportunity on a short-term contract with the glorious Gloucesters. Really, really good to see.
Say, if you obviously are watching us on the live stream today, make sure that you send us a message. We'll hopefully be able to read some of them out later on. And here comes Michael Booth back in, and that's just defended straight into the offside. It's no run. Also, quite an important point here, as we mentioned earlier on, Ollie Hannon-Dalby was off the field for a moment or two. He's now back at mid-on. So instead of Nathan Gilchrist, so potentially there, just a little bit of a comfort break.
Yeah, thankfully nothing too serious for OHD. Speaking of Mr. Gilchrist as well, little birdie tells me we might have him on the stream a little bit later as well. Admittedly in the second innings compared to the first, he might be needed as the sub.
And it's cramped in for room again, and just fielded again once more by Garton over there at point. But saying again as well, I think there's a lot of bounce in this pitch. There's a fair bit of carry. And I do think that Warwickshire have really exploited the services. Most of the time they've bowled a really good length in the channel. They're making the batters play. And that's the thing, if you just keep going and going and going, surely something's going to fall your way. And it almost did. But it goes down to third and slashed away, 1 run.
Yeah, completely agree. The one thing that Warwickshire need to continue here is applying the pressure, and that is through that line in particular. You don't want to be offering width or straying down the leg side to, especially Bancroft. We know how strong he is through the covers, and he's already flicked away a couple down towards deep backward square and long leg for 4. So it's all about maintaining discipline. Of course, as we mentioned, the drinks break for Gloucestershire, also important, it doesn't affect the Bears.
As that one is whipped away into the leg side. Kai Smith trying to get round there, but won't do. And that goes for 4. A little bit shorter, and easily onto it there was Ollie Price. He moves on to 18 now from 41.
Made that shot look very easy, didn't he? Picked up the length of that delivery. Well placed. Just looking at the field here for Michael Booth. There isn't a ton of protection really out on the leg side. He's got Jordan Thompson down at deep fine. Of course, Kai Smith in front of us here at deep square, but aside from Zen Malik at short mid-wicket, plenty of green grass.
As that one's driven up to mid-off for no run. But actually, to be fair, it is quite green, actually, considering the lack of rain that we've had this summer. They have kept this in a very beautiful shape, it must be said.
Well, you know me, Jarlath, I love my club cricket. I went down to Glasshouse Park yesterday, the home of Kenilworth Wardens, and it was incredibly dry. Of course, the square itself was very lush. Really good game of cricket between Wardens and Ombersley in the Birmingham Prem.
And again short, and again whipped away that Kai Smith can't get there. So back-to-back boundaries there. It is the end of the over, and it will be 76 for 1 with 2 boundaries in that one for Ollie Price.
Yeah, that's not the length to be bowling to Ollie Price, especially now that he's got his iron a little bit very strong on the pull shot, whether that is indeed on the front or the back foot. But just going back to that chat about Kenilworth Wardens, yeah, it's like they're almost playing in the desert. It was so dry out there, and obviously the grass completely changed colour. Northampton's been like that this season as well. At Wantage Road just means the outfields are lightning fast. There's not really any resistance or friction as soon as the ball beats the infield. Here is Jordan Thompson then to begin his 6th over. The 2 Gloucestershire batters will scarper home for a single. Little bit of a misfield there by Alex Davis with the gloves.
Just to say as well that that last boundary there from Ollie Price brought up 1,500 List A career runs for him. So nice little milestone, which I'm sure he won't realise at this point.
Well, to be honest with these two, I think they are just dialed in, aren't they? They know they've got a job to do. 78 for 1 after 23 overs. It's not been an ideal start. However, Gloucestershire haven't lost too many wickets, and that is the other key thing. I was doing a game up in Yorkshire on Friday. Durham was 17 for 3 after 10, so they've avoided a catastrophic start, really, but they know they need a couple of partnerships. This has been a really strong one to date.
Got a couple of people here in the chat saying, you know, want to be so cautious with only 1 wicket down. And it is whether they're not taking more risks. I don't think that they're not trying to play safe. I just think that Warwickshire, for the majority of the innings, have bowled superbly, and they haven't been able to get it away. That's been the overriding thought.
Thompson dragging back the length ever so slightly there. Guided away for a single. Yeah, I would agree. I think for the most part it has been a very disciplined and metronomic performance this from the Warwickshire seam attack. The other interesting factor, of course, last year spin was massive at this venue. Taz Ali got twin fifers against Northamptonshire and Kent respectively. Jake Linsott, of course, yet to see him in this particular contest. So yes, seam has been very good so far. Imagine that Rob Yates, the Warwickshire captain, will continue this trial by pace, but spin could also have quite a prominent role to play. That's the stop by Zen Malik.
That's been a big thing as well, I think, actually, for Warwickshire so far, Aaron, is the fielding in particular down this end at mid-wicket. Both Zen Malik, Vanjani, been in there, making sure that the ball isn't just a quick, easy single, the scoreboard isn't ticking over. And want to say, the pressure continues to build, then hopefully the chances will come.
Well, a few have almost materialised, haven't they? We've seen a few come off the edge. It's just not been in the right areas for the fielders. And when they have zipped away off the outside of the bat, it's gone with a little bit too much zip and venom for the Warwickshire fielders to get anywhere near it. But again, for Gloucestershire, for these two, especially for the next 9 deliveries, just see your side to drinks and see where you can go from there. There's still a lot of cricket to be played, trust me. 50 over cricket, a lot longer than you think it is. Charlotte, just out of interest, of course, this is your first visit to Rugby School. I must ask, how are you finding it?
It's just perfect, isn't it? You know, having been to school like this in my youth, It just does bring back a lot of memories. But you can. I was talking about this earlier. You know, the crowds are absolutely outstanding, and the crowds have been up all year for the One-Day Cup as well. It's just been a marvellous day so far.
It is such a beautiful, picturesque venue. Of course, we can't quite see it from our position here in the comms box or the comms marquee or tent, whatever nomenclature you want to give it, but the actual school building away to our left, I'm sure that our guys on the cameras have picked up some lovely background shots, but it really is a stunning venue. Nice to see some local food vendors as well. They must love this time of year when the festival is in town, and of course the crowd. It's a real nice hum and buzz, and it's got that quintessential county cricket feel. Here's Thompson to round out the over then. Well struck and well stopped by Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Dot ball to round out. A very tidy one courtesy of the former Yorkshire all-rounder. After 24 overs, Gloucestershire are 78 for 1.
Just going back to that point that you make about the Rugby Cricket Festival, Aaron, I mean, like you say, this is the first time that I've had the privilege of coming here. And it's just so much different from, you know, your traditional. Fortunately, obviously, we're both of us fortunate to have been Warwickshire fans for a little while, and the Edgbaston Stadium is a fabulous place. But you know, there's something lovely about going to smaller out grounds, or even, you know, the smaller county grounds. It feels just so much different. And it just feels fantastic, and there's so many fans here already as well today. I've heard again, virtual sellout as well for Sunday. So if you are a member and you haven't already got your ticket, be very, very quick to do that. And also as well that there's a chance for you to come down as well on Tuesday afternoon and see, or Tuesday morning, and see them play against Kent, which could mean a lot in that game.
It could do. Well, today is a massive game for both of these teams, because if you look at the likely scenarios, the loser of this game is basically eliminated. I say basically, mathematically they are. 4 wins will not be enough to go through in Group A, so this is do or die for both of these counties today. As Ethan Bamber replaces Michael Booth.
He does, and he gets that one on the drive, but looks like it's going to be fielded once again, and it is. Really good stop there again by OHD.
Well, we've spoken about the standards of the bowling, Jarlath. The standard of ground fielding has also been really, really impressive. Zen Malik, he's produced quite a few stops, especially in and around short mid-wicket. Oliver Hannon-Dalby, whether it's at mid-off or mid-on, those standards, they seep into the bowling as well. Gives you that little bit of extra confidence.
Again, that one's all the way on the floor, and that's actually a really nice shot. Might go all the way, it will do. It's going to beat Michael Booth, and to be fair to Ollie Price, with the way that was driven down the ground, it deserved 4.
It was. That's an impeccable shot, isn't it, by Ollie Price. He's always been a very stylish and aesthetically pleasing cricketer, even going back to his days in and around Oxfordshire and their setup in the national counties. But that is bread and butter for him, hitting in the V, straight down the ground, through the covers, and through mid-wicket. That is a sumptuous strike of the ball.
And that one again is another good looking cover drive, and this time it does get below Ollie Hannon-Dalby, and just won't have enough, I don't think, to go for the rope. So Ollie Hannon-Dalby gets that ball back in, and it will be 3 that time. I'm quite surprised here actually, Aaron, that they have given Ethan Bamber another over before the drinks break, especially as he's bowled 7.3. I guess maybe you're asking your opening bowlers, potentially OHD will come back, potentially try and get that wicket and get the breakthrough. Potentially.
I can see Rob Yates thinking that way as well. Rather proactive captain.
That one was a little bit high again. And I think that's also another thing as well. You're not really, I don't think, going to get many leg before wickets on this particular pitch, because the bounce has been true. There's been a lot of carry, and unless you pitch it properly up and the batter's going to miss it, you're very rarely going to get an LB on this wicket.
Yeah, it has to be very full, doesn't it? Almost Yorker length, really spearing it into the pads. These are two big deliveries for Gloucestershire. Just to see at home to that drinks break.
That one's played away into the onside, and as you mentioned before, Aaron, not really much cover there on the leg side. And just one run, 87 for 1. Once we get to the drinks break, we'll take you around the country. There's a full Metrobank One Day Cup programme being played today. Last ball before drinks is defended into the offside, and that is the 25 over mark. 87 for 1 Gloucestershire. Just the one wicket, as we mentioned, that was lost, and that one coming caught by Vance Janney off the bowling of Ollie Hannon Dolby. That was at the end of the 6th over. That's a 15 for 1. Since then, Gloucestershire putting on 72 between Cameron Bancroft and Ollie Price. Halfway through their innings, 87 for 1.
Well, let's go through some of those scores on the doors, starting in this group. Let's head to the East Midlands, where Northamptonshire have got off to a decent start. At home against Lancashire, the Steelbacks 145 for 1. Gus Miller is unbeaten on 75, alongside Adi Sharma, the youngster looking for his first List A half-century of the season. As for the game taking place at the Upton Steel County Ground at Grace Road, let's head to that game between Leicestershire and Somerset. The Foxes 114 for 4 at drinks. Somerset, especially early doors, had them on the ropes. Miguel Pretorius and Josh Shaw sharing a couple of the wickets. At one stage, Leicestershire were 18 for 3. They have bounced back very well, in large part due to overseas New Zealander Nick Kelly, as well as former Warwickshire man Hamza Sheikh. He's the latest man to be dismissed for 29. Heading into the other game taking place in Group A, let's go to Beckenham, where the Nottinghamshire Outlaws are 125 for 3. Players just restarted there after the drinks break. Ben Martindale, the big name so far, unbeaten on 73 from 75 deliveries. So that is everything with regards to Group A. Let's now take a look at Group B, and let's head to the nation's capital, where the in-form Yorkshire side are very much on top against Middlesex. The Sax is 122 for 5 after 26 overs. Just looking at the wickets there, 3 for Ben Cliff and 2 for Jack White. So the home side could do with a couple of partnerships in that game. As for the encounter taking place in Derby, the Derbyshire Falcons 138 for 3 after 24 overs against Sussex. Again, similar to this game at Rugby School. Both of these teams in desperate need of a victory. As for the game taking place in Chelmsford, let's talk about Essex versus Worcestershire. Essex won the toss, chose to have a bat first, and the home side 178 for 2 after 27 overs. Captain Tom Wesley going very nicely indeed on 78 not outs. Had a very big partnership alongside the in-form Noah Thanes. So those are the scores on the doors, and of course here in the West Midlands, Gloucestershire, as you can see, 87 for 1 after 25 overs. And what is a resplendent venue here at Rugby School, a school which has plenty of cricketing ties as well. We had Michael Powell, the former Warwickshire captain, on a couple of the streams last season. And a certain Jacob Bethel also played schools cricket right here in Rugby. So it's got quite the connection, not only to county cricket, but of course to the fine county of Warwickshire itself.
Yeah, never heard of that Jacob Bethel. Of course, wonderful, wonderful player. Obviously a former captain of the under-19s as well, for England as well. Maybe a potential future England white ball captain as well. There we talk about that at the moment in time, who knows. As I say though, it's just a wonderfully stunning venue. You know, I don't want to go down this road, but I will ask. I say the sort of love for the One Day Cup this summer, it feels like it's come back slightly. I mean, you've been away doing a lot of One Day Cup games, Aaron. It feels like there has been more people that have been really involved with the One Day Cup, and it feels like there's been a lot more coverage about it across, you know, media, on social media, but also as well the crowds have been absolutely outstanding as well.
They have been. So if you look nationwide, as we see Jake Lintop will have a bit of left arm wrist spin for the first time in this game between Warwickshire and Gloucestershire. Yeah, across the nation, ticket sales have been up by 20%, which is wonderful to see. As I alluded to earlier, I did cover that Yorkshire versus Durham game on Friday. A club record for York, 4,859 people in attendance there. Compare that to last season, I think the max attendance was 3,900. So Metro Bank fever has gripped the nation as Jake Lintop has ball in hands. Cam Bancroft, the man on strike. Lintop starts off with a dot ball. It's been really good to see Jake back in Warwickshire colours. Of course, went on loan to Kent during the Vitality T20 Blast. He's taken 7 wickets in his first 3 appearances for the Bears in this year's One Day Cup. Searching for that 8th. Can he be the man to break this partnership? A dogged and determined one between Cam Bancroft and Ollie Price. And it's always nice, isn't it, Charlie, to see something a little bit different, a left arm wrist spinner in county cricket.
Doesn't get anywhere near the recognition he deserves as Mr. Lintop.
That's in the air. Is it a chance for Ethan Bamber? Just falls short of the seam bowler. It's an admirable effort from the former Middlesex man. It just dipped and dropped before he could properly set the hands.
Yeah, it was half a chance, but it was a little bit too far back. But that's not a blame at all on Ethan Bamber.
Promising start though, isn't it, for Lintop? Just inducing almost a little bit of a false shot on that one. Yet again, it's up in the air. This time well short of the patrolling Bamber. But he's been a wonderful servant to Warwickshire. And I don't just say that when it comes to the T20. His record speaks for itself in that competition. As a member of the 2021 Championship winning squad. Played a couple of matches in that season. Lovely reverse, well executed. Kai Smith hurtles after it. Can he get there? No, he can't. Bit of innovation in surprise and something a little bit different from Ollie Price to get the latest boundary.
Ollie Price is now starting to really motor a little bit. Now he's on to 33 from 54. It doesn't sound much, however, he hasn't. He's taken his time. In the last few balls, he's really started to motor.
Strides into his latest shot. Drill through the covers. Kai Smith will cut it off though. Timed his run nicely there, did the regular Warwickshire keeper, of course, not with the gloves today. There'll be a couple to round out the over. Gloucestershire 94 for 1 after 26. But just going back to that conversation about Jake Lintop, it's not just the standards that he set with his bowling, he's produced some good batting efforts as well. I think back to the T20 quarter-final down in Canterbury in 2021.
Yes,
launched a 6 into the car park.
Yes, I've got to say that game in particular was an interesting experience. My first experience actually down at Canterbury, that was.
Same.
It's a marvellous ground actually.
It is. It's a ground that is even better in the daytime. But of course, where that conversation is leading to is the off-field stuff. More on that after this latest ball from Bamber.
And that's just defended up into the offside, but no run.
But he's done so much when it comes to local cricket clubs, coaching with the academy, and he's worked very closely with Millie Taylor, of course, the left-arm wrist spinner for Warwickshire Bears women's side. So, honestly, I can't really be effusive enough in my praise for Jake Lintop. He's been a proper club man for Warwickshire, and it will be sad to see him go, I must say.
That's another one defended into the offside. Really quick sight. The stumps, if that hit, I think he would have been gone there. Cam Bancroft. That was a really good, quick, sharp single. And George Garton with another chance there. Just misses the stumps. But live, it looked pretty close.
He's probably the one man you don't want the ball to go anywhere near to, especially after that ridiculous run out on Wednesday. Garton is such a gun in the field. Look at the quick pickup there, the gunslinger release, and tell you what, for a second, Gloucestershire would have had hearts in mouths.
And that one's a beautiful shot, actually, beautiful cover drive. I think it will be cut off around the boundary there, though. But a really nice shot through the covers, and I think they're going to pick up 2. They do. And Ethan Bamber, that's 8.3 overs now, so I'm going to guess he's going to get bowled out, which is an interesting tactic.
It is. However, today, of course, Warwickshire do have both Jordan Thompson and Michael Booth, and those guys have got 9 overs between them, haven't they? Thompson's got 4 and Booth has 5 remaining, so I think that will be the tactic here.
And that one's just guided away down to 3rd, and that'll be another single to the total. I just want to go back to your point on Jake Lintodd, actually, because I remember the first year that I covered Warwickshire as a member of the media, and was very nervous going to interview all these players that obviously as a supporter I was always a massive fan of. And the first ever interview I did was with Jake Lintodd, and he made me feel like the most important person in the room. The amount of time that he gave. So that one's clipped again into the leg side, and it's just 1 run. And the amount of time he gives to the media, the amount of time he gives to people in cricket, and that isn't necessarily always the case. And like you say, the amount of work that he's done, not just with Military, but with a lot of the Warwickshire women, and also what he's done in terms of being so approachable, and one of the many players when they go to the Warwickshire Cricket Roadshow as well. He's going to be a very difficult person to replace 100%, as that one is almost guided away and almost edged through to Alex Davis behind the sticks. But again, it's another over where Gloucestershire just about get away with not getting the wicket there. Still 9 wickets left in the hutch, and looks like maybe at some point they might have to put the foot down. 99 for 1 after 27.
Most definitely. And this will be the conversation that Price and Bancroft will be having at the end of every single over, just getting together, saying when do we start to put the foot on the gas and upping the ante. Maybe it could be against the spin. They have struggled a little bit when it comes to scoring consistent runs against the seamers. Will they take the attack to the left arm wrist spin of Jake Lintodd? Here he is then, ready to bowl to Cam Bancroft. Great delivery first up.
It's a nice breeze, actually. We mentioned this before. It's a lovely breeze coming across the ground. It makes it more comfortable, I think, to watch cricket.
Nice shots attempted by Bancroft, but drilled straight to Ethan Bamber for no run. It's pleasant. It is pleasant, although a little bit later on, temperature is supposed to increase. It's, I think, around low to mid-20s at the minute. Bancroft on the reverse, but there's protection in the form of Zen Malik. No run. Yeah, it's meant to be around about 27 to 28.
Well, if you remember the Worcestershire T20 game, I know you were up in the lovely air-conditioned room, Aaron, but some of us were not. 39 degrees it was at one point.
Just goes beyond Lintodd. Good stop by Ethan Bamber, but with that single, this will be the team 100 up for Gloucestershire. A rise with 2 balls remaining of this, the 28th over. Cameron Bancroft also 6 runs shy. Another 50.
I was just going to say as well, I'm not necessarily built for the heat, if you get me. So there was a lot.
Neither am I.
Well, factor 50 was the biggest winner, I think, on that day.
Price, they're thinking about striding to his latest shot. Just a little bit of second guessing there when it came to the length that Lintodd bowled. But yeah, there's been a couple of absolute scorchers, haven't there, in recent years? I think back to County Championship game 2022 against Kenters. There's a slight alteration in the field. Ethan Bamber pushed down to long off. Michael Booth Comes up to mid-on. Price goes on the sweep. Gets a nice connection. Should just be a single. Indeed, it will be. Very tidy over that from Jake Lintop. Just 2 runs scored. Gloucestershire 101 for 1. But that Kent game in 2022, it was 41 degrees at Edgbaston. There was quite an iconic photo of Oliver Hannon-Dalby. I think he'd actually cut his trousers, so he'd turned them into shorts. It was baking hot, and the Warwickshire physio was carrying around a parasol as well, just going from basically side to side at Edgbaston, giving the players a little bit of reprieve and protection from the sun. But yeah, it's been a very, very warm summer, hasn't it?
Well, this is why I was going to be so surprised at the fact that Rugby School's outfield isn't completely burnt, because there's been barely any rain. But the ground staff here have kept this in tip-top shape as the Rugby Cricket Festival gets underway for 2026. That was defended into the onside. They're going to go for the quick single and yeah, comfortably make it home. As I say, start of the Rugby Cricket Festival. It's so good to have it back, and I know we haven't had it for so many years now, but 2024, 2025, it's been so well attended, and now there's an opportunity to do that again in 2026, and you can see that people are starting again. As I mentioned, the love for the One Day Cup really is coming back, and it's just fantastic. The 50 over game, out of all of them, I think is in probably the most danger. So that one's again pushed away into the offside, and they'll be fielded down there at deep point. Out of all the formats of the game, Aaron, I do think the 50 over format is in real trouble for relevance at times. You know, obviously the changes with the MCC saying that they don't expect one-day cricket to be played outside of a World Cup year. But there's just something so beautiful about a 50 over game, or 100 overs of cricket. You get more than you get in a county championship day or a test match, and you get a result at the end of it. Really good fielding there from Ethan Bamber.
Well, that's the key thing for me. So when it comes to my cricket journey, my first ever Warwickshire game was a 2009 CB40 match against Glamorgan. That was at Edgbaston. What a fantastic fixture that was on paper. It was actually washed out, unfortunately. I got to watch 18 overs of cricket, never watched Warwickshire bat. So who knows how I became a Bears fan after that. I was watching Herschel Gibbs tee off a little bit on that day. But yeah, more on that after this ball from Bamber.
That's whipped away again, and once again there, Zen Malik at mid-wicket. That has been a huge bonus there for Warwickshire so far this summer. So far this game, I should say.
I think it goes back to that previous point you mentioned, Jarlath, and it's the fact that you do get a result at the end of it, and county cricket means so much to people. The identity that we have for these local sides. I've said this on so many broadcasts. For those who don't know, I was born in Warwick. This is the only top-tier professional team in sport which represents where I was from. So the Bears mean everything to me. I've grown up around this club.
Again, pushed out into the offside and picked up there at mid-off for no run.
And that's why it means so much, because this doesn't just represent Birmingham or Rugby or indeed Warwick. It's everybody in and around the county, anyone with an attachment to Shakespeare's county. This is our club, and it's the exact same thing for Gloucestershire. You think it's not just Bristol, even though it is predominantly based around there now. But of course, you've got the Cheltenham Cricket Festival, which again is very well attended, beautiful outground, and it's an important competition.
It certainly is. And Ethan Bamber then is bowled out. He finishes off with 37 dot balls, to be fair to him, in his 60, which is absolutely outstanding. And he goes for 0 for 35 from his 10 overs. 29 gone, 103 for 1.
And the other great thing about having these games on a Sunday as well, as I said, I was watching club cricket yesterday. Thankfully I wasn't playing because it was very hot, but it allows for people who spend their Saturdays on the village green or in the Premier League circuit to come and attend these matches. And it is really good to see almost that pathway being produced in the Metrobank One Day Cup of your best club cricketers, your best national counties cricketers. How many short-term deals have we seen because of this competition that have led to more opportunities? Aman Rao, who's going to be playing for Gloucestershire today, is one of those examples, or at least he was in the squad. Another one is Joseph Eklund, who's done really well for Dorset. Joe Phillips was another one at Cornwall. I know he was predominantly through Gloucestershire's setup, but it's a big chance really for guys who are maybe on the periphery, not only of county squads in the first class game, but also excelling in the national counties for Saka, for the Ace programme, even in Premier League cricket like Johnny Connaught, who's now got a deal at Somerset. It's the chance to put yourself in the shop window and live out your dream.
And I think there is still that romance of a little bit about 50 over cricket, especially on a Sunday, you know, with the old Sunday League, with the John Player and all that. And there is still, I think, that romance of it being on, you know, on a Sunday afternoon, watching 6-7 hours of cricket. It's just a wonderful way to spend an afternoon. It's been wonderful so far. I'm sure it will continue on.
Here is Lintop. Attempted paddle, which ricochets really into Alex Davis. I don't know how much the former Lancs man knew about that, but it will be a single for Cameron Bancroft, moves him to 46. Yeah, it's the perfect format, I think, actually, for catching up with your mates. So I used to do this a lot, following Warwickshire home and away. Used to go to Cheltenham quite often, and Bristol. I love both of those venues, I really do. I think they are proper county cricket places, and the other one was the Oval. Of course, Warwickshire played Surrey quite a bit down in South London over the years.
Still one of my all-time favourite memories will be that quarter-final in 2014 in Surrey. That was just one of the most incredible innings. But I was just going to say, actually, I went to Bristol for the first time this year. I went with a really good friend of mine, Cam, and we went there for England versus India in the women's IT20 and fell in love with Bristol. It's just a stunning ground.
Bancroft does go aerial. This should be a wicket, and indeed it will be. Caught by Kai Smith. Jake Lintop is the man who provides the breakthrough for Warwickshire. And Cameron Bancroft will depart for 46. Gloucestershire 105 for 2. We said, Jarlath, that spin could be a key facet for the Bears in this contest, and it is indeed their resident left-arm wrist spinner who does the damage.
Yeah, you can understand that one there from Bancroft. He's obviously trying to get to his 50, but he's also trying to put the pedal down a little bit as well. Strike rate of only 55, which is not really what you expect from Cam Bancroft in terms of not being able to get the ball away, but it's high in the air. Just a little bit of flight there, a little bit more involved, and an easy catch there for Kai Smith. And as we mentioned before, Aaron, Warwickshire have deserved a wicket with the way they've been bowling today. They've been so economical, but here comes Joseph Eklund, and I am very pleased to say that I'm still going to be on commentary because I am very much excited to hear about your Joseph Eklund trivia.
Well, this is the perfect over as well, because my piece of trivia, there's a couple with Joseph Eklund and his cricketing journey, but the fact is both he and Jake Lintop are teammates at Bridgewater Cricket Club in the West of England's Premier League. So this will be a really interesting battle. Jake has done a lot really over the years to help Joe, especially with his batting, and they've played a lot of cricket both with and against one another. And I mentioned there his connection to the West Country. He's actually related to a certain Vic Marks as well.
Oh, what a legend.
Legend not only in a cricketing capacity, but of course in a broadcasting
Absolutely
one
right.
as well. So yeah, Joseph Eklund, really good to see him out here today. Delighted to see him get this opportunity. Still only 22, and yeah, to give you that familial, almost dynamic, he's the great nephew of Vic Marks. So very much comes from a cricketing pedigree.
Well, Bridgewater as well, lovely little part of Somerset there. Enjoy going down there on the way down to Minehead for a couple of occasions, mainly in March time, for a darts tournament.
Eklund straight away looks to reverse Jake Lintop. And Lintop, he knows he's got a right smile on his face. He is beaming. As I said, these two have played both with and against each other quite frequently. One of those real great almost side stories and narratives that we can talk about today. He's got plenty of confidence to bring out the reverse very first ball faced.
You can see how much Lintop loves the battle as well, but he also loves the battle there between somebody who he knows very well. I think I'm getting out of the way, and Phil is going to come and join you here.
Indeed he will. Thank you very much to Jarlath Eaton. We'll hear from him a little bit later on today. Here is Lintott then to round out the over. And Eklund pushes that away to get off the mark. 22-year-old. He's currently on 1. Ollie Price on 41. And after 30 overs, Gloucestershire are 106 for 2. As we do wait for Phil Britt to make his way here to the commentary tent, a reminder, if you haven't already, please do subscribe to the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube channel. We'll be taking you through all of the action throughout the remainder of the Rugby Cricket Festival in the next week or so, as well as the climax of the County Championship campaign in August and September. Also feel free to give the stream a like while you're at it as well, just helps bump up the numbers in the algorithm. As Michael Booth returns, and so too, to my left, there's the excellent Phil Britt.
Got to use the lip mic, haven't we? That would help.
We do indeed.
Not that excellent. Good afternoon. I've just got to put my sweater back on again.
Yeah, it's been slightly breezy, hasn't it? Here's Michael Booth bowling to Eklund. Eklund fences that one down to deep third for a single. Well, we're just speaking there, myself and Jarlath, Phil, about the standard of Warwickshire's bowling. What have you made of it so far today? Because after 30 overs, yes, obviously they would have hoped for a few more wickets, but that run rate of 3.5 is pretty good going.
Oh, I think so, yeah. I think the... I was talking to, very briefly, to Oliver Hannon-Dolby, as name dropping here, as I walked round to get a drink, and he was saying there's a bit in it, but that's fine, but you've got to then put the ball in the right spot, and they have done. I think they bowled as a unit really well. Probably without a lot of luck, they got movement and the ball didn't get a nick through to the keeper earlier on. Jake Lintott's come in, and I think he's again bowled well. He's not. I'm always worried a bit with Jake. You tend to get 1 or 2 hit balls and over. So far, touch wood, he said. From Warwickshire's point of view, he hasn't done that.
Nicely played by Ollie Price, dabs it down to deep third for a single. Well, just touching upon that point, Phil, his first over went for 7 runs. Since then, he's bowled 2 overs, 1 wicket for 5, so
yeah,
he's kept it very miserly.
You'd buy that, yeah, you'd buy that from your leg spinner. It's nice to see, and good to see Booth back into the bowling. Been out for so much of this season again, and of course, he also had the double problem that is what he thought was going to be playing as a UK registered player this season, and then the rules were changed during the winter, which meant that with Warwickshire having 2 overseas players, there was no room for him in the championship side, and then he got injured. So a bit of a catalogue of disaster.
He's a wonderful prospect, though, isn't he? I spoke to him pre-season on media day at the Edgbaston Indoor School, and he sees himself as almost filling the shoes of Chris Woakes in the future. He's someone who really takes his batting incredibly seriously. We saw that last year in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. It's something which you'd argue this season, Phil, in addition to his bowling, which is his real great asset, the Bears probably missed that lower order hitting in the first few games.
Yeah, because he got runs in the championship as well. So yes, he did in the one day, but he was also doing the same thing in the championship side. So I think he's a big asset coming in at probably number 8, and striking quite effectively. I think, without being critical, to make this going to sound critical, Chris Woakes probably, when he's played this season, hasn't weighed in with the weight of runs you would have expected from Chris. I think knowing and having seen Chris when he was younger and playing and scoring, really, I thought at one stage he would be a better batsman than a bowler. But he would be the ideal guy to get those runs batting down at 8. But Warwickshire have got quite a few players of that type who can come in and score runs in the lower order. Jordan Thompson, clearly. And the other one, Ethan Bamber, has made very useful runs during the season in both forms of cricket.
It really has. So 31 overs have been bowled here in the first innings at Rugby School. So we just see some more of the sweeping shots of the venue itself. Gloucestershire 108 for 2. Massive thank you as well to everyone for tuning in. If you haven't already got your tickets as well, there are matches against Lancashire on Sunday the 9th, against Kent on Tuesday the 11th as well.
Yeah, so we're here next week again as Jake Lintott comes in, 1 for 12 so far for him. It's Ian bowls in the reverse sweep. It's a little bit in the air and just got away with that one. But Price, who's on 42, went for it. There's a man waiting on Alan Dolby, waiting there, but the ball dropped down at him. He's at sort of short. Well, it's not short third, it's like a deep backward point, I suppose, waiting for that reverse sweep. This one he plays, cuts away out to Kai Smith, who comes in off the cover boundary. And this fielding just restricts to a single. But I think, yeah, overall, just to pick up your point again, I think Warwickshire bowled extremely well. And it's a small ground, and that feels fast, but they just haven't, so far, Gloucestershire not been able to quite get advantage of that. This next one is played nicely by Eklund, but straight back at Jake Lintott, who feels well off his own bowling.
In a way, though, that is what makes it difficult for a batting unit. More on that after this ball from Lintott.
This is launched hard and high. They won't have to bother with this one. This one's gone over the trees and possibly out of the ground. I don't know whether the trees have actually brought it down. I think they might have done. It hit the trees and it's bounced back down just inside. So, but that was a lovely shot. Good use of the feet, and he got hold of that perfectly. That would have been 6 on any ground.
It would have been. It's been a really promising and positive start, really, for Joseph Eklund. And I was speaking to Jarlath about this, Phil, but these two are teammates in club cricket.
Oh, did they? Where
yeah,
at?
Bridgewater.
Oh, okay, right.
Although I don't think Jake will be too happy about that latest shot.
This one is to Smith out on the cover boundary. Get another single, so Eklund moves on to 9. So, are we talking about Jake used to be, or?
No, they are still teammates.
Oh,
down in Somerset. They are
oh.
current teammates, Joseph Eklund and Jake Lintott. They've played and actually won trophies together. So it is quite the battle between this pair.
So this is one who didn't get into the Somerset net then. In bowls, and this is going to be runs. It's swept fine and evades the wicket keeper, and Price was first of all off balance. Having played the shot, he was off balance, and he was called, yes, by Eklund to take the run. He was late setting off, and Eklund turned for the second. That really made Price have to scamper, but in the end he was perfectly safe. So, end of another over. They're ticking them through. We've got 18 remaining, so 118 for 2.
Yeah, just on the theme of club cricket as well, we do like the interactions here on the Warwickshire Cricket live stream. Do let us know if you've been playing this weekend, indeed over the summer. And we know a lot about, obviously, the local clubs here in Warwickshire, but of course some really fine ones down in Gloucestershire, whether that's in the Cotswold League, of course in Bristol, the WEPL itself. Let us know your local club as Michael Booth comes into bowl here to Eklund. Smart drop and run here by the 22-year-old. He's definitely looking to shift through the gears early doors, isn't he? Up the ante here for the visitors.
Yep, absolutely. I think they've got to, because par score here is going to be about 260.
Easily, yep. There hasn't been as much spin and turn on offer compared to last season as well.
They haven't left quite so much grass on it.
Although that will be a factor, you imagine, in those other games against Lancashire and Kent. Good delivery by Michael Booth. What about for yourself, Phil, with regards to your club cricket journey, your memories?
So long ago. It's a long time since I played. I played in cricket in Solihull, mostly for a club called Dorridge in the Birmingham League now, and then later on to Blossomfield.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
brilliant. That is very much Solihull, isn't it?
Yeah.
Solihull Bloss.
Yeah. Well, they weren't Solihull Bloss when I played for them. They were just Blossomfield.
Comes off the pad there, Ollie Price.
I think the
Top ball.
Solihull part came in more for the hockey than for the cricket, actually, for identification. But yeah, I played there for a few years, and now I'm sort of living in the Cotswolds, living in Gloucestershire actually. So I've got foot in both camps today.
So it's the Philbritt Derby.
Yeah, exactly. We're right on the edge. You know, you can virtually throw a stone from where we live to get into Warwickshire. So it really is that close.
Booth drifting down the left side.
Chipping Camden Cricket Club is the bigger of the ones close to where we are, and then there's a lot of clubs playing in the in the Cotswold League down the various divisions, Mickleton and Welford, and clubs like that. My grandson actually plays for one of them as well, so he's I have to go along occasionally and watch. And it's all great fun, and everybody enjoys their cricket and plays very hard.
Certainly do. That's not going to be stopped. That'll be four. Excellent shot by Ollie Price. Beats the dive of the fielder. I believe that's Rob Yates, who was trying to cut the angle down. Just raced away like a tracer bullet, really. Price now 49 from 74, one shy of a well-deserved half-century. He's had to graft, hasn't he, Phil? But he's looked really good with some of these boundaries.
Oh, yes, yeah. I think he's a very good player. I think he's got runs against Warwickshire. They don't play Warwickshire that often, but he's got a good record against Warwickshire.
Certainly does, and that record will be boosted by this. It'll be at least a single it shall remain, and this will be a 75-ball half-century for Ollie Price. He has batted superbly today, playing that anchor, being the foundation here for the visitors. It's included just 4 boundaries, but he's had to bat very smartly and maturely for his 50. He'll be looking to double that though. Gloucestershire will be hoping that they can see many more runs from him as this innings does indeed progress. Well batted though, Ollie Price.
Absolutely, he's been really worked hard at this innings.
Slight correction on my end as well, of course. That was 5 boundaries, including the one in this over. That'll be a dot ball to wrap up the 33rd. Gloucestershire 125 for 2, and yeah, just going back to the Cotswold League, of course, Phil, one which I know well. I used to play for a tiny little village team called Rowington, and
oh, I know Rowington. Yeah,
well,
just down the road from where I used to be at Dorridge. Rowington's just down the road from there.
It is indeed, and in recent games as well, of course, we've seen Charlie Taylor, who is a product of Ulster and Ragley, now playing in the Birmingham Prem, of course, for Barnard's Green, but it's always nice.
Played a few times at Ulster and Ragley. And I went back to, in fact, I was talking about this actually on Wednesday with Clive when we were commentating. I remember in Ulster and Ragley when it was a much smaller ground than it is now, because I said, my grandson, he was playing an under-16s game. I said, it's only a small pitch, and it's been extended since when Jake Lintop bowls, and this one, he just waits and opens the face of the bat and runs it down to short third man. Ollie Hannon Dolby does the fielding, and the single to the total, 26 for 2. Price moves on to, Eklund moves is 10, Price 51. But yeah, that's a lovely ground in the grounds of Ragley Hall. Yeah. It's okay till they shut the gate and you can't get back out again of the hall. It's played into the onside. If you're late leaving, make sure you've got the way to get out.
It's funny you say that. That happened to one of my teammates.
I think there's been a few over the years that way. In bowls, and this is nicely up to long on for a single. That's what it'll be. It moves to 11. Price 51. 127 for 2. Yes, you go through some of these villages and just tucked away in them you'll come across beautiful cricket grounds. Stanton, Stanway, there's lovely grounds there. one of the big disappointments I have is how few of these grounds are used on a Sunday. Until Ian bowls, and this is turned around the corner. There's just one run. Yeah, you go and you see these lovely grounds and facilities, and just can't get teams out to play both Saturday and Sunday. Some clubs are great, some clubs are flourishing, but a lot of the smaller ones struggle to even get one out on a Saturday. I've been asked a couple of times would I play, and this is down the wicket and lifted by Eklund over long on for 6 more runs. It's a lovely strike shot. So beginning to accelerate here. Gloucestershire 134 for 2 they go to. Eklund goes on 17. Price is on 52, and they're taking real. Now they've got this base. They're taking real advantage, and they're very slow, very steady to start with. But they've got 8 wickets in hand, and still with 16 overs to remain, that figure of 260 is still very much on. This last one is. Next one is played back to Lintop, who takes his cap back. The umpire, and 134 for 2 at the end of the over.
He's a seriously stylish player. We spoke earlier about his journey really into the game. He's come up via Dorset. Also played for Hampshire, of course. Signed his first rookie contract with the Southern County back in 2023. Also one of those who attended Millfield School in Somerset. They've got a really strong track record of producing quality cricketers. I was speaking to Daniel Bell-Drummond the other day down in Kent. He's one of those to have come up through that system, and you'll like this, Phil. The great nephew of a fantastic cricketer in Vic Marks.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, well, Vic Marks is a quality player.
It starts off well with a dot ball. Speaking of club cricket as well, it would be massively amiss of me, spoken mostly here about the west of the country, but of course Rolly Price, very much a product of Oxfordshire and their pathway, and played for one of the great club names in Great and Little Chew. So not only was that the Price brothers, so himself and Tom, who's now down in Sussex, but the Taylors as well. Both Jack and Matt played for Great and Little Chew, so shout out to them as well. He is a very impressive cricketer. He's Price, now of course an England Lions international. He just has all the different shots in the book, doesn't he?
I've been impressed with him for a number of years since the pair of them played, and they both of them were getting wickets, were getting runs, and I was quite surprised to see them move on to Sussex. I thought they were well bedded in at Gloucester.
Of course, with the departure of Tom Price, it allows for guys like Daz Ahmed. He's another very, very local lad from Golden Hill Cricket Club in Bristol. Luke Charlesworth is another one, ironically from Oxfordshire.
Oxfordshire, he would be from.
But it gives those opportunities to the youngsters. I really like Aman Rao as well. I've seen a lot of him in twos cricket, not only against Warwickshire, but against the likes of Somerset and Worcestershire as well. I think he's got a very high ceiling. Flicked away in front of square by Ollie Price. Kai Smith's been busy today, hasn't he?
He has. He's obviously not keeping, but gosh, he's always figuring in the game. He's an excellent outfielder. Mind you, most wicket keepers seem to be now that they can take the gloves off and you really can't see. You know, they're not sort of a hindrance, or you're not trying to hide them in the field.
Smartly played by Eklund, riding the bounce, deflects it down to Lintop for one more. And that's valuable to have, isn't it, for Warwickshire, to have a guy who is not only a very good up-and-coming keeper, but also a real live wire in the field.
Yeah, he sort of had the opportunities. Obviously, Alex Davis is back behind the stumps. And they obviously still favour Davis with the gloves. And yet Kai Smith has made some very useful runs in both the Championship and in the white ball cricket. It's a quick pick up and throw there. It's going to get him in trouble, but just about squeeze home.
Yep, end of the over. 35 have gone, 15 remain for Gloucestershire. The visiting side 137 for 2. And Phil, I was speaking to Jarlath a little bit earlier about being back here at Rugby School. Of course, we've done quite a few of the games here now. Just as a venue, what are your thoughts and sentiments of Rugby School, and how good is it to see county cricket back at, well, a pretty historic venue when it comes to Warwickshire County Cricket Club?
Yeah, I think it's great. They do it very well, and it's always on these small grounds where you have any out ground where you get the people round. It makes it looks full. It is, it's what, 3,000 thereabouts. In fact, I'm a bit surprised today. I'm not sure today. I was saying to Clive earlier, I don't think it's quite so many today.
It isn't 3,000. It's it's between 1,600 to 1,700.
Yeah, I was going to say
it's.
I didn't think there were so many today as there have been in last year and the year before, but it's great to see them bringing it out. I just wish to some degree that they could do this on a couple of grounds, that somewhere else in the county, say up towards the sort of Nuneaton area, and spread it round the county rather more, and probably do one at each and 2 at Edgbaston, because there are a lot of members who don't travel out here and are not happy that they're travelling out here. I suits me. Either way, I'd have to travel, but it's not that for everyone. This one just played out to the cover boundary. Particularly, I think, Aaron, where you've had so long with no, what I would call day cricket. 4-day cricket has been virtually nothing since June. Well, it hasn't been anything since June, and won't be till the second or third week of August. And to have just one of these at Edgbaston, you can understand the members who sort of say it's too much to be having 3 away and 1 at home. And Dolby is in. I should have said this. He's come back into the attack trip. He plays Jack Lintott. I think there's a couple of 6s which were taken, probably brought that about.
It is. I think it has been this man right here, Joseph Eklund, because they know each other so well. He's got one up on him, let's face it, so far. He's hit him for a couple of gargantuan 6s. They would have cleared the boundary, probably at the bigger ground. So this is just a case of bringing back guys who have done well. They've hit the areas, they've hit those good target zones very consistently early doors. A bit like that from Hammond Dolby. Very, very nice delivery in the corridor of apprehension, but yeah, just give Lintott a little bit of protection against Eklund. Hopefully for Warwickshire, of course, not for Gloucestershire, but Eklund can maybe just be induced into a fake shot, and then you bring Lintott back once the partnership has been broken.
Yeah, you do need to put the brake on. They're just beginning to accelerate, and 138 after 35, 15 overs still to go. That can go up to a pretty healthy total if it's not changed. Having said all that, he's brought down the wicket, Eklund, and he's deposited Oliver Hammond Dolby back over the boundary for 6. So that theory hasn't worked.
Well, just a little bit of additional context here. This is Eklund's 3rd game of the season. Prior to this performance, he scored 30 runs at 15 in his opening 2. So this is really good to see from the youngster. And again, he's one of those, he's been knocking down the door. Spoke about his journey via Hampshire, Dorset, the national counties, getting this short-term deal. He's one of those guys who'll be desperate now to get that opportunity to almost embed himself at one of these counties, get a longer-term deal and continue to improve and evolve his game. He's been very good in the West of England Premier League, and let's not forget as well, I can't believe I haven't spoken about this, but he's a former England under-19 international.
Right.
So he's got quite the pedigree at 22, in addition to that cricketing lineage via Vic Marks. But yeah, big performance here could definitely help him get that extra degree of security.
This is what this one-day cup does, though, doesn't it? It allows the opportunity for people who, largely are unheard of outside of their own county, and even within their county, people say, "Who's that?" But we come to see these players all the way round, different, different people, different skills, but it opens up opportunities while all the top stars are away playing the 100. I think the mix is good. I think it's refreshing to see all these new players. We at Warwickshire, we've seen, Jacob Bethel, first time I saw him, was playing in this competition. It's been Kai Smith, people like that coming through, and they're going on and they're given the opportunity to see what they're like. Otherwise, they'd be in the second team, a couple of seasons playing second team cricket, and as happens to a large number, disappear and are never seen.
Correct, and it's also additional experience, not only against some of those, well, you'd probably call them veteran cricketers. For example, Oliver Hannon-Dolby here. It's a nice matchup, isn't it, for Joseph Eklund, for Tommy Borman, a little bit later on as well. But of course, it's experience in front of crowds and dealing with that extra pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we had the Surrey side. Obviously, they've got a huge number of people away playing in the 100, but it was perfect for them. Hannon-Dolby back to bowling, and this one is launched again. This time it won't be 6, but it's whipped over the top of gone on for a 4. So a little bit of hefty treatment to Ollie Hannon-Dolby. His figures, which going into this over, he was 1 for 12 and now 1 for 23. So he's just taken a little bit stick.
He has, and it's brought about an immediate change in the field. Michael Booth was down at deep third. He's now been brought into the circle. Jake Lintop hovering at long on.
With real power, Hannon-Dolby and again. And this one he's played. Davis up to the stumps, by the way, for that last delivery. So just trying to make sure that he doesn't keep moving down the wicket, because he's used his feet really well with Eklund. So he's on to 28, Price is 55, and it's 148 for 2. There's 14 overs to go, and Gloucestershire beginning to put in some double figure overs now. So we just heard that. Jake Lintop switched ends.
Yep, coming from the school end. Rather aptly named because, again, we can't quite see it. There's a tree in the way, in addition to the clubhouse here at Rugby School. But honestly, the views, the setting out towards there, you can actually walk on the main rugby field as well. Oh, it is absolutely divine. So here is Lintop. Wasn't down to a little bit of protection, it was just to change ends, potentially looking for a change of fortune as well. Eklund will be at the non-strikers. Ollie Price, though, for the time being, he can almost play as the foil, can't he? Just rotate the strike here. Instead goes for the sweep. Gets a very sweet connection on it as well. Kai Smith just about got there, but can't quite stop the boundary from being scored. Valiant attempt by the Bears youngster, as the 150 is brought up with the 4.
Yeah, good start to the over, so gets some right on the go from the beginning.
He's going to go again. Is Price, George Garton, this time the fielder, he can't get across. It's back-to-back boundaries to kickstart the 37th by Ollie Price, and well, he's not happy to play second fiddle. He's going, Joseph, what you're doing, I can do it as well. Brings up the 50 partnership with that boundary for good measure.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem here for Rob Yates. He's just going to stop this flow of runs, because they're beginning to come at a bit of a rate now.
That latest shot will just be a single out through the deep cover region. Vance Jarney operating in front of the spectators. They're
coming from both bats now. It's not just one, it's accelerating both of them. Eklund has almost kicked Price into a different gear. He's on to 64. Eklund, who's now on strike, he's on 28. That 28 has come off just 22 deliveries.
Nice mix as well of shots. You can see there the footwork just rocking onto the back foot. Very strong sweeper, of course, incredibly good down the ground too. We've seen that with some real big hits for 6, and 4 rifled away the previous over. And for these two, Phil, they have got licence now, haven't they? Given the fact that you've still got the likes of the captain, Jack Taylor, Graham Van Buren, Tommy Borman, Ed Middleton. He can certainly bat, so too can Daz Ahmed. So they have got the additional freedom here just to maybe take an extra few risks. Price goes on the reverse. Just about fielded between Zen Malik and Jordan Thompson.
It was a bit unfortunate because he hit that really cleanly, but unfortunately from his point of view, it was straight at Malik, and he sort of half stopped it, certainly prevented it going to the boundary for 4. But it was a good over for Gloucestershire, up to 159 for 2, and those runs coming now really quickly.
Well, this is how quickly 50 over cricket can change, and this is why it's so important for that wickets column to stay as small as it possibly can be, because here, let's say that Gloucestershire go at, what, 8s? They're getting up to a very, very good score. If in the final 10 they can go at 9s and 10s, you are looking easily 250, 260.
This Dolby starts a new over. The first ball is just pushed to Jordan Thompson. No, it's not Jordan Thompson, it's Rob Yateson who's up there as on the side of Hannah and Dolby, but they get through to a single. 66 now, Eklund on 29. The field just adjusting slightly. Davis just holding play up for a second. Rearranges some of his kit, putting his gloves back on again, and standing up to the wicket as he did at the end of last over to try and prevent Eklund coming down the wicket. Dolby into him. This is shorter and pulled away, launched away. One bounce. Really well picked up out there, but that's Malik out. Is that Malik?
It's Vanshjani.
Jani out there.
Yeah, he's been good, hasn't he, Jani,
He's
today?
fielded very well indeed, hasn't he? Right on the other side of the ground there from us, so it's one more to the total.
Yeah, carving a slightly lonely figure, isn't he, in front of the spectators?
This next one is trying to work that away down, angling the bat, trying to bring it away down through third man, but just beaten there with a bit of pace. Dolby, who's coming down that slight slope. He's already 6'7", so with that slope coming down, he's probably delivering the ball. He might have about a 7 foot on the arm length. Really imposing figure as he comes in and bowls, and this time he does manage to get that angle back, but there's a man waiting for it, and his pick up and throw is into the stumps, but home, so on it goes. 67 for Price, 30 to Eklund, who's on strike now. And a total of 162 for 2 so far. And Dolby being able to restrict this down to just the 3 singles. So
Came into this game off the back of a wonderful performance against Surrey as well, didn't he? 5 for 60.
Five, very late wickets as well. I came off commentary with about, I think, 6 or 7 overs to go. I said to him, because Mel Farrell was commentating, I said, you do the last 5 or 6 overs and take them through to the finish. And he hadn't got a wicket. I don't think, if he had, he might have had the 1 wicket when I handed over. She got him 5 wickets while she was on air. This one is his time, runs him into the offside. Nothing to do with Oliver Dolby, purely to do with the commentary team. No, it suddenly changed completely for him, because he didn't really look as though he was going to be a major threat. But the Surrey side was very inexperienced at the back end. You know, a lot of players there. Again, just as we were talking about a few minutes ago, getting their first opportunities through this competition, but the inexperience really did show at the end of the innings. And I'll be in, and this is a bit shorter, and this is whipped away, and Jani can do absolutely nothing about that. That's a very good long hit out there to that boundary, and it went like a bullet past Jani down there, running round to try and stop it. 4 more, so that's the 4 to finish off the over, which kind of spoiled a good over, but still it was only 7 off it from Warwickshire's point of view. Good from Gloucestershire's, 166 for 2. There's 12 overs remaining, and they've still got to be looking at something in the region of 260, I think.
Easily. I think they'd be disappointed if they don't get to that, given the batting talent that they've still got remaining. Massive thank you as well to nearly 1,500 of you tuning in to the live stream. I've been asking this throughout the course of the broadcast, already given a couple of geographical shout-outs, but let us know where you are catching the action from. Whether you're supporting Warwickshire or Gloucestershire, watching as a neutral, let us know. We do like the interactions here on the Warwickshire County Cricket Club YouTube channel. Jake Lintott then on to bowl his 7th over, bowling up first here to Ollie Price. Price does go in the air, there's some slight shouts of catch it. Michael Booth was the fielder, rushing onto it in a flash, just falls short of the Bears all-rounder.
He needed probably one big stride there earlier on to have got to that. In the end, it was dropped down just in front of him, but he never really quite in position to take the catch.
Eklund's happy to manipulate the strike. They called for 2 then, and then saw who it went to and what side it went to as well. George Garton is not a fielder that you ever take more than 1 against.
I wouldn't say 1 personally. Just know and go and look at the bottom of the bat.
Price looking for the attempt at the sweep. Tidy work behind the stumps by Davis, whips off the bails in a flash, but the Oxfordshire Pathway graduate had his feet in the crease. Much better start to the over this though for Jake Lintott. Of course, a very experienced bowler at this stage. Another late developer when it comes to his county journey. Price on the sweep and signalled as a wide by standing umpire Lungley.
Yeah, he's Jake off to Kent, playing for Kent next season. I thought in actual fact the amount he played in the T20 etc. that Jacob was going to be pretty much a fixture at Kent for the rest of this season. But, back for the one-day cup.
Well, I must say, Phil, I'm glad that he is, because it gives fans that opportunity to almost say that goodbye, doesn't it? He has been a fantastic servant to Warwickshire, fierce competitor as well. Eklund rocking onto the back foot, punches it away.
You tend to forget as well just how many useful runs he's made down the order over the years. I think he's got better as a batsman as the time's gone on. He's certainly been one of those lower order batsmen who's, you know, quite often dug us out of real trouble.
Price rifles that one away, hammered through deep forward mid-wicket for 4. It's a really good over up until that point from Jake Lintott. The boundary just affecting the figures ever so slightly. At the end of 39 overs, Gloucestershire are 175 for 2.
Yeah, that was a powerful shot, and absolutely whistled through down to the boundary. So 170. What have we got? 175. I think the scoreboard to my right's got 174, isn't it? Oh, it's a slight discrepancy, but not to worry.
Looking at the other one, it is 175. Just looking in the YouTube comments, Phil, you'll like this. We've got a comment from Simon Wood, who's watching Uncle Oliver, Hannon Dorwey that is, from Halifax.
Oh, right, okay, good.
Shout out to yourself, Simon, as well as Isla and Orla.
I had a chat with him. I was saying that he was fit. I was walking around having commentated earlier on, and he was on the boundary edge. So we had a little chat in between deliveries. He wasn't at the bowling, he was actually fielding down at deep backward square leg at the time. He actually fielded really well as well, made 2 or 3 very good stops. There's been a bowling change, and Thompson is into the attack, and his first delivery is edged away off a thick outside edge by Eklund. Gets through the air, through backward points, but races away across what is a very quick outfield, which you would expect. although despite the fact that this is lush green, it looks like we've been in the middle of the rainforest here. You wouldn't think there's a drought in the country. But this is beautifully green, and he gets 4 runs for it, so he moves into very quickly, moved to 40. Eklund with some very aggressive batting. Gloucestershire to 179 for 2. Thompson in again and bowls. Pulls this one down to deep backward square leg.
Another geographical shout out as well, this time to Brazil from Natal.
To Brazil?
Absolutely.
Brazil?
Natal.
Natal. Whereabouts in Brazil is that?
Northeast.
Oh, right.
Northeast of Brazil. Obrigado for your company.
Above Recife. Must be, I would think.
Well, Brazil, an emerging market when it comes to cricket, especially in the women's game, making some really good strides.
I'll tell you stories about emerging markets after this next ball. We had, this goes up to the one. In the museum yesterday during the 100 match, we had a lady come in who was from Germany, and she laid into us big time because we'd got nothing. We'd got a display, a cabinet dedicated to women's cricket. She wanted to know why half the museum was given over to ladies cricket. And when I said, look, it's not been, we haven't had that much ladies cricket at Warwickshire level, she wouldn't accept it. This next one is squeezed away through backward point. But, she was telling to us that she's there to develop cricket in Germany, this lady. So it's everywhere. Everywhere you go, cricket is now being played.
It certainly is. I shall also be making way at the end of the over. You'll be joined by the dulcet tones of Clive Eakin.
Right, thank you. Thanks, Aaron. I'll be back with us after the lunch break. At that stage, we will know what Warwickshire's target is. 182 for 2. This one from Thompson is just dropped down in front of Price. And there's no run. So we've had 7 off this over. Thompson 0 for 26. And Price on 74. Eklund is on 42. And it's going on very nicely. Just the 2 wickets down. Got 1 ball to go on the 40th over. And it will be, I think, a real flop for the last 10 overs. As Thompson is in, he bowls, it's full and whipped away down to deep square leg for just a single. He's got away with that one, Thompson. End of the over, we've had 40 overs, it's 183 for 2. And this partnership is worth 78 from just 63 deliveries.
So the last 5 overs have yielded 45 runs. It's by some distance the most lucrative. The previous 5, 32. So they have been accelerating. 10 overs to go. Get to 2. Well, the average first innings score here across 7. Actually, might be 6 because one was slightly reduced. 6 50 over games is 253. And that's maybe what roughly they're looking at. That would be 7 and over from here. 7 dot comes into Price, and that's going to be 4, I think it is. This beats Solihull, will be inside the circle. And 4 more runs for Ollie Price.
Picked that up nicely and scooped it away. So it's forced change, and they'll be dropping back to the boundary edge.
It's kind of tough. I think he's hitting them really hard, so the fielders haven't got time to react. Some powerfully struck 4s there, and it's put Lintott under pressure.
Yes, when he's that one there again, there was absolutely no chance of anybody getting around to it. It was with real force, and Yates make some field changes here. He's bringing in an extra field onto the onside to try and check this flow of runs.
Again, he's gone for the sweep. Hasn't got hold of it this time. And that'll be cut off. And Jan here is, this time it's a dot ball.
83 Price. And it's come off just 101 deliveries.
Again, same shot, and it's beaten the goalkeeper dive and gone through for 4 more. So 3 boundaries in 4 balls in this over now from Ollie Price.
Jack ends up just beginning to get a little bit expensive now. He's one for 63 in his 8th over. He's got 2 deliveries to go in this 8th over, so the run's beginning to come just a bit too easily for him. Price has moved up to 87.
Comfortably his top score of the season in the competition, hadn't previously got to 50. And again, this time hasn't quite got hold of it, and it's George Garton who gets the throw in and gets Ollie Price off strike. He scored 13 runs in the first 5 balls of the over, and that single.
It's taken them up to the within 4 runs of the 200 mark with 9 overs in hand, so going along very well. It's just a hold up while again just making 1 or 2 fielding changes.
Can't get that one away, so finished the over well, but 13 runs off it. I think it's now 4 double-figure overs in the innings. 196 for 2, 9 overs to go. Plenty of wickets in hand.
They're going to be, I think they're going to be disappointed, Clive, if they don't get to 275. With 8
Well,
wickets
10
in
and
hand.
over here, 10 and over here would get them to 286 in fact, so
It's, they've got a real good launch pad to be able to thump the ball hard. This is actually 9 overs. Jordan Thompson's got the job of trying to break this partnership. He's bowled to Price, who's on 88. He's in and bowls, and Price looks to run that one away, but down to 3rd man, but can't get the bat onto it. And that is half stopped by Davis behind the stumps. They don't get a run. It's a couple of changes still again in the field. Rob Yates brought himself a bit wider, almost like a deep extra cover. This one is hit hard and high, and I think that may have gone all the way for 6. Yes, it has, over a wideish long on. So he didn't get anything off the first ball. The Price hits the second ball from Thompson for 6.
yeah. 4th 6 of the innings. Joseph Eklund having hit the other 3.
Yeah. So 200, that brings up the 200, that boundary. That's Thompson in again and bowls. And this one, he's looking to pull it, but it comes off the body, drops down in front of him, called through for the single. So leg by signalled. 203 for 2. This partnership now up to 98. Last week, seems a long time ago when Bancroft went. So just 105 at that stage. Gloucestershire progressed well up to 203 for 2. And they played some beautiful shots along the way. But hit the ball very, very hard. Warwickshire players very quiet in the field. You don't hit too much shouting. There was Guy Smith just trying to encourage people. They've been pretty quiet out there. It's Thompson He's in, bowls, and he bowled him. That's the end of the innings. We're 203 and the third wicket falls. So you're just looking there for a big straight drive to get his full 6, and Eklund was comprehensively bowled by Sampson. 42 he got. So good innings and a good partnership has come to an end. A welcome wicket from the Warwickshire point of view, but just the point where they're hoping to launch into those last 8 or 9 overs.
Yeah, well, he certainly tried to launch at that one, didn't he? And didn't connect, and so goes. And does end a stamp, fell just short of the 100 mark, 98 added. And you look at the now like 202, they brought up 202, 148 balls. So the first 100 took 166. So the second took 82 balls. And the fourth 50 took just 25 balls. So they've really got going. Now they've got a fairly experienced batter in Jack Taylor, captain of the side in this competition this season. So he'll hope to prosper. Hasn't made huge runs, a couple of 30s so far this season in the competition, and he'll hope to prosper now with plenty of wickets still in hand. So still a big job for Warwickshire, but Jordan Thompson, that was an important breakthrough. Accurate bowling gets him the wicket.
So Taylor's just taking guard. He's got 2 deliveries from Jordan Thompson in this over to negotiate. The other end, prices are 94. Taylor settles. Thompson on his way to him. This is at first ball because he's gone to steer it down to third man, and all he's succeeded in doing is guiding that one straight to the deep or the short third man, and didn't have to move, just waited for it. And so Warwickshire, having stalled to break that third wicket partnership, get 2 wickets in 2 balls, and Taylor has gone. Booth took the catch there, just standing waiting just for it to arrive at him, and he took it nice comfortable height. So it came and went very quickly, Jack Taylor.
Yeah, I'm not sure he'll particularly remember that shot with great fondness. Right, it was almost like
yes, I was going to say, just like the warm up, isn't it? But they do a bit of slip fielding practice.
Well, we saw Ollie Handover get 2 and 2 balls and then not have a chance to get a hat-trick because it was the end of the innings against Surrey. Jordan Thompson now on a hat-trick. Van Buren, another experienced batter. But just hope this might slow Gloucestershire up a little bit in the last 10 overs. They still have plenty of wickets in hand, but a couple more would start making that a bit more of an issue. Price just chatting. Van Buren towers over him, tall batter. There's Ollie Price. It's a hat-trick ball for Jordan Thompson.
Can't remember the last hat-trick in this competition, which we commentated. So Van Buren waits, and Thompson is on his way in. The first ball, it won't be a hat-trick, he's chopped it away down to the third man and gets the single. The final ball for Jordan Thompson's over. The end of that eventful over, 2 wickets, and Gloucestershire moved on to 204 for 4. They've got 8 overs remaining. Price will not be on the strike. Started a new over.
Well, they got 8 off that over, 7 which went against the bowler's then because 1 was a leg by. So if they carry on at that rate, it will be 268. So that would be an above average score here. Said that. A couple couple of years ago, Warwickshire made 311 and only just one. But, Michael Booth is replacing Jake Lintott. Did take a bit of tap in that last over. So Booth back into the attack. And so for Booth, it'll be his 9th over, so he's got 2 left. Jake Lintott, 1 for 64. Only 5 bowlers used so far, so they'll all have to bowl 10 unless RB8 goes for another option at some point. It's getting fairly late in the day for that. It's going to be a single down to fine leg.
He hasn't got that many options left, has he? Got himself.
Yeah.
Which I think it's unlikely that will happen.
Price was just put off by something. So held Booth up there.
Nobody close to him, so I wouldn't have thought they were yattering to each other.
Malik, no run. Star of the show. She's batting Cameron Bancroft. To work hard for his 46. Just see. Joe selecting with 42. This is the innings really that's Gloucestershire are building on. And he will get 2 there. As Jordan Thompson fields.
Breeze is definitely picking up and blowing across the ground today. It's certainly a lot cooler than it has been over the last few days.
In the air, but safe, and that's a positive running there. It was Graham Van Buren who turned very quickly to claim the 2nd run. Field well spread out on that leg side. Even though it's not the biggest outfield in the world, it's still space there for them to take 2 if they're decisive.
We dropped into the field just inside the fielding circle and everybody had to converge in on it. Gave them a chance for the 2nd.
This one I think will only be 1. Kai Smith sprints to the ball. 1 it is. So if Booth can get out of this over without conceding a boundary, I think he'll take that. 6 runs off it so far. That's ball over then from Booth. Booth settles for a single, which means he will keep the strike. 7 off the over. Slightly. 211 for 4. 7 and over from here, but take them to 260.
I've had an answer, Clive, on when was the last hat-trick? It was way back in 1996 when Sean Pollock got forward with some 4 balls.
There
Tim,
for that.
Mr. Tim Morgan for letting me know that.
I think was that Pollock's first game? Certainly it was pretty early in his
I think it might
time
have
with
been.
Warwickshire. I'm going to see Jordan Thompson bowl his penultimate over, assuming he bowls the full 10.
7 overs remaining, 211. So, and Price, who's on the is on 99. So it's Rugby School who's facing his first ball from Thompson. A bit of discussion amongst the senior players as to who's going to go where. They've sorted it. Thompson's on his way. He's in and bowls. And that's short and high, and it's given us a wide. It flew over Van Buren's head. It signalled at square leg that was a wide, and so bowl that one again. 211 for 4. Waits, goes back and then hammers this one. Absolutely pushed this one away through backward point. His first step, the movement was a backward step to open his stance up, and he really laid into that one. So Kai Smith out here on the cover boundary had absolutely no chance. All he had to do was go and fetch it from the fence at the back. It went like a rocket across the ground. 216 for 4. Runs up to 7. So the runs keep coming. Effectively, that was the first ball of the over, because that wide of the first legitimate ball. Bolson's run again. Van Buren looking to thump it away, but this time doesn't make contact. I think he's laying his stall out fairly clearly here, Clive.
Yeah, it's inevitable really with these wickets in hand that they will come out.
Yeah.
And that's why Warwickshire could just nick out another couple. Might just force them to calm down a bit, Gloucestershire, but they benefited of a very, very cautious start, but has had the effect of giving them license to go for it in the closing overs.
Thompson balls. Steers this one out. Kai Smith comes running around towards that backward point position. Comes about 20 yards, gets to it and keeps them down to a single.
And he scored 19 runs in the first 9 overs, and although they had a slightly better over in the 10th over, the power play was still only worth 27, and it didn't really pick up much. A fair bit later, on 40 after 15 overs. Still looking at a challenging total here.
So his only price on 99 from 110 deliveries. Waits. As Thompson is in and bowls, and this is flicked away down to fine leg for 4 to bring up his century, and very well deserved and well played, and gets a big hug. Heard that 12 falls and 1 6, and gets a big hug from Van Buren, who's had to almost reach up to be able to hug him.
It's his 4th list day century. 116 is actually his highest score, so he might have his eyes on that.
Yeah, this is again Price looking to drive that one away, but misses it, and through goes to keeper Davis. This over's gone for 10 with the 1 ball to go. And Gloucestershire with 6 overs after in 1 ball. They've got 221 for 4. So it's going to be a good test for Warwickshire when they bat. There's Thompson on his way, he's in and bowls. It's driven straight up the ground. It will only be a single as Bamber picks up and fires it back to Thompson. Price retains the strike. He's on 104, Van Buren is on 8. And Gloucestershire after 44 overs at 222 for 4.
11 off that over, so 39 off the last 4. Just shy of 10 and over in this Final block of 10, if they can keep that up, looking at that 280 mark. Should be their target. As we're going to see Michael Booth bowl his final over. Price on strike. Not got hold of that. That will be a leg by, I fancy. 3 for 1 at any rate. No, it must have got a bit of bat on it. So
a little bit
one
of
run.
inside edge or something onto it.
Score successfully chased down here is only 243, but the teams batting first have won more often than not, so there haven't been that many chases that have been successful. What is still the early history of cricket on this ground. That's county cricket I'm talking about, of course. Good start to the over again from Michael Booth. Managed to avoid any boundaries in his last over. It won't be a boundary either. Kai Smith is able to feel that. Keep him down to 1.
Good to see Michael Booth being able to get through his full allocation of overs, and after such a long absence away from the game this summer.
And Dolby's preparing to come back. As I say, those 5 bowlers' views are all going to have to bowl their 10 unless Rugby Yates opts to bowl 1 or 2 himself at this late in the innings. That would be a surprise. Now, who wants that? That's an awkward one. Oh, well taken. That's a good catch, that, because that's Rob Yates. I'll say makes up for dropping him earlier, for dropping the catch earlier, but it was a very good catch, that, because that was high in the air. He had to run back and then stretch for it, and Van Buren goes for 9, and Yates holding on there.
Yeah, a terrific catch. It kept going further and further away from him, and as you say, with the height, it was fantastic judgment, because he was all the time running away and trying to get under it, and in the end he got both hands to it. Terrific catch.
So wicket for Michael Booth then. And this is so far good. The wind is picking up here. It's getting another reason why that was a good catch, is the breeze is blowing. Tommy Boorman, who was brought into the side for this game, his first appearance of the season, and he is the new batter in. 9. 20 years of age, Tommy Boorman. He's local to Gloucestershire, being born in Cheltenham. He's played first-class cricket this season. He's played the championship, a couple of championship games. Not played in this competition until now. Hasn't really got time to play himself in. Might be the sensible thing is to get Price on strike. 1 ball the over to go. Again, if he can get out with no more than 1 or even 2 off this last ball, it would have been a very good over at this stage from Michael Booth.
Gloucestershire got the Cheltenham Festival coming up later in this month, or?
So, yeah.
You mentioning he comes from Cheltenham, I can't remember. They've had part of it, haven't they, earlier on?
And that will be just 1 run. So really good over from Michael Booth at this stage of the innings to go for 5. Got the wicket as well. 2-2-7 for 5. 5 overs to go. Well, I guess I'll be thinking 10 and over. Just get them to 277. Warwickshire should be hoping they might be able to keep him down, say to. Well, they can keep him down to a runner ball. That will keep him down to 257. Ollie and Dolby had bowled 3 maidens early in the innings. He's coming back into the attack. Figures of 1 for 30 in his 8 overs.
So he's got 2. Thompson's still got 1.
Todd's got 2. So keeping Todd to bowl quite late in the innings. But maybe he's hoping to prize Price out before bringing him back.
Here's Alan Dolby in, driven, but only up to Yates, short extra cover.
Looked like it might carry for a moment, but just bounced in front of Yates. Just low above the ground. Good fielding.
One Price is on 107. Did you say his high score was 106?
16.
This is hit. Drops out of.
No, the umpire's saying no.
Well,
Dead ball. He's saying dead ball.
I have to say, the ball came out of Oliver Hammond Dolby's hand.
They're going to consult now.
And
it obviously came out. I mean, he obviously didn't bowl it the way it was intended. I remember there was a bit of a dispute when I remember seeing a match where Andy Moles was batting, and something similar happened. The ball landed just sort of wide of him, level with the stumps, and they were about to pick it up. And he said, "No, don't pick it up. I'm going to play a shot." And he hit it for 4. Not sure it went down too well with the opposition. So the umpires are now going to have to rule as to whether that shot should be allowed or whether that is a dead ball.
I think the problem was that with the other thing with that, it sat up very inviting because it bounced, a nice slow bounce, which Price said, "Thank you very much, I'm going to whack that one away." And they're still talking about it. I think they've got to give the 4 there, you know.
Yeah, that's obviously, it looks like the umpires don't entirely agree. One of them has to make the decision. And the decision is... Yeah, he's signalled no ball. And a 6.
It didn't go to 6.
I think it did, yeah.
No, it bounced inside.
Oh yeah, he's corrected it now. And given a 4 and a no ball. Ollie and Dolby's disputing that. So it'll be a free hit, presumably.
There's still arguments going on there between Jordan Thompson, Ollie Hannon Dolby with the umpire, but it's a free hit. Exactly. So this could be a very expensive delivery.
Hannon Dolby is not happy. It's an interesting one. See, it just bounced in front of the rope, but when the ball comes out completely wrong like that, it's a bit of a grey area. Yeah, that's not going to improve his mood. The catch, of course, but it's not out.
I think his foot was even going to go there. Took the catch well though, didn't he?
Yeah, he was fielding it because he knew that catch wouldn't count.
It's hand dog again. Normal business service has been resumed, and this is pulled. Oh, and pulled away through past the short fine leg, and it does enough to get down to the boundary because there's a chase round from behind him. You can't get to it and in time, and 4 more to the total. So just a little bit of indiscipline here for various reasons.
Ethan Bamberg just couldn't quite reach that, dive for it, didn't quite make it.
Running round, but not able to get to it. As Helen Dolby is in again and bowls, and this is going to be more runs turned away to Malik, who fires this one back in, restricts onto a single. 238 for 5. In the meantime, the ball ticking along quite nicely this over for whatever reason. It's 10 already off the over. Delivery still to go, so it's going to be another good over for Gloucestershire. As Helen Dolby comes in and bowls, and this is runs again. Turned out to Malik, who is again picks up a good throw over the top of the stumps. Restricts into a single.
Just having a chat. Price might be saying to Borman, try and hit this out of the ground, because he'll want to keep strike at the beginning of the next over, so he won't want a single here, I would have thought.
Ian bowls, and this is looking to cut it away into the covers. It gets a bottom edge and almost rolls back into his stumps. So Borman survives. 239 for 5. We've got 4 overs remaining. Borman's on 6, Price is on 113.
So after all the kerfuffle on that over, it went for 12 in the end. Long discussion over whether the one that almost fell out of Ollie Dolby's hand, whether that should be deemed a dead ball or not. And the umpires discussed it long and hard, so probably fair to say they weren't entirely in agreement, otherwise they would have discussed it for so long, but they in the end came to the conclusion that it should count and that the boundary hit off it should count, and to make matters worse for Warwickshire, it's a no ball. And it was a free hit which almost got hit for 6 but was just stopped inside the rope. So Jake Lintott is going to now come into bowl. They might have hoped to have got rid of Ollie Price before bringing him back, but they haven't. The Price was just playing powerful sweep shots basically off Lintott to good effect previously. Kenny Smith just in front of us. I'll say it quietly because you might hear me if I speak too loudly, but he's just like a square leg in front of us. It's third and long leg are both inside the circle. This time he goes for a different shot altogether, and a very effective one for 4 runs.
Yeah,
sat up nicely.
Picked the spot beautifully. Had a good look round, knew where the gaps were, and put that ball straight to it. Mind you, as you say, it did sit up nicely for him.
That's career best now for Ollie Price and List A cricket.
Well done to him.
So Robbie Yates is going to plug the gap that he's just played that shot in. Will be safe and will be 4. George Gartner racing to get round, but the ball bounces off fairly hard ground and in towards the pavilion. So successive boundaries from Ollie Price at the start of the over, putting Lintott under real pressure here.
Yeah, I just wonder whether this was the real plan for Jake Lintott to have 2 of the last 4 overs, possibly.
I don't think it will have been,
no.
but I think they were probably hoping, because Ollie Price was scoring runs off him very well. They're probably hoping they could get Price out. Robbie is not opting to bring himself on at all. And that is going to be 1. Theo Wiley, of course, not selected for this one, which, given that he took fifers in both matches, or 2 matches rather, at rugby last season, must have been a thought.
Taz Ali.
Taz Ali, sorry, Taz Ali I meant, yes, beg your pardon. It'll be another single. But it does get Price back on strike. So They're on the verge of the 250 mark. How much further can they take it? Ollie Price's century, by the way, is the 5th century on this ground in county cricket. So he goes onto my honours board. That is out. So some relief for Jake Lintott. The ball caught in the deep by Jordan Thompson, and an excellent innings by Ollie Price ends. He goes for 122, the 3rd highest score by a county player on this ground. He fails to overtake Alex Davis by just 1 run, or reach Alex Davis by just 1 run. Tom Sibley's 149 remains the highest. It's been a big innings for Gloucestershire, that one from Ollie Price. Lintott finally getting in. We went for, describe the shot really, but straight to the fielder, and Jordan Thompson taking the catch. Thompson involved in 3 dismissals today, having got 2 with the ball. Lintott, who still has an over to go after this one.
There's a big blow at this, with these last couple of overs to go to get rid of that wicket, because Price really had been dangerous throughout.
Daz Ahmed is the new batter in. Gets off the mark straight away.
Brings up to 250.
He's played a couple of T20 Blast games this season for Gloucestershire. Had 1 innings when he finished 1 not out. So perfect record in that sense. So the 250 coming up at the end of 47 overs.
So still 4 wickets in hand. Just lost a little, but then on that chase it was kind of expected that some wickets would fall. They got them in hand to be able to have the chase. And still, I would think, looking at that 275, 280 as Hannah Dolby in bowls. This is driven to on for a single. It's a little bit.
550 coming in 30. Sorry, Phil. 550 coming in 34 balls. Actually, slightly slower than the 4th 50, which came in 25. Scoring at a decent rate for a while now.
Dolby is steered out to Rob Yates, who's having a shot. There's some misses, but probably would have just run Dorman out.
Yes, I think. Yeah, sorry, I thought he was going to be in. Yeah, I think he probably would have been out.
So he had time to. The thing was, he had time to actually steady himself and aim, but it wasn't that far away. But another single to the total. So Borman goes to 8. Ahmed is facing on 252 for 6. And Dolby in. This is picked away nicely. And up to George Garton, who comes in off the long on boundary and does the field. Again, restricts them to a single.
So settled for that. And Dolby is a little bit damaged by the no ball call in his previous over.
Waits. He's on 8. He launches this one hard and high and very high and over the fence for 6. That is over long off and got hold of that nicely. So he goes on to 14 with that shot, and Gloucestershire move up to 259 for 6.
Good effort from Jordan Thompson, who ended up slightly worried for his welfare there. The tarmac road just behind there, where he tried to stop that. He just managed to stay on his feet there though. And the spectator helpfully retrieved the ball for him.
Dobby in again. Oh, and that's a clever little reverse sweep shot, which is beautifully timed in a way. And 4 more. And that was it's almost like a premeditated shot from Borman, but very effective. 263 for 6, and it's total. You need to get up towards that one we were talking about. Borman moves up with that shot up to 18.
Certainly above average now for a 50 over game here. So it's going to be a good run. Chase if Warwickshire make it.
In again to bowl. And this is going to be Kai Smith taking a wonderful catch, coming in off the cover boundary, gets down very low and takes the catch. The Borman goes, trying to obviously force it, playing a cut which he got underneath and running in. Kai Smith got down and just took the ball in front of him about 10 yards in from the boundary. So nice little cameo from Borman, but Gloucestershire lose their 7th wicket. They're 263 for 7. And at the end of Anandol's spell. Anandol ends with 2 for 55.
18 then off 9 balls from Tommy Borman. 7 wickets down, 2 overs to go. Still looking for 280. Lintott is going to bowl his final over, so Warwickshire just using the 5 bowlers, unless they dumbfound us by bringing someone on for the last over who hasn't bowled yet. Well, that would be Rob Yates, you would think. But I don't think that will happen. This one, where's that gone? That's got to be out.
Straight up in the air.
High in the sky and lands in the hands of Zen Malik, who took it very calmly indeed. And Ahmed goes for 3, and Lintott has his 2nd wicket.
So these wickets just beginning to tumble now. 263 for 8.
It'd be 5 there, all I can see the
Malik's 2nd catch of the season in the competition. Well, they might be able to bowl them out before the 50 overs are up.
Whilst it's slightly above the average score, it's not out of sight, this one, is it, at the moment? So, and full credit with sort of kind of saying, did they really want Jake Lintott to bowl the last couple of overs? Well, he's taken a couple of wickets. He's been not hugely expensive, but
Ed Middleton is a new batter in. He actually played, this is I think his first team game of the season. He's had 8 first-class appearances.
I think this is Williams, isn't it, who's facing this one?
Sorry, yes, Middleton was already in, I beg his pardon. And it's a dot ball. Lintott racing to get back to his mark. I'm not sure whether we don't have a cut-off time on the scoreboard here. I don't know whether that's an issue. Normally isn't in the 50 over game, but he just seems to be rushing in. Maybe he just wants to get his over done with there. Will Williams then off the mark there with a single. Experienced player, 33 years of age, from New Zealand. And that is Middleton. It's a nice orthodox cricket shot, you won't get anything for that. And this is a really good over from Lintott. It's been fairly expensive overall, but he's come back well.
Yes, he has.
This over, just the one off it so far. And that will be one Michael Booth feels, and they do have time to come back for a second. Tumbling stop from Booth, they're through for 2. But we're going to need well, the 280s now looking a little bit probably beyond them. They'll certainly be looking to get up towards 275. And they'll get one more run there to finish Lintott. So 79 runs conceded by Lintop, but he does get the wicket at the end, and that is the most expensive analysis for a Warwickshire bowler so far this season, which is good news for Ollie Dolby because it knocks him off the top. He conceded 71 in 9.4 overs at Northampton. That's just been slightly passed by Jake Lintott. It's nowhere near the biggest in the country though. Some fairly eye-watering figures. Yeah, 1 for 93 in 9 overs for Ian Holland, bowling for Leicestershire against Lancashire at Leicester. It's a cool game for bowlers. It's the white ball game. Yeah. So there's only one bowler with an over left, and it's Jordan Thompson to bowl the final over.
Well, it's worked out in the end for Robbie Yates that his 5 bowlers have all been able to. He's been able to use them for the 10. Thompson in. That one is quick delivery, sharp delivery, which goes past Middleton, top of the bat and through to the keeper, and Davison in to go down to his left-hand side, one-handed to stop it, but
it's a good stop that from Davis. That's gone past, and that's 4. There's no one on the boundary down there.
Turns. Anyway, he's in bowls and is looking to sweep it away. Middleton, no timing, doesn't get bat on ball. It's runs away for a leg by. Yeah, just being signalled now. So 1 more to the total, 268. Got 4 balls to go in the Gloucestershire innings. He's got those 2 wickets in hand. And it's probably not quite the total that it was looking like it would be, but it's still going to be a testing target. This one is hit in the air and is out. He got the reverse sweep and lobbed it in the end, up in the air, saw an opportunity. And Williams has gone for 1. Caught by Oliver Dolby off the bowling of Thompson, Jordan Thompson. So the 9th wicket goes, and Williams out for 1.
3 wickets now for Jordan Thompson, but Ollie Dolby actually was about to race towards the bat. He thought when he saw the batter going for the shot, he turned with a view to running back and fielding it, then realised he'd be mishit and had to sort of twist round and take the catch fairly comfortably in the end. So they could yet bowl Gloucestershire out just short of their 50 overs as Luke Charlesworth comes in as the last batter. Might be able to keep them below 270 in the end. Still would be a record run chase on this ground. Not there have been many games. This is effectively the 8th T20 50 over game on this ground. And one of the others was rain reduced.
So it was a 50 over game which was abandoned as well, wasn't it? Yeah.
Not counted that.
Thompson in bowls. Charlesworth is going to get. I don't think he'll be given the run. I think he'll be put down as a leg by. No, he has given him still a little bit of bat onto it. 1 more to the total.
The lowest score defended anywhere in the country last season was on this ground. That was Middlesex defending that 217 all out against Warwickshire. Sure hope to make a better fist of this run chasing. That's a bigger one.
This is flushed away out to backward point. So Smith covers a fair bit of ground, gets there and struts them to a single. So 270 for 9. Charlesworth will be facing the final ball of this Gloucestershire innings. And Thompson 3 for 47. It's 9.5 overs. The bowlers. It'll be a rush for the burger bar. Thompson comes in. Johnson back out again, and this one is going to be shy. So everybody misses. Oh, it's like bagatelle here. This ball is running around. They end up with one guy. It could have been, with the way the ball was being thrown at stumps at either end there by everybody, it could have been 2 or 3, but it ends up as 1. And Gloucestershire end up on 271 for 9 from their 50 overs.
Yeah, which on this ground, you keep saying, is yes, it's a fairly decent score. They started very, very cautiously. The last 10 overs in the end went for 88 runs. The last 3 went for 21, so that was a decent last 3 from Warwickshire's point of view, but a decent last 10, I would suggest, from Gloucestershire's point of view, who started very cautiously but kept wickets in hand, which was crucial for them. Cameron Bancroft never found it easy, but he did last 83 deliveries, making 46, and had a decent stand of 90 for the second wicket with Ollie Price. But Ollie Price really held the innings together, 122 off 124 balls, 15 fours and 1 6. He got support from Joseph Eklund, 42, and the rest really were cameos at the end. Tommy Borman making 18 off 9 balls for Warwickshire. The bowling figures, the top wicket taker was Jordan Thompson, 3 for 47 from his 10 overs. Most economical bowler was Ethan Bamber, bowled 10 overs for 35. Ollie Allen Dorby bowled 3 maidens, ended up with 2 for 55. Michael Booth 1 for 49, and Jake Lintott 3 for 79. So there we are. Warwickshire will need 272 to win when we return. You can see from the worm how much the innings accelerated. Pretty flat early on, curving up, even though there were lots of circles at the end where wickets fell. But one thing for Gloucestershire was they left those wickets in hand. So I always think when a team is all out or 9 down, you feel that they've reached their potential. I always worry if a team's got even a big score, if they've got it for 1 or 2 wickets, you wonder whether they haven't left something out there. Anyway, we'll be back for see the partnerships. 2 big partnerships early in the innings. After that, wickets fell fairly regularly, and Warwickshire could be an entertaining one. This one, chasing 272 to win.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be. I think it's enough runs to chase. They wouldn't want any more. And there's a little bit still in the wicket, so look forward to seeing how Warwickshire reply.
Thought of it. Yeah.
Thanks, pal.
Yeah, let's go for that. With our bags up. That's amazing. Go on, Kai.
Did he close the tab though? That sun's moving round now though. Maybe after like 20.
Rowie. Well, it's here, mate.
Very warm welcome back to Rugby School, where we've had the innings break in this men's Metrobank one-day cup clash between Warwickshire and Gloucestershire. As you can see right there, Gloucestershire finishing on a competitive total of 271 for 9 from their 50 overs. The targets for the home side, 272 in what is a must-win encounter for both of these clubs. Looking at the current state of Group A, a defeat here will signal the end of the club's respective 50-over campaign. Just looking out there, it will be Rob Yates and Kai Smith, a new opening pairing for Warwickshire today. Of course, still got the likes of Vance Jarney, Zen Malik, Alex Davis, George Garton, Jordan Thompson and Michael Booth in that batting lineup. I suppose the real story of that first 50 was Ollie Price, the first century of the campaign for the Oxfordshire Pathway product. A magnificent 122. Also really good to see Jordan Thompson taking his first wickets in the List A format, the former Yorkshire all-rounder taking figures of 3 for 47. Looking out there at this resplendent cricketing venue, it will be Will Williams, the former Lancashire man, to open up the bowling from the school end. Williams, of course, one of the newcomers for the Gloucestershire side heading into 2026. Very much a new look bowling attack compared to 2025. number of players, the likes of Dom Goodman, Ajit Singh Dale. Tom Price as well departing the club, along with Zaman Akhtar. The likes of Luke Charlesworth a little bit later. Here is Williams then bowling at first to Kai Smith. And the Warwickshire run chase will start with a single guided down to deep third. Slight change in the field here. Ollie Price just taking a couple of steps to his left at backward point. Rob Yates starts off with a defensive shot. Of course, Yates, product of the Warwickshire pathway, captaining the side as well in the absence of Sam Hain, who sadly suffered a knee injury in the first game of the campaign against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Mosley products stepping in for Hain for the time being.
He started promptly.
We certainly did. Great to have you back, Clive.
I was right at the other end of the ground.
Well, Clive, I haven't really touched upon it yet, but the target here for Warwickshire, 272. It's a competitive total, isn't it? It feels like someone in this Warwickshire batting unit, akin to Ollie Price, needs a pretty big score.
Yeah, it's interesting how they approach it, because Gloucestershire were very cautious in the power play, the first 10 overs, first 15 overs really. They went very slowly, kept wickets in hand.
It's a fantastic point you make, because even looking at the drinks break, Gloucestershire were 87 for 1 at that stage, scored 190 exactly from the remaining 25 overs, and yes, the lion's share of that was scored by Ollie Price, but there's also the arrival of Joseph Eklund. That really changed things, didn't it? The way in which he upped the ante.
Yes. No run there. It's pushed into the offside. For you. Oh, you're on the telly. Is that what the call was? Yeah, it would be interesting to say. We're interested to see how they approach it. I mean, statistically on this ground, and bear in mind we haven't had that many games. This is the 7th in a 3-year period. They had one before that a few years back. But statistically, 253 is the average winning score batting first. So they have got above average, but that will help Warwickshire's cause with the first boundary of the innings. Struck nicely by Rob Yates.
Well struck and well placed as well, wasn't it? It's a real strong suit of Yates' game. Square of the wicket. Really loves that drive through point and, of course, through the covers as well.
Oh, that's just short of the fielder down there. I don't think it quite carried to Tommy Boorman. He dived forward, couldn't get hold of it. After the 4, a slightly streaky shot there for Yates. It would be the record run chase on this ground. Again, that's not saying very much, because there's only been a couple of run chases, but it would be the record they get. It wouldn't be the highest second innings score though, because Surrey got 308 when they were chasing 312 here.
Certain Dom Sibley scored a century in that game as well.
The highest score, on the individual score on this ground by a county player, 140.
So from the south end, it will be Luke Charlesworth. So unsurprisingly, seen from both ends. Luke, of course, the younger brother of fellow Gloucestershire cricketer Ben Charlesworth, who is leaving the club at the end of this season, heading up to Lancashire on a 3-year deal from 2027 onwards. But really good to see Luke getting this run in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. It was a decent pace and certainly been a good wicket-taking option for Jack Taylor in the early exchanges here in Group A.
Warwickshire pace it? That's the question, because both teams desperately need to win. Whoever loses this, you can't quite say they'd be out of it, but their chances would look pretty slim.
Well, having crunched the numbers on it, Clive, which again probably is a testament to how sad my life is, but 4 wins wouldn't be enough, actually. So whoever does lose today would actually be out, which is crazy.
That'll be a single. Well, I mentioned it before, but 5 wins and 3 defeats is what Warwickshire got last season and didn't call. That's a no ball. We're going to have a free hit here. Overstepping. They ran a single, so the field can change. So those slips will disappear. Yes, so they did win 5 and lose 3 last season. They didn't qualify. The season before that, they did qualify with 5 wins. They did also have 1 no result. However, 2 other counties actually did qualify with 5 wins and 3 defeats. You've got to finish in the top 3 to progress in one way or another in the competition. So here's a chance for Kai Smith. Free hit. Oh, he's taken full advantage of it. That's gone all the way. That might have hit the Wisden cricket bookstore there, just around the back of that. Or actually might be just in front of the lost child section, so I hope there weren't any lost children wandering in that direction. But full advantage of the free hit. Was a no ball. It hasn't gone on our screen, I noticed. That was a no ball, the previous one. So I think the total might be 15 with that loss.
Second ball was no 1 custody.
Oh, there it is now. It's defended by Smith.
It's nice to see Kai Smith opening the batting as well, isn't it? Something that he's done for Harborne in club cricket. Seen him in the second 11 T20, of course. Warwickshire winning that competition at Wormsley this season. So, nice opportunity for him to just make his mark batting alongside Rob Yates.
Well, he sort of did make his mark, really, in this competition, didn't he, with that incredible innings at New Road a couple of years back. That's a good shot. I think that's going to go all the way. There's 2 fielders giving chase, but they're not going to get there. Very nicely timed shot from Smith. It's a good start from Warwickshire.
It's a terrific start, 19 without loss, and Kai Smith 4 balls faced. He's hit 11, including 2 boundaries, 1 big 6 down towards that white marquee on the far side of the school ground itself, and that next one just leans into the shot, caresses it away for 4. Really, really positive beginning to the innings.
Just wanted about a single there. He didn't know where the ball had gone initially, Kai Smith. He didn't go where he intended, that's for sure. Rob Yates was interested in a single, but Smith was too busy looking to see where the ball had gone. Oh, they're going to have a chat now. Captain's going to chat to his fellow batter. When I say run, doesn't beat the inner field this time, and they have to scamper to get the single, which they did get, but good stop by Das Ahmed and a good throw from him. So end of the over, 20 without loss.
Yeah, it has been a very fast start this for the Bears. Just to let you know, when Gloucestershire actually reached the 20s, that was in the 10th over. So it has been quite the fast start.
So that's the one, thank you.
Here's the continuation then for Will Williams. Bowling up first here to Kai Smith. Shoulders arms to his latest delivery. Staggering to think, isn't it? Rob Yates, he's been around for a number of years now with the Bears. Still only 25 years of age. The Solihull born opener. Kai Smith alongside him, 21-year-old from Dubai.
No, mate, we still
The
need a
different
break.
combination though. Smith
Can't just
very
do
much
like
the
8 hours
enterprising,
break.
swashbuckling figure. Yates, very classy
Happy
operator.
for them to get somebody else to play.
Plays the more traditional shots, as we said, square the wicket and through the covers. Also very strong on the pull and the hook, as he has displayed on many an occasion across formats for Warwickshire over the years.
Yeah, it was a bit different against Surrey, wasn't it, when Ed Barnard opened with Yates. They're perhaps a bit more similar.
Out of interest, Clive, did you see the, or read I should say, the post-match comments from Ed Barnard?
I didn't actually. I must confess.
I'll give you more on this after this ball. Defended away by Kai Smith. He said the start of his innings he felt very scratchy.
Well, I think, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That it did feel a bit scratchy, to be honest. It did take him a while to play himself in. I wanted to see him nip up a little bit at Kai Smith. But yeah, I can understand that. I hope he gets a chance to play in the 100 at some point.
The dot ball here for Will Williams. Was great to have him back though, wasn't it?
It was. Let's have a look. They are playing today. He's not in the team, sadly. Sunrisers leaves.
You never know, he could be back for the final 2 matches. Home matches they are, of course, here at Rugby. Well played by Kai Smith. Carved through the offside, there's no protection. Out at deep cover. Well fielded by one of the young spectators out there towards the bank. 4 more off the bats of Kai Smith.
Bit of teamwork there from the youngsters to see who's going to throw it back. Again, so it's a contrasting start here. Gloucestershire weren't hitting the boundaries early on.
This is the style that suits Kai Smith. This is his natural game. He likes that early feel of bat and ball. If he can get those couple of boundaries in the first 5 to 10 deliveries that he's faced, you can tell that he's in a little bit of a groove. He's got his form, he's got his confidence, but of course for Gloucestershire, they'll see that as a double-edged sword, won't they? Because when you've got a player like that, yes, they can score quickly. They can also depart equally quickly as well. Warwickshire 24 without loss after 3.
Yeah, just the one scoring shot in that over, but it was a good one. Charles Smith will continue. Yates slip in place. That's well placed by Yates. That's going to go all the way. Oops. move your beer. Yeah, well done. But very nicely struck. That very nicely timed by Rob Yates. This is a woman there having her own little picnic, eating a sandwich with a cup of beer beside her. I think it's beer, might be cider. She moved it very briskly as the ball headed towards her. Yet another boundary for Warwickshire. There's an appeal for LBW. It's an impressive looking appeal from Charles Worth. It doesn't get him anywhere. Not out. Signal from the umpire suggesting it was going down. A little bit of controversy earlier when he initially, when a ball came out of Ollie Hannon-Dolby's hand in a strange way and sort of possibly bounced a couple of times towards the batter. He initially called it dead ball after the batter hit it for 4 outside the line, possibly. Maybe that's what the signal was actually on reflection. Initially gave it as dead ball, which would have ruled out the 4, but then after consulting his fellow umpire, after quite a long discussion, he changed the decision to not only allow the 4 but also make it a no ball and a free hit. Fair to say that Ollie Hannon-Dolby wasn't too happy. Naeem Ashraf was the umpire at the bowler's end. The other umpire is Tom Lungley. The free hit was nearly hit out of the ground. Unfortunately for Warwickshire, it was actually caught just inside the rope. Well, that's edged, I think, and it's beaten the dive of the wicket-keeper and gone down for 4. Was that a sharp chance? Wicket-keeper's body language would suggest it possibly was. James Bracey.
Would be good to see a replay of this from Robbie Yates. We saw it early doors actually with the Warwickshire seamers. They were clipping the edge with great consistency. It's just that the edges were flying away too quickly. The chances to materialise. It's a slight flash of the hands, wasn't it, from Rob Yates? A couple of...
Can't tell whether there was a chance or not from that picture. Oh, that wasn't that far off the fielder's hand, but he's got it over the top of the fielder there. Ollie Price, who's one of the taller players in the Gloucestershire team, and it's gone down for yet another boundary.
Nicely slashed away, wasn't it, by Rob Yates? Just rolling the wrists, opening the back face ever so slightly. The outfield is so quick here at Rugby School. It's still lush though, isn't it, Clive? It's still very much got that lovely green colour.
Defended at the end of the over, but 3 boundaries of that over, one of them an edge, which might have been a sharp chance of the wicket-keeper, but 3 fours nonetheless. So Yates on to 18, outscoring Kai Smith, now 36 without loss. Well, he had 4 overs, 12 off that over.
Very fast start this between Rob Yates and Kai Smith. You can see there the difference in the run rate. It was a very watchful start, wasn't it, between Cameron Bancroft. Of course, Bracey fell early, so Ollie Price, he himself had to dig in and graft away in the opening exchanges. Of course, Ollie Price, the early hard work that he put in, paid dividends later on. A centurion for Gloucestershire has got them up to a competitive total here at Rugby today, 272. That is the target for Warwickshire. These two already barnstorming 36-run stand in the first 24 legal deliveries. So it's Will Williams, the New Zealander, with ball in hand from the school end. Quick single taken. Taking a chance there against Joseph Eklund. He was also very impressive, wasn't he, Clive? The consistency, the fluency that he showed at the crease, and the power, especially down the ground. Someone to watch out for.
Yeah, hit the first 3 sixes of the match. This is an interesting one, this Warwickshire. They started really well. Remember that Gloucestershire finished very strongly. I mean, you normally, traditionally, you talk about doubling your score after 30 overs. Well, they had 105 after 30 overs, so they almost trebled it, never mind doubled it. And they did that because they kept wickets in hand. So it's something Warwickshire will have to keep in mind, just even though they are scoring so briskly.
It's laying a foundation, isn't it, really? And especially for the Bears today. Great to have Jordan Thompson in the side, making his first career list day appearance for Warwickshire, and just a 2nd overall.
He can certainly hit the ball, Jordan Thompson, should Warwickshire need him.
It's happy. Just soak up that latest delivery from Williams, of course. Vachjani, Zen Malik, Alex Davis, George Garton as well, who's been playing as a specialist bat/fielder in this year's competition. Suffered a stress fracture earlier on in the calendar year, which has ruled him out from bowling, but certainly made a mark with the bat in hand. Scored a wonderful century against Nottinghamshire at the John Fretwell Centre in Welbeck. It's a very deep batting core for the home side today. As we say that, you're So want a solid start, don't you, Clive?
Yeah. Well, as I say, it's important to keep wickets in hand. It's a long way to go to get to the 272. They've started well. Yates is playing this over cautiously. Good accurate over so far from Williams.
Tucked away by Rob Yates. Rotating the strike. It has been a good over though, hasn't it, from Will Williams? Keeping it very tidy from the school end. Just the 13 runs conceded from his opening 17 deliveries. The key though for any bowler, doesn't matter how young, how old, how experienced, how new you are to the game, got to round out your over strong. Don't want to be conceding a boundary.
His teammates like that ball. It doesn't come out of the middle of the bat, but that's the end of a tight over them. 2 off it. 38 without loss after 5. First 5 for Gloucestershire. They got to 12 without loss. So Warwickshire well ahead of that, as I say. Those comparisons, they always tell the true story, because you've got to bear in mind how strongly Gloucestershire finished.
I suppose the other thing as well, of course, this is the first game of the Rugby Cricket Festival itself for this season, so Gloucestershire came into that without really knowing what a good start would be. Of course, they weren't looking for 12 runs, were they, from the opening 5, but there was a little bit of nibble and bite, especially from Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Ethan Bamber bowled very nicely, so you can see why it was such a watchful and cautious start. But as you said, Clive, the way in which they finished, in particular Ollie Price, was fantastic.
Well, you're making a bowling change here. It's Ahmed is coming in. Charles supposed to go for a 25 from his 2 overs, and no ball didn't help. Yeah, perhaps makes it surprising. Wicketkeeper, by the way, putting the helmet on, so he's standing up to the stumps. Perhaps surprisingly opted about first Gloucestershire, given they won't have much experience of this ground. Didn't give them the responsibility of trying to work out what would be a good score. That's going to the inside of the bat, it will be a run. So Rob Yates, it's up to 20. Need to show that they don't have to rely on Ed Barnard. They did get good support, but nonetheless played the key innings in the victory against Surrey in his 1 appearance. Top run scorer last season as well. But the others are going to have to do it here. That was a swing and a miss. Ollie Price at Gully was convinced he heard something there. He was the only fielder to jump up and down and shout. This must be slightly embarrassing, but no one else does. It's a little bit of an agricultural swing from Smith. You say, well, he plays that way, but got a little bit. Careful, doesn't want to give it away now. He made a solid start. Well, he's got that, but there's a fielder there, so it'll just be 1.
Yeah, Graham Van Buren, the man out there it's practically deep backward point now. It's a slightly wideish deep third, but he's just taken a few steps to his right-hand side as the experienced all-rounder. Imagine he'll have a role to play with the ball. Left arm finger spin, especially against right-handers. Gets that lovely angle back into the stumps. Quite a skiddy, low-arm bowler.
He's not got a huge number of wickets this season in the competition, but has taken wickets in every game. So he's got 5 in total. And a couple of games in the blast as well for Gloucestershire to take, well, a total of 6 overs across the 2 games and took 2 for 63. leave from Yates. So keeper James basically up to the stumps to prevent the Warwickshire batters from coming down the crease, or at least to discourage them from that.
We did see a little bit, didn't we, in the first innings as well. Alex Davis standing up, especially when Oliver Hannon-Dalby was bowling. It was also from the south end of the ground as well.
It's another tidy over, just 2 off. It's the last 2 overs have gone for 2 each. So they've pulled it back a little bit here, Gloucestershire. 40 without loss. Warwickshire need another 232 to secure their 2nd win in a row. Really, when they lost the first 3 games, that meant they're going to have to win 8 in a row to win the competition. Probably.
Yep, absolutely. Just a reminder for those who don't actually know how this Metrobank one-day cup format actually works. So, myself and Clive, we've alluded to it, but you're looking for the top 3. Realistically, neither of these sides, given those slightly shaky starts, can make the top 2. So it would be an away quarter-final. Then you'd have to win your semi-final, which would also be away. And then the final on Sunday the 19th of September at Trent Bridge. Here's Williams to Kai Smith as another slight flash of the blade at that one. Goes behind for a dot ball. Of course, these 2 sides have plenty of recent history when it comes to one-day cup finals. Gloucestershire, the champions in 2015, that unforgettable day against Surrey. 1 year later, in 2016, 10 years ago, it was Warwickshire's turn to beat the Brown Caps. Jonathan Trott, an incredible unbeaten 82, took the Bears to an 8-wicket victory at Lord's. Big appeal here for Will Williams, and the standing umpire agrees it's an excellent shout. Kai Smith has been trapped LBW for 18, and Gloucestershire get their first wicket in the column. It was an enterprising start from the Bears opener. On that occasion, just couldn't get the bat down in time. Trapped in front. The home side 40 for 1 in this, the 7th over.
Well, that one seemed to keep low from the angle that we're looking at it. That's what did for Kai Smith. Let's see it again. Did keep low, probably in front of off stump. Smith ruled LBW. It's actually nipping back a bit. The only thing that Smith might have hoped for is the umpire might have thought it was going to go down, but I think it was certainly low enough. Certainly in line. He's gone.
As a result of that wicket, the new man in at number 3 for Warwickshire will be Zen Malik. He scored 105 runs in his opening 3 appearances in this year's competition. Also made his list day debut at this very ground in 2024, did Zen Malik. He scored 1 run on that occasion as Nottinghamshire beat the Bears by 12 runs via DLS in what I think is only one of 2 slightly rain-impacted games that we've had at Rugby School in these past 3 seasons.
Well, we had one very impacted game. Oh, we're not in these last 3
You're
seasons,
thinking 2015.
but back in 2015, yes. When we all sat around all day watching the rain come down.
Yeah, since then, the weather has been absolutely divine. Here is Malik then. Williams with his tail up. Malik can't quite beat the fielder at backward point, so remains scoreless.
Well, he batted particularly well against Surrey, Zen Malik. His and Manjani's contributions were important around Ed Barnard's innings. The 58 he got was a really good effort in that game. Saw Warwickshire to a total which proved to be enough in the end. With a bit to spare, even though there were times when it looked like they might be in danger, but in the end they actually won it with a little bit to spare. Improved their net run rate somewhat as a result.
That is the other facet, of course, the other string to the bow for both these teams. You need to increase that net run rate. So even if you do win 5 on the spin, as Williams again bowls here to Malik. for yet another dot ball. You've got to ensure that you're the best of those teams who finish with 5 victories. It's not as easy as winning, let's say, 6 of your games or 7. To secure that spot in the top 2 will be a real dogfight. And of course for Warwickshire, after this game, pretty tricky away trip to Grace Road. That'll be next Friday.
It was 2024 when actually Worcestershire actually did come second in that group with 5 wins and 3 defeats. But Derbyshire missed out, so there were 3 teams in Group A, all finished on 10 points. Worcestershire came second, Hampshire third, and Derbyshire were the unlucky team to miss out. Same year, Warwickshire finished third in that group with 5 wins. They also had 1 no result, although actually, even if you took the no result away, 5 wins would have done it. They would have come third anyway.
Final ball of the 7th over, defended by Zen Malik. And that is tremendous work by Will Williams. It's a wicket maiden. Warwickshire 40 for 1 after that first departure. Kai Smith, who was trapped LBW for 18. Massive thank you as well to everybody tuning in via the YouTube live stream. Over 1,200 of you enjoying the action from wherever you are, whether that's across the country or indeed around the globe. Let myself and Clive know where you're catching the action from. Of course, who you're supporting. You're watching the Bears, you're watching the glorious Gloucesters. Are you enjoying the action as a neutral? We always enjoy the interactions here on the Warwickshire.
You're not neutral. Yates on strike. That's the point. There's no run as Ahmed comes into bowl. Far too friendly there. So that was a wicket maiden that last over from Williams. So having scored 36 in the first 4 overs, only 2 with 1 wicket in the next 3. So Gloucestershire pulled it back well. Oh, well, that's a nice neutral comment. Ahmed in, and that's a lovely drive from Yates. And that's going to go through for 4. Beats the dive of Tommy Borman. Had no chance of stopping it. Here's some of the patrons sitting there, just walking around the ground. I think they spread out more than in previous seasons. People seem to be sitting all around the ground this year. Lots of people in. It's great to see. And if you enjoy the taste of it, don't forget 2 more matches to come here. Well worth coming. That could be the first 6 of the Warwickshire innings, and indeed it is. Bounces just in front of the big tree. There's a net there to stop it. Just clear the rope from Yates. And well, after those 3 tight overs, Yates has got Warwickshire going again.
I'll tell you what, that was a thumping strike, wasn't it, of the cricket ball from Rob Yates. Clearing the front foot and wallops it for 6.
So his second 6 of the competition this season. Ed Barnard, despite only playing once, is Warwickshire's biggest 6 hitter this season, as that's defended. He's got 6, and then George Garner next with 3. But Warwickshire have been out 6th ahead of this game. It's 16 sixes in their first 4 matches. They conceded 23. Gloucestershire got 5 sixes in their innings, 3 of them hit by Joseph Eklund. Elegant looking shot, but this time Borman's able to cut it off, so there's no run there. I mean, you don't want too many 6s on this ground because it would put the patrons in danger, wouldn't it? They're all sitting right up to the ropes, so 5 or 6 in innings is about right.
It's very enclosed, isn't it? Especially out towards those trees at the south end.
I also do Kai Smith an injustice. I forgot his 6, of course. He's already hit a 6 in the innings. That was off the free hit. So we've got 2 so far. That one, though, is defended in orthodox fashion by Yates. Perhaps surprisingly, that 6 was Kai Smith's first of the competition. End of the over then, lucrative over, the 50 up for Warwickshire. that over.
Ten of those coming off the bat of Rob Yates as well. Zen Malik yet to get off the mark. He's faced his first 4 deliveries for no run. And some big scores as well around the grounds today, as we'll keep you in the loop as we get to the 10th over. Here is Will Williams bowling to Zen Malik. Leaves the first one well alone. Of course, for both of these sides, hoping that they'll get a favour from Northamptonshire. Lancashire, of course, have already won an extra couple of matches. Steelbacks are in a pretty good position at the minute. They scored 347 for 6 in their 50 overs. Gus Miller scoring his maiden List A century. Lancashire 56 for 2 after 10 at Wantage Road. Malik advances, tries to go for a big hack of the bat. And whistles away off the under edge for 4. Malik does indeed get off the mark, admittedly not in the direction where he's intending the ball to go. As the old adage goes, runs are runs. It doesn't matter how they're scored, it just matters that they are scored in the first place.
Warwickshire's 50 took 45 deliveries. Gloucestershire's first 50, which they also won with as well, took 101. And again, you have to bear in mind how Gloucestershire finished. Their 5th 50 took 34, their 4th 50 took just 25 balls. Symmetry, number 8 bowling to number 8.
Well, Williams so far has bowled tremendously well. Has definitely been the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers, as we've grown to expect really. Very consistent operator. Off to ever such a good start to his time at Lancashire. He's been an ever-present for Canterbury, New Zealand's domestic circuit as well. Good pickup really for the glorious Gloucesters, especially given all of the changes that took place over the winter. 25-26. Spoke already about the departures of Tom Price, Dom Goodman, Ajit Singh Dale, Zaman Akhtar. They needed some experience in the ranks. Williams provides that.
So he did qualify for the quarterfinals of the T20 Blast. Started very well, then stumbled somewhat, but got over the line in a tight game against Worcestershire at New Road. It was their penultimate game, and that effectively put them through. Then pretty well beaten at Northampton by the eventual competition winners, the Steelbacks.
Take by James Bracey. Say that as soon as he drops it, would have been a good take, but he stopped it regardless. 5 dot balls then in the 9th over to go with that 4 streaky under edge from Zen Malik. Warwickshire 54 for 1. Yeah, that was an incredible game, wasn't it, between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire at New Road. Cameron Darrywell tying the record for the fastest ever T20 Blast half century. 13 balls. 13 balls to reach a 50.
I was there.
Did you enjoy that one?
Well, sort of commentating for the other side, so from that point of view.
As a cricket fan?
Yeah, it was of course it was entertaining stuff. I said right at the start, I was disappointed to see him not playing today. To continues, first 2 overs going for 12. That's a nice drive down the ground, but well fielded off his own bowling by Ahmed. Sort of falls over the ball in the air, but he got enough on it to slow it right down and prevent any runs.
We've already seen a couple of glorious caught bowls in the competition. Think back to Wednesday, the game at York. Ben Gibbon took an absolute perler off his own bowling. Ahmed on that occasion couldn't quite down in time. As you said, Clive, very good stop nonetheless.
Yates waits. Oh, that's a big one. It's gone high in the air. Could it be caught? No! It's gone through for 4. Fielder just couldn't quite get there. Maybe slightly misjudged it because he did slow down at one point in chasing that ball. Did Will Williams. And in the end, it rather yorked him and went for 4.
Bit unfortunate, wasn't it, for Williams? I think as soon as it left the bats, I think a lot of people would have thought it's going for 6, but it just looped and swirled and spiraled a little bit. Just notices there.
Slight hesitation, wasn't there, at one point? Very difficult chance, if you call it a chance. Miss there from Yates. She'll make way in a moment for someone who knows a bit more about cricket than me. At least I hope he does. Just see this ball. And oh, that's just streaky all over this from Rob Yates. Got an edge there down to 3rd. He gets a single. So I will hand over to Aaron, who will be joined by a very esteemed guest.
Thank you very much, Clive. We'll hear from Mr. Eakin a little bit later on in this run chase, alongside the likes of Phil Britton's, Jarlath Eaton as well. So Ahmed looking to round out this is 3rd over and the 10th over of the Warwickshire reply. So Malik defends that one. Well, it's an absolute pleasure to welcome onto the Warwickshire County Cricket Club live stream for the very first time this season, Warwickshire fast bowler Nathan Gilchrist. Nathan, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. Thank you for having me on. This is my first time on commentary, so yeah, it's my debut today.
Certainly is. Not your debut at rugby though, is it, of course? You played against the Bears last season whilst on loan at Middlesex.
I did, yeah. That was just after I'd signed for the Bears, actually. I went on a 3-week loan stint to Middlesex, so that was a bit of a strange game, obviously knowing that I'm coming to the Bears the following year and then playing against them. So yeah, I think I ruined their chances of getting to the quarterfinals last year, so it wasn't a great first impression, but it was good for the Middlesex boys getting a win, I guess.
Well, we have seen the end of the 10th over. Warwickshire 59 for 1. A reminder that the target is 272. That is what the Bears are looking to chase to make it 2 wins on the spin. And yeah, just talking about your time here so far, Nathan. Of course, you played a big role in the second 11 T20 victory. Really good campaign for Simon Kerrigan and that side, winning at Wormsley in a couple of brilliant games against Northampton Notts, especially that semi-final. Theo Wiley, ice in the veins, absolutely wonderful. But how have you found your time in Shakespeare's County so far?
It's been awesome. It's been everything I hoped it would be. It's quite a different environment to the teams I've been in before. Kent is it's a much smaller club, so I think just the sheer size of Warwickshire, that was probably the first thing that struck me on the first day when I walked in. And I walked into the office and I saw just rows and rows of people, and that wasn't what I was used to. But it's been good. It's been awesome. We have such a strong team, such a strong squad across all formats. I know we probably didn't do as well as we would have liked in the T20s this year, but like in the Champos, we've been flying so far, and hopefully we can continue that in the back end of the championship block. But it's been great. I've been welcomed in so well, and it feels like I've been here for a while now already, which has been nice.
Oh, that is fantastic to hear. Will Williams starting off with a wide then to kickstart his 6th over. It's better on the money, is New Zealander. And well, let's speak a little bit about the bowling corps, because Warwickshire are stacked to the rafters in that department, with yourself, Michael Booth, Ethan Bamber, Oliver Hannon-Dorby, a certain Christopher Roger Wokes, Keith Barker as well. And that's only the seamers. I've missed out a few as well. Jordan Thompson, George Garton when he's fully fit. What's it been like to be in such a competitive environment with so many fellow top quality seamers?
It's been great. I think that was one of the reasons why I made the decision to join Warwickshire. Just like you said, the sheer number of bowlers, which I guess makes everyone else's job around, well, the rest of the bowlers in the squad, their job easier throughout the season. But also the quality of the bowlers that you mentioned. We've got a few senior guys. And that was a big thing for me, coming to a county with a bit of experience and leaning on the bowling coach, but at the same time leaning on some of the senior bowlers to learn and try and improve my game. But the exciting thing, like you said, we've got a lot of younger seam bowlers coming through as well, so it seems like we're in a really good place for the future. So I think at the moment we have a really nice mix of experience and youth. I see Charlie Taylor, 16 years old, making his debut not too long ago. So it's a really healthy place to be in, I think. And yeah, it's great to be a part of such a strong bowling group.
Yates will not get that beyond Ollie Price. The dot ball here built up by Will Williams, and I'm glad that you alluded to Warwickshire's bowling coach there, Nathan, because he's a bit of a legend, isn't he, Pop Welch? I know that as a group, as a collective, he certainly played a big role in developing some of those younger seamers, and even the likes of Keith Barker, of course, he worked very closely with him when he went down to Hampshire. So once we get to the end of this over, Williams comes in again. Slightly shorter, Yates pulls that one away and pulls it away into the crowd for 6. A mighty blow there from the Moseley maestro. Gets him into the 40s, Warwickshire onto 66 for 1. That was quite the shot, wasn't it, Nathan? That's Yates' go-to, I think. He seems to be so quick on the short ball. Bowling at him in the net, it doesn't faze him whatsoever, and it seems to go a million miles back. So he's very quick on that short ball. Very punchy cricketer is Yates. Good response by Williams. Pitches it up slightly fuller, guided away down to deep third for a single. That will be the end of the over. Warwickshire 67 for 1 in response to Gloucestershire's 271 for 9. So, yeah, speaking of Graham Welch, what's it like to work alongside him? Because when it comes to fast bowling coaches, he's up there, isn't he? He is one of the proper elite operators.
Exactly. Pop, he's a great guy. He's very charismatic. I think one of his main characteristics is he's able to get a group of bowlers and make it feel like we're a team rather than a team of bowlers on their own and individuals. And I think that goes a long way throughout a county season when there's going to be injuries, there's going to be games where people don't bowl maybe as they would have liked, or they maybe didn't play a role as much as they would have liked, and just maintaining that team aspect, I think that goes a long way. So I think all of us really feel like we're a bowling group, and I think that's probably a first for me, being a part of a group like this. Obviously the size and the quality and the experience of the bowling group. So that's been great, but also just his knowledge. He's got so much knowledge. He won't mind me saying this, but he's been around for a long time. He obviously played for a long time, and then in a coaching capacity he's been around for a while as well. So I get on really well with him. When I was at Kent previously, he was always tapping me up, asking when I'm out of contract so I can join him at Hampshire. And I didn't know that he was going to be at the Bears by the time I signed. So that was a nice surprise when I found out a few weeks after I'd signed that he's going to be joining as well. So yeah, he's been awesome. He's been great. He's always up for a laugh, and he can be serious at times when it needs to be, but he's amazing.
Well, he is seriously talented coach, someone who's elevated and progressed and developed so many fantastic young seamers. Think of John Turner down in Hampshire as well, played a big role in developing his game. Just looking here, of course, a customary change for the right-handed Zen Malik. Looking out towards deep backward points, or slightly wideish deep third is where the boundary fielder will be patrolling. Malik striding into that shot and drives it very crisply for 4 runs. Well, we spoke about the aesthetics of Rob Yates and how classy, how punchy he can be at times. Zen Malik, he has been a revelation towards the top of the order.
He has. This year in white ball cricket, he's been on top form. I actually live with him, so I spend a lot of time with him. He doesn't stop speaking about that cover drive of his. I joke. He's one of the easiest players to watch on the eye. He's so classy and he makes it look so easy. And then when I get in the middle, it doesn't feel that easy. So it's definitely misguiding. But he's a great player and he's so destructive. Especially, like I said, in white ball cricket this year, he's been hard to stop from the side watching.
Of course, he set a record for the Bears on Derby Day. Fastest ever half-century by a Warwickshire cricketer in a Bears versus Pairs match. Took 17 deliveries in that game. This is a nice battle between him and Daz Ahmed, of course, 2 graduates from the South Asian Cricket Academy. Then, of course, plying his trade in Staffordshire for Leek. Daz Ahmed, very much a Bristol boy. Golden Hill is where Daz Ahmed has learnt his trade. And we were speaking about this earlier, Gillians. Obviously, you can talk about this as well. But when it comes to cricket journeys, of almost taking those next steps, how important is having that good grounding in club cricket, or in your case, schools cricket as well? How important is that developmental stage?
It's massively important, I think, for many different reasons. I can only speak for myself, I guess, is I grew up in South Africa where the school system was extremely strong. And you learn the basics at such a young age. And because the teams are strong, the standards were super high. So it was almost expectation that if you didn't meet those standards, then you wouldn't make the team, and that was it. So I think that taught me from a young age, like I said, doing the basics well. I think South African cricket is quite traditional in a way where they like to do the basics well. They're not super flashy. So I grew up in that system, and then obviously when I came over here, that was my first real experience of playing club cricket, because in South Africa it wasn't really a thing playing club cricket. We'd just play school cricket on Saturdays. And then coming over here, it was very similar. I guess it was more because you have some really young guys in the team, you have some much older guys. So I think for the young guys, it was a good experience to be around some of the men in the team and learn men's cricket from a young age. So when I was at school, I finished my last 2 years of school over here, and a lot of the time on Saturdays, I would go and play club cricket just to get experience playing with men and facing faster bowlers, facing better batters when I'm bowling. So it was, I think it's massively important.
Here is Ed Middleton. Bit of leg spin from the school end. Good to see Middleton playing, the 25-year-old from Exeter. Speaking of club cricket, shout out to his clubs as well. Froster also started out at Cliff St George down in Devon, which is funnily enough near Exeter itself, so very much his local side. Very much a WEPL connection today, as you'd imagine, with a West Country county like Gloucestershire. Very tall leg spinner, gets a nice bit of bounce on the cricket ball. Yates goes inventive, reverses it round the corner, beats the dive of Van Buren. That'll be another boundary off the bats of the Warwickshire opener. Yates moves on to 47, the Bears on to 78 for 1. We're talking about your journey, Nathan. Just for those who are unaware when it comes to your school cricket, you're a St Stithians boy, aren't you? Pretty big school in South Africa, that.
It is. It's a big cricket school. I was lucky to get a scholarship to go there. It was only about 15 or 20 minutes away from where I grew up, so it was convenient as well. My sister went to the girls' side of the school, so it was a natural transition for me to go to that school. And actually, my brother went to a different school, which was also not too far away, and I had the choice of either going to his school or the school my sister's was at, which was St Stithians'. And the defining factor for me was the cricket, really, and St Stithians were #1 in the country at the time, so it was a natural step in my cricket career at the time.
Nice step into that shot by Zen Malik. Could be 2 runs out here through the covers. Well picked up and zipped back in to the non-striker's end. Smart running between these two. Malik just beginning to shift through the gears a little bit after a watchful start. Got off the mark on the 5th time of asking. Now on 12 from 18. Robbie Yates, of course, on 48 from 42. Just be a single worked out to Joe Phillips for 1. So after 13, Warwickshire 82 for 1. We've still got a couple of overs with a certain Nathan Gilchrist. So for anybody wanting to ask any questions, please feel free to do so in the YouTube live stream. Great to have your company, Nathan, I must say. Of course, a very warm welcome to Warwickshire as well. And of course, very much in the latter stages of the season, but your first proper year here in the West Midlands. The return for Luke Charlesworth from the south end of the ground. It'll also be quite nice this for Rob Yates to get to 50. Scored 83 runs in his opening 4 appearances in the campaign. We'd love to lead from the front, of course, wearing that imaginary cricket captain's armband. It's not quite football. Taking over the reins from the injured Sam Hain. While we're watching Luke Charlesworth here, Nathan, just a word on the earlier stages of your cricketing journey, really. Why did you choose to become a seam bowler? Why is Nathan Gilchrist not an opening batter or wicket-keeper? What was it about the art of steaming in, intimidating opponents, which really almost caught your imagination?
It's a good question. When I was younger, there was a point where I did want to be a wicket-keeper, and I basically got told by my school coach at the time that I was too tall. So he thought that my height was wasted behind the stumps. So he wanted me to be a bowler, and we were lucky at the time. South Africa had some great fast bowlers that I could look up to, and Dale Steyn was my #1 idol, and to be fair, still is to this day. So watching him run in and be aggressive and play with a lot of passion, that definitely inspired me to become a fast bowler. And I think just using my height was probably the defining factor in choosing what to do. I think it would have been a bit of a waste if I didn't use my height, to be honest.
Never know, you could have become a spin bowler like Suleiman Ben. He was, what, 6'6", wasn't he, the former West Indies spinner? He's still playing, you know. He plays for a charity side called the Lashings World 11. Does Suleiman Ben?
That's surprising. I actually didn't know that. I've heard of the Lashings. I didn't realise he was still playing, but he was a legend when I was growing up. Like I said, he was huge, and it wasn't very common to get spinners who were his height. So he was great to watch. That West Indies team at the time was packed full of stars as well.
Slightly uppish by Zen Malik. Only protection out there is Ollie Price, though, down at deep cover. One more added to the Warwickshire tally. Rob Yates will return to the strikers end then. 48 from 42 for the Bears captain. It has been a terrific knock so far from the 25-year-old. 7 4s and 2 6s. First one was absolutely marvellous shot. Here he is then against Charlesworth. Tries to slash it away through backward point to no avail. Do you reckon he'll be feeling any nerves out there, Nathan, at this stage?
I don't think so. I think he's a pretty cool guy, pretty calm. He doesn't get flustered by much. So I think he'll probably just be thinking this is just another day at the office. This is just what I do. Yeah, like I said, he's pretty calm. He's been great for us so far this year. He's played some really good knocks. So yeah, I'd love to see him go on and get a big one today.
He does slash that away through the offside. One more added to his personal collection. Tommy Borman, he's been very busy out there towards that bank of spectators on the far side of the ground. Yates, of course, will retain the strike then for the start of the 15th. After 14 overs, Warwickshire 84 for 1. We have had a nice question actually come in from Leo Watkins for you, Nathan. Who would you say has been the best person you've either worked with or played for in cricket?
That's a good question. Probably a couple of my more recent coaches. At Kent, I was lucky enough to work under Adam Hollyoak for a year. He was great. He was a great coach, and he'd obviously had a lot of experience playing for England and Surrey, but I felt he had a lot of perspective on life as well. So he was quite a well-rounded coach. And I would say similarly for recently, Fred Flintoff in Australia in the last winter just gone. He was great as well. He's super charismatic, great to talk to about cricket, but just great to talk to about life as well, and just always up for a good time and always up for a laugh. And yeah, as you can imagine, he's always the centre of the room and always making everyone laugh. So yeah, I got on really well with him. So I'd probably say those two.
Fair enough, two lovely choices. And Yates will clip that away on the leg side, and in doing so will bring up an excellent half century. His first in the 2026 Metro Bank One Day Cup. It arrives from 47 deliveries faced, has included 7 fours and 2 sixes. The Bears captain leading from the front, as we can just hear there through the ambient mic a few shouts of "You Bears." One of the great sounds in county cricket. It's been a very, very good start this for the left-hander. And Malik this time lays down the law. Hammered away for 4, takes a few bounces out towards the pavilion. Malik now, he's starting to just shift through the gears, isn't he, Nathan?
He is, and the sign of a great player is just he's able to identify periods of the game where he can maybe put his foot on the gas a little bit more. And like I said earlier, he just makes it look so easy. It doesn't look like he's trying a huge amount harder. He has all the shots, can hit it all around the ground. So it's great to watch.
It certainly is. One final delivery remains then. It's the 15th over. A reminder of that target, 272. That is what Warwickshire looking to chase, Gloucestershire looking to defend. Malik trying to go big again. Good delivery from Middleton. And an excellent take as well by James Bracey. Dot ball to round out the over then. After 15, Warwickshire are 89 for 1. See, any final questions for Nathan? One more over with Mr. Gilchrist, so if you want to get those in. Really like the answer with regards to those players and coaches, those legends that you've worked with. Adam Hollyoake is definitely a character. Spoken to him in quite a few post-match interviews down in Canterbury, and indeed here at Rugby last season when Kent were the visitors. It's Charlesworth then from the south end. Starts off with a dot ball. I suppose my other one for you, Nathan, would be the latter stages of the season. Spoken about it already. Of course, the Bears very much entrenched in the battle for the county championship. It's going to be quite the thrilling climax, isn't it? You can make a compelling argument for about 6 or 7 clubs in Div 1.
Yeah, you're right. I checked the table the other day and I was surprised at how close it was from 1 to 7. Yeah, I think the standard of Division 1 cricket, it's just been getting stronger and stronger, and all the teams are, like I said, are really strong. So there's no easy game in Division 1. So yeah, we know that going into the last 6 games, we're going to have to be on it in order to keep pushing our case for that championship. But yeah, it's super exciting. I've never been in this position before where there's a potential championship trophy at the end of the season. So obviously we don't want to look too far ahead, but yeah, it's super exciting.
There's an appeal there for caught behind from Charlesworth, and at the end of it, signalled as a wide. How many times have we seen that in cricket? As a result of that extra, the 50 partnership is brought up between Yates and Zen Malik. It's taken 54 balls. It's been a very nice second wicket stand, hasn't it?
It has. They've made it look very easy. They've just gone to their options that they know best and just played some strong shots. Seems like a pretty good wicket to bat on. Seems like it's gone a little bit better as the game has gone on as well. So yeah, they're just taking their options and hitting strong shots, and that seems to be working for them at the moment.
Full, well stopped by Ed Middleton, sprawling to his right, big tall leg spinner. What a lovely venue it is as well, isn't it, Nathan? Of course, with the school building in the background across to our left. It's a very quick outfield and nice scenery, the foliage with the trees. It's very picturesque.
I was thinking that actually this morning when I walked in. I thought, oh, there's a lot of nice tree coverage around here. You don't always feel the effects of that shade when you're in the middle, and you could do with it sometimes, especially recently with the weather we've had. But yeah, the outfield's in great condition considering how dry it's been. So they've done a great job here.
Certainly have. It's a lovely leafy setting, isn't it? Here in East Warwickshire, or North Warwickshire, I should say, really. Great to have the Metro Bank One Day Cup in town. It's, of course, the first helping of 3 to kickstart the 2026 Rugby Cricket Festival. Yet another brilliant diving stop by Ed Middleton. Puts that now to a dot ball. Delivery remains. It's been a very good over this from Luke Charlesworth. We'll also have a change in the commentary box as well. Nathan, we'll let you go and enjoy the rest of your game with your teammates over towards the pavilion, but we should be in for a very interesting run chase.
Thank you for having me. It's been great. It's been a great debut on the comms, so hopefully I'll be back soon, if wanted back.
Honestly, Nathan, always a pleasure. Fixed away, that will be a dot ball to round out the over. So after 16, Warwickshire are 90 for 1. We'll say a fond farewell to Nathan Gilchrist. Absolutely wonderful to have the Warwickshire seam bowler's company. And on in his place will be the excellent Phil Britt. So it will be Ed Middleton with ball in hand from the school end. It's been a very solid start. Gloucestershire here searching for a wicket to break this partnership. Will it be the leg spinner here against Malik? Lofts that one down the ground for 1, as we do indeed welcome back the dulcet tones of Phil Britt.
Yeah, unexpected actually. I didn't think I was on for a bit, but obviously misread this rota we've got. Sorry about that. Well, they're going along quite nicely at the moment, aren't they? It's kiss of death, that might be.
Full toss there to Rob Yates. 1 more added. Well, it's been a very contrasting start, hasn't it?
Yep.
For the Bears. Of course, for Gloucestershire, they're just trying to really get to grips with the surface early doors, but they finished phenomenally.
Yeah, I think it's... I talked to Gary Barwell, as I said earlier on, and he reckoned early on there was a bit of life, a bit of juice in the wicket. He said, but as the day goes on, it will dry out and it'll be a really good batting track. So I think that may well be right. It's not looking to be giving the bowlers too much help at the moment. I like the way Malik plays his cricket. It's aggressive. Did you see his 99?
I did indeed.
Yeah.
Myself and Nathan were just talking about it then.
Oh, right.
Very full, whipped away downtown for 1 by Yates. Yeah, brought up his half century and 17 deliveries in that game against Worcestershire. Of course, we're not going to see something similar today. It's a very different format, isn't it?
Oh, yes, yeah.
On this day, but yeah, he's had a very, very good season so far, and Gloucestershire, they'll be hoping to keep him as quiet as possible.
It's the ball. When he does hit it, he really hits it hard. milking this at the moment, just picking up the singles, keeping the board ticking over. And is this Charlesworth who's playing, is he any relation to the other Charlesworth?
He is indeed, yeah, the brother of Ben Charlesworth.
Brother of Ben.
And both the sons of Graham Charlesworth as well.
That's right.
Who's very much a large part of Oxfordshire cricket. Was head of the cricket programme at the Oxford UCCE. It's very much a cricketing family.
Yeah. And it comes down and drives beautifully. Straight. Back past the bowler. As Charlesworth, who we were just talking about, first delivery is dispatched beautifully by Malik. Used his feet well, came down, and there's a mid on and mid off, and they just basically stood and watched it go past them without really being able to move because it had gone so quickly, so cleanly hit. 99 for 1. Just the start that Warwickshire was looking for. It's not really driven, well fielded though. It's a short extra cover and there's no run. That was again nicely timed by Malik. Hit to the bank. No, yeah, just to Bancroft, yeah. My hastily prepared sheet of numbers keeps blowing over so, on my book. We're quite windy where we're sat. And, I went over the other side in my top, and I couldn't believe it's like two different climates on this ground.
It is. It's really strange. We say this in cricket that the grounds themselves exist almost in this microclimate, but Rugby School has a microclimate of its own. If you head over towards where all the food vans are, the coffee stalls and stuff like that, it's really, really warm. Yet here, we've got hoodies on.
Yeah. Well, a couple of people said to me, "What are you wearing that for?" And I said, "You want to come and sit where we're commentating from?" And one bloke said, "I'd like to." Charles in, down the wicket goes Malik and throws everything at it, but almost stepping away to open himself up to be able to hit that. Just got to be careful he doesn't throw his wicket away in the urge to get rapid runs. In the last game, having the benefit of Ed Barnard opening the batting. Ed Barnard's an outstanding 50-ball over player. Probably as good as anybody in the country, I think. But not here today. Charlesworth in. Malik turns this through mid-wicket. Another single and brings up the Warwickshire 100. And it's come 17.5 overs. And 22 those to Malik. And 52 to Rob Yates.
It's another good partnership, this, isn't it, between Malik and Yates, just to build off the back. Solid opening partnership between Kai Smith, the aforementioned Yates. So, still plenty of time in this run chase, but Gloucestershire will be looking to stifle it sooner rather than later.
Yates facing, just runs this one down into the point area. The final ball of the 18th over. So the partnership worth 60 as and just off 70 balls, so going on very nicely. Target, remember, 272, so a further 172 required, and 32 overs in which to get them. Are you here for the remaining two games? You are?
Indeed, I will be.
Right.
Yep, against Lancashire on Sunday the 9th and Kent on Tuesday the 11th.
Just hope that the weather's good on the 9th, because some talk of a bit of rain around at the end of the week. It keeps getting pushed further and further back though, and it probably in the end it won't materialise and it'll be still the drought conditions.
Here's Middleton then to begin his fourth over. Starts off with a dot ball. And of course, the other festival taking place, it'd be very amiss of me not to mention this, will be Cheltenham.
Yep.
The Cheltenham Cricket Festival really is. It's one of those county cricket bucket list items, I'd say.
Yeah, I've been 3-4 times, I suppose, to it. We've commentated that once. Warwickshire haven't really played in the festival. Certainly no 4-day games. Last time we went to sort of an outground with them was at Archdeacon Meadow.
Carved away by Zen Malik, real chase on for the fielder. It's one which is won by the cricket ball, and the spectator there in the salmon pink shirt and blue bucket hat absolutely loving the opportunity to lay a hands on the ball.
Just took it out, picked it up just in front of him as he was bending down to pick it up. No, it's perfectly okay. Yeah, he picked it up very cleanly as well, considering he got a rope to go. Look, at full stretch, goalkeeper's style. You'd think he'd actually, his reaction was similar to somebody having saved a penalty to win the World Cup.
Turns it into a full toss. Drilled again through the cover region, but good pick-up. Restrict it to just one. That's the beauty of outground cricket, isn't it really, Phil? The fact that the spectators are that bit more closer. It's a little bit more intimate, the feel, isn't it, compared to the big stadiums and the international venues.
Well, I can still remember the time when, in the big stadium, we sat on the grass right up to the boundary rope.
Yates goes on the reverse. There was a shout of catch it. Van Buren can't get there. It's another 4. Rob Yates, for all the pull shots in the drive square of the wicket, has played a couple of very regal reverse sweeps for 4. Nice way to round out the 19th over. Warwickshire are 109 for 1 in this, the reply.
It's required runs dropping down rapidly now. So, yeah, I like outgrounds. One or two of them less favourably than others, but I went to Rugby School. Have you been there?
I haven't, no. That's down in Surrey, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I went to a match there some years ago. So they worked very hard on it, but didn't quite grab me so much. In Uxbridge, I was, I think, the only person in the ground who actually liked Uxbridge. I think everybody else was anti. Charlesworth on his way again. Forward comes Malik, defends it. But Arundel is a nice ground to go to.
Oh yes, they've been playing there this summer as well, of Sussex. But yeah, I must say for me personally, Cheltenham will always be up there. Went in 2019 for a T20. Wanted to see AB de Villiers when he was playing for Middlesex. Just had the most lovely day. Unfortunately, de Villiers didn't play in that, so I got to see Dan Lincoln's T20 debut. Who, speaking of football, is a non-league goalkeeper now. Also plays national counties cricket for Berkshire.
Lifts this one hard and high, and they've got to catch that one. Hopefully, so whoever went up to try and catch that didn't get their hands to it, because that was really travelling into the hedge behind. It's bounced off the netting behind. So lovely straight 6. And Malik moving on. It's a bit of a rick here. He's up to 37 or 41.
You did say, Phil, you enjoyed watching him bat.
Yep, he's turning it on for him. It's a beautifully struck shot. Try again. He's in. This is in the air and turned away through mid-wicket. It's a chase round, which will result in Malik getting back for a couple more runs. So the runs really begin to flow at the moment for Warwickshire. 117 for 1.
Yeah, for those who haven't been, of course, if you are down in the West Country, I would highly, highly recommend a visit to Cheltenham College. It really is just the background, the settings, absolutely glorious. The attendance is also really good. I believe the next game there is sold out, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, parking can be a bit of an issue there. So, and please don't use the hospital car park across the road. Some of us do have to go there occasionally to find it's full of cricketers.
change in the commentary box as well at the end of this over. I shall make way for Jarlath Eaton. A little bit later on, of course, we'll have the return of Clive Eakin.
Well, Charlesworth has got him, and it was by a ball which bounced off the glove. And in fact, I'm not even sure it was the glove or whether it caught the backhandle as well. It was a little bit woody sound. It popped up in the air. Everybody was sort of almost was in surprise because it came out of absolutely nothing. Malik goes for 39, caught and bowled by Charlesworth. He trudges off, but the ball popped a little on him and bounced off the glove, and in the end gave him a very simple return catch. So 117 for 2, just watching the game. It sort of dropped the hands, and whether in dropping them, it sort of went into the gloves and padded back up again. Can't really see very clearly from the replay just what happened with him, but anyway, the net result is Malik's on his way back. He will be replaced by Johnny, who's again batted beautifully against Surrey.
Did indeed. Coming into this game off a career best in the List A format is Vance Jarney. Just a word as well on Luke Charlesworth. Full credit to him. It's a nice delivery, isn't it?
Yep.
Very well directed, getting that extra degree of bounce, and after a little bit of tap early on, I know he's gone for a 6 in this over, but he's bounced back very, very admirably. So full credit as well to young Charlesworth. 1 for 41 from his 5.5 overs now, and yeah, this is the key thing for Gloucestershire now. Can they turn one wicket into 2 quick ones in succession? They couldn't quite do that as a result of that partnership between Malik and Yates, but as we are fully aware, not only in List A cricket but cricket in general, wickets, if you had an extra couple onto the current score, it's a very, very different picture.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it was it ball popped. He got that one out of nowhere, just dug it in a little, popped and stopped on him, and he went to drop his hands to run it away and caught the glove and just end of him. So well bowled, and a very much needed wicket for Gloucestershire, which has gotten back at 117 for 2 Warwickshire. So Vance Jarney is the new batsman. He's out there. Faced that first ball there from Charlesworth. Just having a look at the bottom of his bat as we come down and have a chat. So Rob Yates will be important that Rob Yates keeps going from a Warwickshire standpoint. A good breakthrough at an important time.
Indeed so, Phil. Thank you very, very much indeed to Aaron Viles. We'll hear from Aaron a little bit later on. I was just about to come in and say there, Phil, that what's been really good is Zen Malik has played a lovely innings so far, and then obviously he comes in and gets one on the glove.
And I was just saying what a great shot it was and how good it was to see him bat. And I did say I hope this is going to be the kiss of death, and within an over, yeah, it is.
We'll give you a wicket there. We'll add your wicket to the column.
Sorry there. So,
but it was a lovely innings.
Yeah.
It was really, really lovely. Especially because in the T20 format, we've seen him come and open the batting as delivery there, and it's just maybe trapped in front. It looked like maybe there's a bit of an inside edge there from Yates for no run. But as you say, you mentioned it with Zen Malik. When he comes in T20 format, comes into the power play and starts hitting it to wall parts, as Van Buren comes in again, and that's hit away into the offside. And then he comes out and plays a really nice innings. I know it was only 39, but still a lovely innings.
Yes, it was, and it was the speed of it as well. Virtually run a ball, I think, and that kept the momentum going after the start which Smith had given with Yates. And Yates has been going on quite nicely. He's 57 off 60, so the two of them going along really got that board ticking over very quickly, and they were actually in the middle of 2 or 3 really good overs from Warwickshire point of view.
Indeed so. It's just a back to fielder there on the offside, no run.
Yeah, it's important, I think, that now they just keep putting partnerships together.
Defending away there into the offside. I think what's also quite interesting is the fact that, you know, we saw Gloucestershire, they were 87 for 1 at the halfway point.
Yep.
There's again Van Buren in. That's just
They probably didn't use them as effectively as they should have done, but with the wickets in hand, probably didn't generate quite as many runs as they looked. You know, we were talking they should have been 280 at least, and at one stage I thought even beyond that, but it ended up 272, and I think Warwickshire would have been quite pleased with that.
Really good over there from Van Buren. Just the one off it, off his first over. And it's 118 for 2 after 21.
But it's still above the par for the score for the ground here. So, you know, Warwickshire got some work to do.
They do, but I think the big thing is that I think they put on 184 for the last 25 overs. As Will Williams is coming on to bowl, but 184 off the last 25 overs. I think Warwickshire probably are, I'd still say they're ahead of the game at this point, but they do have to bat well. They have to have time to get themselves in, and especially Faz Jani.
Yep. Well, Giles Witter got that wicket, is out of the attack, and Will Williams is into it. It will be to Robbie Yates. He's just having a look round to see what field's been set for him. Bancroft is being moved. Well, he thought he was being moved to mid-wicket, and then they pulled him back and going to drop him into a slip. So Williams is going to have a slip to Yates. Just doing a little practice run-up and action. So he's going to go in at second, rather than at slip, he's going to go in at second slip, so a little bit wider, rather than being close in by the side of the wicket-keeper. Interesting tactic with the wicket having fallen. He's putting a particularly, as it's Rob Yates that they're putting the slip into. He's got that one wicket so far, 1 for 25 off his first spell. In he comes and bowls, and defending it slightly with Yates into the offside.
As I mentioned, they do have time now because of the start they had. It feels like they do have time to be able to just not quite see off some bowlers, but be able to just knock it around a little bit. You know, they're well up with the rate.
Yep. Yeah, just over 5.5 and over they're up with, and well ahead of what's required. Won't be any improvement to it from that one, as it's just pushed out into the offside, converged on quickly, and there's no run. So sun gone in. They did forecast this as the afternoon went on.
They did.
There would be more cloud and less sunshine. His bowls, Yates cuts wide of the diving point. He won't get a boundary for it because it's picked up by the third man running round. But he gets back for 2. And just for a second there, Ollie Price was brought into action at backward point, but even his height, he wasn't able to quite get his hands to it. Tall man diving full length. It was, you know, if it was somebody like Van Buren or somebody like that, you'd understand it. But Price is a big lad. Williams in bowls. Again, it's cut, and again it goes past Price. This has got the legs, and it'll be virtually a repeat of the previous ball. Just that one, just a fraction wider, but the same result. 2 runs down to the backward point boundary.
Yeah, going back to your point earlier about the weather, it has clouded over a little bit, and I think actually for some of the members in the crowd here, I think there'll be a little bit nice for a bit of respite from the sun. Actually,
yeah, absolutely. A lot of them are sat under those trees. There was a battle for the shade, I think, this morning. This one is not going to bring any runs. It's defended by Yates down into the gully. A couple of years ago, it was scorching hot here, and they were almost fighting each other to get in the shade. I know a couple who come all the way from Staffordshire, and they went home because they couldn't get any shade.
It's like being on the sunbeds on a summer holiday.
Yeah. This one is good use of the feet again by Yates, coming down, just picking it up a little bit shorter, but getting on top of it and just playing it away for the single. That's all they need to do. just keep picking up those runs. So 123 for 2. 22 overs gone. Just that's all they need to do.
Indeed so, and that actually brings up Rob Yates' 1500th career List A run for him there. So nice little milestone, which I'm sure he won't care a jot about right now. All he cares about is captaining his side to victory in the One Day Cup. And so that one is back past the bowler. One run will come in and do the fielding, and just one run.
He fires these three quite sharp, doesn't it, Bungalow?
And he's been very good, I think, for Gloucestershire with the bat and also with the ball so far in this tournament. As that one is just pushed away down to short fine, and very quick single there. Obviously made that big performance against Surrey not too long ago on Friday afternoon. Kept them in the game, didn't quite get over the line. In he comes again, and that is again driven to the offside, fielded there, and that will just be another single. And that, you mentioned it in the last over there, Phil, that's all they need to do, just keep ticking it over.
Taking it over. Warwickshire got to win this game. They've really got to win every single one now if they want to qualify. There's no guarantee even then that they would be enough, but certainly you would anticipate that 5 wins would be necessary 20 points.
Indeed so, especially with the results that are currently going on around the country, which will bring you the drinks break, as that one is again driven into the offside. They'll come back for 2 and get home quite comfortably. But other results around the country and other results in the group for Warwickshire mean that they probably do have to make sure they win this game.
Yeah.
Final ball then of this over for Van Buren, and that again is just clothed into the offside, and again be fielded there by backward point, and it will be another single. 129 for 2.
So 6 runs from the over, all taken without any real risk, and just very comfortably, and the run rate of 5.3 is what's required, so you help yourself to 6 and over, and it's just going to keep coming down and down.
Exactly, the 143 required from the 27, and again, if we use the innings from Gloucestershire as a sort of a measuring stick, if you like, yes, they had 1 less wicket. That's a wonderful shirt there, actually.
I think he's asleep.
Is he asleep there?
Gentleman in the red hat. Is he asleep? Having a Sunday afternoon doze?
Maybe he's gone into rugby and had a bit of a Sunday lunch. Come back and you know.
He hasn't been given an ice cream by the look of it, so he's wearing that shirt. They should be buying them. Should be selling them, I think. Very apologise if it's somebody's relative. It surely is somebody's relative, but if they're listening. Will Williams can continue, as he said, get out of jail on this one. This is helped round the corner by Gianni, and he sort of again had come down the wicket to Williams and just got inside it and helped tuck it round the corner. A couple of runs.
Again, a noticeable difference, I should say, sorry, Phyllis, is the way that they've manoeuvred the field, particularly. Warwickshire were really good in the field earlier on today. You know, they brought those noughts down to 1s. And the quick singles again. They were something that we weren't seeing initially in the first 25 overs from Gloucestershire, and maybe was a little bit too slow, and that meant they had to do more at the back end of the innings.
Yeah. Just need to break it there because we've got some people who walked in front of us who are ex-Warwickshire committee members who obviously don't read the signs. Doesn't apply to us.
No, of course not. What were they like?
Like that. This one is picked up short, and not the greatest or best classical shot you'll ever see from Rob Yates, but effective. He sort of fetched it from outside the off stump and helped it round through mid-wicket across just down in front of us to our right, and again picked the spot beautifully where there was nobody there, and that's already 7 off the over with just 3 balls. You don't need to do any risks.
9th 4 as well for Rob Yates as well, alongside his 2 6s.
Moves into, he's on 68, goes back and just pushes this one up into the offside. Good to see Rob Yates getting some runs.
Very much so. I mean, they go back to the 2021 season more than anything else in the championship. He was a massive reason why Warwickshire won that.
Well, I think he was close to an England call-up at that stage.
Totally agree. He should have been, if he wasn't, he should have been on England's radar.
Yeah. And then sort of lost the form to score runs regularly.
Perhaps obviously as well because he was moved down a little bit, maybe to 3 and sometimes to 4 as well in the longer format. That he just didn't know where his best position, but his best position, as we know, is to open the batting because he can get you off to a fly. We've seen it again in T20 and short form cricket, but also as well he's got the ability to bat through.
Yeah. Well, he couldn't really get the regular place on the T20 side, could he? And again, that's frustrating for a young player, especially when he sees the others like Dan Mosley, Jacob Bethel getting in. Then you think, well, why am I not getting that opportunity? Bowls, up on his toes, just turns it off his hip, down towards the backward square leg. They only get the one, they don't bother to take on any risk at all. End of an over, and we've picked up 7, 8, 9 runs off that over. So partnership already up to 21, Warwickshire up to 138 for 2. Over halfway there now. Target overall 272. So 134 more runs required, and they've got 26 overs to do it in.
Just been the perfect innings in a chase, hasn't it, really?
Yeah.
No real risk, just been batting beautifully.
I think Gloucester have got to do something now.
Wicket is very much needed, as that one there won't be, it'll be a wide, and Van Buren will have to bowl that again.
Yeah, they need to find a way to break this partnership quickly. Otherwise they're going to find it's going to run away from them quite quickly.
Comes Van Buren. It's just pushed away again there to sit it off, and there's no run. Partnership's is 21 already. Oh, that's just defended.
Yeah, it soon comes, isn't it, when you're picking up like this.
I think the big thing here is certainly you need regular wickets. Aaron was talking about it as Van Buren bowls again, and that's pushed away down towards long off, who will do the fielding. It's another single, but Aaron was talking about it before he jumped off commentary, that 1 needs to bring 2, 2 needs to bring 3 in this position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Robbie Yates back on strike, and that's wonderful forward defence. Sometimes I do think the forward defence has actually gone out of fashion in cricket.
You don't see much of it in the 100, do you?
That was just trying to be pushed away, but again be fielded round by the fielder coming round to point. I don't think it's allowed in the 100. Feels like at times.
You should, yeah, they penalise you. It's a minor score for a defensive shot.
Last ball before the drinks break is pushed away into the offside, and that is another single. So just 3 runs, I should say, off that over. 141 for 2. Warwickshire require a further 131 runs from their 25 overs. 141 for 2, and it is time for the drinks break.
So it's been a good first half to the response by Warwickshire. They'll be more than happy with that. Gloucestershire need to have a little chat with each other at the break here and see if they can come up with a plan which will get them that needed breakthrough.
Well, while we do have a moment, let's just go through scores around the country then in the Metro Bank Men's One Day Cup, and I think they're going to be all over at Leicestershire pretty quickly. Leicestershire hitting 289 for 8, big runs from Ben Cox and Ian Holland. Somerset, though, 91 for 8 right now, and it is Ben Green who has taken 3 wickets for 21 runs from his 7 overs. Tom Scriven as well for Leicestershire, 2 for 8 from his 5. So very miserly bowling there, it must be said. Also what in Group A. Also in Group A as well, Lancashire, 169 for 4 after 30.4 overs. Need a further 179 to beat Northants. Marcus Harris still there, 55 off of 57. And we'll see how that one goes. I mean, Warwickshire could do with a Northants win there, yes. To be fair, in the One Day Cup.
Absolutely.
Also as well, Kent, 136 for 2 after 28.4 overs. Sam North East on 49 not out. They need a further 158 from their 21.2 overs. Nottinghamshire there, 293 for 9. So those are the other games in Group A. In Group B, Durham very, very close to beating Hampshire at the Rose Bowl. Amelia Gay, 74 off of 95. Nolly Robinson, 58 off 51, has helped Durham to 213 for 1. After 34 overs, they need a further 34 runs in 96 balls. Also as well, could be pretty quickly over in Derby as well. As Derbyshire posting 325 for 7. As it was Wayne Madsen, of course it was.
Who else?
104.
What are they going to do when he does retire?
I've got no idea. I don't think cricket knows what's going to happen, to be brutally honest.
How long can he keep playing into his 70s?
Well, I mean, obviously he retired from T20 cricket as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Earlier on this year. But Sussex requiring 326 are now 111 for 7. As Jack Leaning has just got out. So Nelson strikes again there. Final couple of games. Worcestershire 154 for 5 off of 29 overs. They need a further 223 from their 21.
They've recovered a little bit because they were in quite a lot of trouble earlier on.
They have recovered very well, but Essex hitting 376 is an interesting one.
Yeah.
and also, final one there. It's a good game down at HQ, down at Lords. Middlesex bowled out for 246. Yorkshire 132 for 6. Will Bennison's still there though, 60 off of 87. As they need a further 115 from 18 overs. 3 wickets for Zappa Goa, which is not a surprise at all. 3 for 21 for him. So we'll keep you up to date with all the scores around the country. But we are coming back here. 25 overs gone, 141 for 2.
Yep, so the drinks break over, or the hydration break.
Are we allowed to call it that now?
Well, if you do, everybody's going to boo, aren't they? It's not actually been that warm today that you really need one, but it seems to now be the norm that they stop and have a little chat, and it's more of a coaching session, I think. Certainly has become on football. I don't have a problem with having a drink, but don't have the coaches anywhere near it. Keep them in, get somebody to bring the drinks to them in the middle of the field, drink them and then get back on the football. It's supposed to be, rather than for a 10-minute coaching session while they run the adverts. So we have got Price into the attack to replace Williams, and first ball is played up to it on, and there's no run.
You see so many times, don't you, first ball after the drinks as a wicket.
Yeah.
Not to be the case this time. Good from a Warwickshire perspective.
Breeze definitely picking up. You can see the shirts blowing in the breeze as this one is cut away. They'll get a single for it. Slight misfield, in fairness to the fielder out there. The ball bounced on some old wicket ends and left high and dry as he went down to stop it. One more to Rob Yates. Yates goes on to 71. Warwickshire on to 142 for 2. Price looking to follow his century with a bag full of wickets as well. This one is turned to square leg. There's no run. The sweep shot for LBW. It's running away down to should be a short third man. Cameron gets down there and does the fielding and restricts to 1. they signal that? Yes, it was runs. It was off
Yes.
the bat. He did get a bat onto it, so it didn't come off the pad. It's 71 faces, and this one is chopped away, and this time it is stopped at cover point. Good stop. It remains on 71. There's Price again in bowls. Back he goes, and again, and again, there's no run. So a nice tidy over from Price, just a couple of runs. That was over after the break. And a run for each of the bats. So Yates is on 71, Gianni's on 8, which are requiring another 129 runs.
So just now's the case for Gloucestershire that if they can't get wickets, can they build pressure? Because it always feels different when you're chasing to when you're setting a score.
Yeah. I think once you get past the 100 and you get into double figures, then it seems to come down quite quickly.
Good ball, actually, that was. A little flight, I think, there. A little pace as well. And just stop there at City mid-off. Johnny now 8 from 18, and they'll turn into 8 from 19 as that one's pushed up towards mid-on, but mid-wicket comes around as the field.
Doesn't give the ball much chance to spin, does he? Fires it in.
He comes again, and it's just missed the outside edge there. You can see, talk about building that pressure, and Gianni just saw his eyes lit up there a little bit. Outside off stump.
Absolutely. Brought the field in a bit, you know, as well. I think they brought an extra man into the circle just to make it more difficult.
And there's a run there as it goes past the fielders outside the off stump, and therefore on the offside. And therefore it will be fielded there at the deep point boundary. Full one. Here comes Van Buren again. And again just outside the off stump. So half an appeal for a stumping there, but Yates' foot was always beyond the line.
It's amazing when they have this break, it just breaks the bat's concentration.
And that one pushed down towards long on. Phil will come in there and do the fielding. So yes, another tidy over.
Yep.
Just two runs coming from it.
So it's just 4 runs since the break off the 2 overs. So let's hitch the required rate fraction. Still well within Warwickshire's reach, but just need to just keep an eye on that. The run rate at the moment, 5.37. It's dropped actually just below the required for the first time for a while. There's 2 overs.
I think again the big thing is that if they're allowing to get themselves in, they know that this pitch you can go hard at the back end.
Yeah. Price again into bowl. This is lifted hard and high, and it's going to go right over the ground. And but bounces back up the toilet. Hopefully nobody was just coming out of there, or but, big 6 there, well hoisted, and that's taken Warwickshire past the 150. Rob Yates got hold of that one, and a nice clean strike. High and very long. Next one he drives up to long on for single.
Now dare I mention what club statistician Brian Hardolf said to me earlier on?
What's that?
Dare I mention what Brian said to me earlier on about Rob Yates?
No. Oh yes, go on. I don't know what he said.
He said he fancied a Rob Yates ton today.
Well, still some way to go. Is he going to be the Mystic Meg of rugby?
Well, I do feel now that if Robbie Yates gets out next ball, I think I might need to add that one to my wicket column for the summer.
Johnny just taking a little bit more time to get back into the striking habit. There's Price in. Oh, having said that, he then says, no, sorry, not me. Launches that one away for 4. It's probably one of the longest part boundaries in the. It's a big single 6, so it did go for 6. So good for him. The crowd who were right on the boundary edge corrected that. So 6 to Gianni as well, and it was. He said he's gone back into his shell a little bit. So immediately he comes out and puts that one over. Well, I'd call that cow corner, wouldn't you? But it certainly wasn't that sort of shot. Beautiful shot, pick up and cleanly hit. Price in again. And this one is reverse sweep, and magnificent one. Beats the dive. The bounce is actually very fortunate there. That could have been nasty if that had bounced up towards the face. As he dived, it bounced up again, and fortunately he dived across in front of it. And expensive over that one. 15 off, 17 off it.
Yeah, 17 off that over. And you mentioned obviously that was the first time before that over that the run rate required had jumped up over the run rate, but now
it's down to 5 now required. That's a big over. 17, 160, just 110 now required.
You do need those big overs in a 50 over game, just to either, it's not just as well to make sure that you make the chase easier, but it's also as well to put some proper pressure back on the bowlers. As Van Buren comes in again, then and that one is just pushed away up towards long on. Fielded over there. It's going to do the fielding. It will be just another single. But as we say, you know, if you now they've got a couple more overs. They need to just knock it around.
That's all they need. That's absolutely all they need.
And once again, pushed away into the offside. And fielded there by the fielder on the deep point boundary.
Robbie Oates up to 80. Gianni's on 20, so ticking along quite nicely here now.
Here is Yates. He will push that one away. And fielded there at mid-off for no run. Van Buren in again. Swept away. Fielded around square leg. Can't cut it off. Really nice shot there for 4.
Beautifully timed, wasn't it? Absolutely beautifully timed sweep. Got power to it, all on the floor. There's a man out there 60 yards away who had probably to run 15, 20 yards. He didn't get close to it. It was so powerfully hit. It's looking extremely good.
50 partnership as well now. And you almost there got the wicket there, Phil. Well done.
Then he gets beaten flat-footed outside the off stump. Didn't look so good that time.
We've already got 1 wicket today. Need you to get another. You might get a second one at this rate. Final ball of this over for Van Buren. That's it on the pad, and the umpire says not out. Looked like he was a bit far down the track to give that one, but umpire Lungley very much unmoved. 29 overs gone. 168 for 2. Warwickshire require further 104.
Just heart in the mouth and for a little while. He's just given 1 LBW and Ollie Price out of the attack. It's Ahmed coming back into the attack now to replace Price. Don't know very much about him. I'm sure Pantano shouted it. So anyway, he comes in and waits and cuts this one away nicely through extra cover. He's got good pace on it. They'll get a couple of runs here. Return back in. There's no run. Charlesworth does the tumbling stop down in front of us. Again, there's a big gap between extra cover and cover points, and just Nice place to aim at, and there's gaps around this field. This one is tucked away off his hip down to third fine leg. Again, just ambles through for a single. Bob Yates not interested in the second run there.
A bit more on Dariush Ahmed. Made his T20 debut earlier on this summer, in fact, actually, for Gloucester against Somerset down at Taunton. Not a bad, you know, West Country derby. Not a bad place to make your T20 debut. Was in the One Day Cup last year as well for them.
Bowls. Yates defends.
He's not a bad start to the summer as well in terms of the wickets. He's got 5 wickets so far in the One Day Cup. Made a 50 as well at Taunton again for Gloucestershire. And he's looking for, would be his 10th List A wicket, should he get one.
How old
in
is
this
he?
one today. He's 25 years of age,
Okay.
Nearly 26.
He's in the bowls, and Yates is. This one, again, did that one just pop a little bit? And it's run down to the boundary. Did we get a big of a touch to it? And it's probably made it jump past the keeper. A little bit of fortune there for Rob Yates. Thought initially it had beaten him, but he gets 4 runs, and 4 runs off the bat, off the outside edge.
As the old saying goes, there's no illustrations in the scorer's book.
Yep. I think I'm off. Is it the end of this over? Yes. With the game on his way. Yates on 88. Plays this one down to the ground. So Warwickshire then, with that, so those runs are now below 100. They just require 97 now into the double figures. It's a big step with 20 overs still to go. That run rate required now is down to 4.81. Last ball of Ahmed's over in, and this one is a shout for LBW. It's gone off the pad, I think. It's gone for a single. No, Yates got something on it, and no, it hasn't. He's now signalled it as a leg by. Right, I shall leave you with Clive Eakin.
Thank you, Phil. Been a pleasure commentating alongside you for the last 10 overs. Indeed. Hope everybody is enjoying this one on the live stream. And can also say a couple of other results to tell you about in the One Day Cup. As Durham have won by 9 wickets with 69 balls remaining. Emilio Gay is tunned up, 104 off 108. Not out as Van Buren comes in, and that one is beautifully cut away there by Yates, but good fielding there by Ahmed.
You say he's tunned up?
He has, yes. I think that's a nice figure of speech, Clive Eakin, as you rejoin us on commentary.
Okay. So you run on me.
But yes, he's made the 100, and he's helped Durham over the line with a big win as well in terms of net run rate as well for that, as Johnny pushed that one into the offside. Other results will be coming in, I'm sure, pretty shortly. I think Leicestershire are about to comfortably defeat Somerset in the next few moments, as that one's picked up by Yates, and that has gone many a mile over the boundary there for 6, and it moves him on to 95. Now again, Clive, I was chatting with Brian earlier on, and he told me he felt that he was going to have a Rob Yates ton this afternoon.
Right. I heard him tell you not to say that if he gets out. You've done it now.
Well, I've jinxed it now. I've jinxed it now. On to 95 he goes. Would be a lovely way for him, obviously, as captain today.
Yeah. Well,
Warwickshire have just batted well. They've batted sensibly. It's been mostly chanceless from Warwickshire. And they got off to a flyer. They really started well, and they've just kept on going. don't know if the ball's maybe gone out of shape from that one. Well, we can I'll have another quick look at some scores around. And as I mentioned, Leicestershire have beaten Somerset by 164 runs. Somerset bowled out for just 125. So I think maybe a few of the Gloucestershire fans that we have on our stream might be happy with that result potentially.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it necessarily favours Warwickshire.
No, it does not.
And it does mean they could join Somerset on 8 points.
That once again pushed back there by Yates, past the bowler. Long on will come round and do the fielding. He moves to 96. 185 for 2. Kent are in a position as well to challenge against Notts. They need 107 off of 93 in Group A. Final ball of this over, and Gianni's picked that one up, and that is going long as well. Another 6 over Cow Corner, maybe more mid-wicket. It doesn't really matter where it lands. All it matters is that it's 6 runs. It's another 6 for Vance Gianni, and 15 off that over. Graham Van Buren going for a big amount of runs. 191 for 2. They need 81 off 90.
They're doing this very efficiently. Just wonder whether Gloucestershire got the pitch a bit wrong in the early stages. Very cautious early on. Maybe it's got a little easier as the day's gone on. They finished their innings very strongly. It took them quite some time to get going.
I think as well it was just very good bowling at the start from Warwickshire. I think they put the ball right in the channel. Really difficult to get the ball away. And I thought the ground fielding from Warwickshire, particularly in that first 25 overs, was outstanding.
Daz Ahmed then, on the 32nd over. Maslev went for 15 runs. That's a dot ball for Daz Ahmed. Gloucestershire desperate need of wickets. Their hopes will be gone if they lose this. Which, if they get the win, will still just about be in there. That's defended well. So Leicestershire move on to 16 points from 5 games. There's a few teams now in that group who are gaining a bit of momentum. Yeah, Leicestershire top it now, 16 points, actually from 6 games. We're single to Yates. On to 97. So Warwickshire, if they do win this, will be on to 8 points from 5. They'll move ahead of Gloucestershire, will catch Somerset.
I think they'll also be hoping that Kent can
beat Notts,
do them a favour.
Need that. And that's another big shot there from Gianni. It's over the top for 6. And the crowd have had to stay alert during this Warwickshire innings. A few 6s peppered around the ground.
Well, they were told at the start of the day. They might need to remember it now, because Vance Gianni has decided that it's nearly a closing down sale at the moment. Everything must go. Another outstanding shot over long on for 6.
Well fielded on the bounce by a spectator there. Here's a dot ball, played the mid on. One thing, because although Leicester should be on 60 points, Warwickshire on 8, Warwickshire do have Leicestershire to play at Leicester. So they could, within their power, to get within 4 points of them, and they would have a game in hand at that point. But they'd have to win away, which they haven't done so far. 3 away matches, 3 losses.
They've all been very tight, those games, I think. You know, a couple of things haven't gone their way. Been some good performances with the bat, just maybe a couple of things just haven't gone their way with the ball. You know, you look back on that first game with Northants, so at the end of the over, I should say 198 for 2. You look at that first game with Northants, they put a big score on the board, just couldn't quite defend it on a really good pitch. You look at that game against Notts, you know, George Garton with an absolutely outstanding knot that day. Ed Middleton coming on to bowl. And Rob Yates on 97. Of course, hit that century against Sussex back in the day, back in 2022. An absolute thriller at Edgbaston. Warwickshire winning by 4 runs that day. Now Rob Yates is looking for another List A century. 97 runs for him today. He's been excellent for Warwickshire. Here comes Middleton then. Yates will just push that one down the ground. It's another single. Moves to 98. Will Johnny decide he's going to tee off once again? Just decides to defend this one. So we'll off. Excuse me. We'll cut that off. Another result to tell you about in Group B. Derbyshire have bowled Sussex out for 137. They win that one by 188 runs, as we were saying earlier. Wayne Madston with yet another century. Just Taylor's oldest time there, I think. Pushed into the offside, and will be fielded by the fielder running in off the deep point boundary, and that's Warwickshire's 200.
Yeah, Warwickshire on the 33rd over. Gloucestershire's 200 came in the 42nd.
Pushed away again onto the offside, fielded there by the captain, Jack Taylor. Got to say, do really rate Jack Taylor both as a player and as a captain. You look back at that performance in 2024 to help Gloucestershire win the T20 Blast. He was outstanding in that one. As Yates pushes that one into the onside again, just swept away. 99 he moves on to. Brian has just given me a little nudge there as we move on to 99. Here is Middleton again. It's just pushed away. Quick single. Chance there of a run out. If it hits, it doesn't.
200 came in 196 balls, which means a third 50 took just 34 balls, the quickest. 450s by some distance. First 50 took 45. So
end of another over. 202 for 2 after 33.
Second 100 took 88 balls compared to the first took 108. So they started pretty briskly. They've accelerated since. Yeah, we'll have to wait to see Rob Yates have a chance to make his century, because he's not on strike. Yeah, he's on strike. Dare I say, no one I don't think has been out for 99 in the One Day Cup yet so far this season. There's been a few 97s, oddly enough. No 99s. So Ahmed Devaldo Vanchjani seems to be enjoying himself at the moment. Oh, that's tennis style forehand cross court shot for 4, pitched in short. He decided not to risk holding out to the fielders on the boundary, so he hit it hard down into the ground, Johnny, and gets 4 for it. He's on to 42.
When do you start thinking about the potential net run rate swing as well here for Warwickshire? Because, you know, they need it at this point. They want to really try and push the way up into the table.
Well, that's hit hard as well again. Relatively risk-free because he's hit it down into the ground. It always amazes me actually in white ball cricket where players don't do that more. Why they always seem to want to go the aerial route when you can actually hit lots of fours playing it like that. And the worst that could have happened to him there was the fielder could have stopped it.
Could be a big over for this for you, Clive. Gianni one hit away from a half century the way he's going, and Rob Yates not far away as well from his century.
And that this time he's found the fielder, so he'll only get a single. Charlesworth stops it on to 47. So Warwickshire only 71 runs away now. 61 runs away even. And plenty of time and plenty of wickets in hand. It will need an extraordinary swing. They do happen occasionally in matches, but it will need something pretty extraordinary for Warwickshire to miss out now. And that is defended by Yates. Ooh. Feels like onto a little bit of a muddle there. Did Cameron Bancroft? A bit like Bambi on ice then for a moment.
Did look like me on an ice rink, to be fair.
Rob Yates on 99. Looking to become the third Warwickshire cricketer to score a century in a county match on this ground. And that will do it, and that's coming towards us. That's a 6. And Rob Yates, just a little clench of the fist, brings up his 4th list day century, shakes hands with his batting partner. 103 balls, 11 fours, and he brought it up with his 5th 6. And the crowd have enjoyed that here at Rugby. Good crowd here in today, and they've enjoyed seeing the Warwickshire captain in such fine form.
It's just an outstanding knock from an outstanding player. We've known how good Rob Yates has been, obviously, since he debuted back in 2019. Had that brilliant run in 2021. And as you say, Clive, his 4th list A century. A marvellous, marvellous player and fantastic innings.
Rather cleverly, by scoring a 6, brought up the 100 partnership with the same shot. So, yes, so he joins, when he comes onto the Rugby virtual honours board. It's on my computer page. I don't think there is actually an honours board here, but he's the 3rd Warwickshire cricketer to score a century in a county match here. Go back to 2015 for the first one. William Porterfield scored exactly 100 against Sussex, and Alex Davis here last year against Northant scored 123. And now Rob Yates has joined that list. 2 opposing players before today have made centuries. Dom Sibley of Surrey, Will Luxon of Yorkshire, and they have now been joined by Ollie Price of Gloucestershire.
So Gloucestershire, of course, obviously, again, if you are new to 50 over cricket, they do have to choose the ball after 34 overs. They have 2 balls for the first 34 overs, 1 from each end, and then after 34 they'll choose a ball, and that'll be their ball for the next 16 overs if it goes that far. One suspects it won't do, as Gianni just pushes that one into the offside. Again, good fielding there in the covers.
Yes, that's a new rule for this year, and we've seen it in the one-day internationals as well. That change of rule designed because bowlers keep complaining that it's a batter's game and everything favours the batters, so they made that small concession to the bowlers.
Gianni on 47, and picks out the fielder again down there at the backward point boundary. It'll be just another single. He moves on to 48 from 41.
It's not new, that complaint. Clancy Small used to go on about it all the time about how it's the batter's game. He interviewed him once about a match in which he got 4 wickets. He didn't get player of the match. I know some batter probably got 25 or something.
It does feel like the one-day games sometimes can be a little bit too favoured in towards the into a batter. I do think that it is better all round when the pitch provides a good contest. You know, you don't want to see just flat pitches, flat roads, because then who'd be a bowler? So that one is beautifully reverse swept away. Rob Yates just continues on his merry way, and it's another boundary. That's his 12th four of this innings, and the score moves on to the Richie Benno score, 2 for 2-2-2.
Yeah, I'm not a great fan of short boundaries either. We've seen that at Trent Bridge a few times over the years. You want sixes to be special, don't you? Yes, crowd comes to see sixes, but they want them to be special and not just mundane.
It's certainly been a very special innings, that. And Tom Lungley says it's not out. It is a leg bye. Yeah, it's been a very special innings, to be fair, from Rob Yates so far. 109 now off 107 deliveries. Just hopefully have a quick look at that one. It looked like to me he might have just got outside the line from the position where we are, but obviously not behind the bowler's arm. So, but umpire Lungley saying not out.
Unlike Ollie Price before him, although Rob Yates has got 3 previous list A centuries, his top score's only 114, so he has a chance of a career best here, as Ollie Price did achieve in the Gloucestershire innings.
Final ball of the 35th over, and Johnny just defends that one up the pitch, and he remains on 48 not out. 49 to win now for Warwickshire, 223 for 2.
47 of that last block of 5 overs. Warwickshire at the moment in command.
Just go and just a couple of other scores as well. Kent now moved on to 197 for 3 after 37.2. They need 97 in 76. Lancashire as well. They need 101 in 60 balls. 247 for 5. Joe Moores is batting beautifully. 73 off of 47 for him.
Luke Charlesworth comes back into the attack for Gloucestershire, needing wickets rapidly. Bowling to Rob Yates. Nothing for that straight drive, stopped him mid-off. Again. Okay, he's played it straight to the fielder at mid-off, who's Ed Middleton.
I'd want my director to do that. I prefer my director.
The good games going on around the country, it must be said. Worcestershire need 116.84, 217 for 7 against Essex at Chelmsford.
It's only a plot spoiler, but they ain't getting them.
No, I totally agree. Tom Wesley, 129 off 104, and Matt Critchley finishing not out, 102 off 73 for Essex.
Charlesworth. That's played to mid-wicket. Worcester should be far better at home than away, as have Warwickshire. It has been a strange characteristic of this year's competition, because before today, 27 home wins, 11 away wins. Now you might say, well, you expect that home advantage and all that, but actually it's not usually the case. Quite often in recent years in both this competition and the T20 Blast, there's been very little difference between the number of home wins and away wins. But this season, home teams have dominated, as they are here at the moment. Let's play back to the bowler. In a sense, it's also a bit surprising because there's so many home games are played on these out grounds. I remember talking to Mark Robinson before, though he was delighted to be here, but he said we've given up home advantage because we know more about the ground than the opposition do.
Of course, but the thing is as we mentioned before earlier on in the broadcast, you know, you think about all those people that are from Coventry, from Rugby, from Stratford, you know, who are quite far away from Edgbaston, and now, obviously, it's the third year of the Rugby Cricket Festival. They're starting to learn the ground, I think, a little bit more.
Just beating the dive of the fielder inside the circle, so it will just be one. Ahmed is quickly round the boundary to stop that. Just slightly good over this from Charlesworth so far. He's taken a little bit of tap, particularly in his first 2 overs. Didn't help himself a body on no ball, and then seen his free hit for 6. So he's putting it back a bit this over.
Say as well, Yorkshire against Middlesex. Good game down at headquarters, as we were mentioning earlier. Now he's 70 off of 52, but crucially, 7 down for 177.
Middlesex have been going pretty well. The competition was a good win for Worcestershire against them the other day. That'll be a singles, not off the middle of the bat. Worcestershire just ticking along here a little bit. Just 3 off that over. 2-2-6 for 2 after 36.
You mentioned obviously you don't think Worcestershire are going to get them. You're probably right.
I know they're not going to get them.
229 for 8 now. Worcestershire have just moved on to down at Chelmsford, so another wicket down. Other scores around the country. As we look at it here, Kent now 208 for 3 after 39.1 overs, 85 required from 64. And Lancashire,
2 defeats in a row for Notts, I think, if they lose that, having started really well in the competition.
Very much so. And as you say, you look at Middlesex, another undefeated side, potentially. And Middlesex, if they win this one, so Middleton comes in against Ball. And there's no run. As mentioned, obviously, of course, Worcestershire did beat them, as you mentioned, down at Worcester by 4 wickets. But before then, they'd started off pretty much undefeated. Again, Middleton in again, 2 Yates. And that one's sort of helped round the corner. Quite sure if he got bat on it, we'll see. He did. And it's going to be 4 more runs, and that is Rob Yates' highest ever career score.
I think it was a good shot. I think he played that deliberately. No one on the boundary there, got it nice and fine. Just a little leg glance.
As you mentioned there before, Clive, his highest List A score. 115 from 113, and this has been the backbone of the innings for Warwickshire. Still into the offside field and cover, no run.
His next target is to try and make it the highest score by a Warwickshire batter on this ground. He's got 123 to beat.
The sunshine back out here at Rugby School now, even though there is the fresh breeze still across the ground. That one driven down to long on, and flipping away, that'll be a single. The sun's now starting to come back right behind us here in our position a little bit. Did have to put the jumper on earlier on. Not sure if I need it now.
It's been a good day. Good crowds, enjoying themselves. Decent weather.
And Vance Gianni has brought up his 50 from 45 balls. Lovely pull shot. His 4th 4 of the innings, featuring 3 ginormous 6s, it must be said as well. And that's 53 off of 45. It's his 3rd List A 50, his highest score in this competition. In List A cricket is 82. Don't think he'll be able to beat that, but it's still been an outstanding knock. And this time he goes up and over again. Mid-off will cut that off, though, or long-off I should say, will cut that off for another run. 236 for 2 after 37.
So it's back-to-back 50s for him. In fact, he was not out last time, wasn't he? 66 not out, so he's now got well over 100 without being out.
His average will be looking good then at the moment.
Yeah. Luke Charlesworth has to continue. Gloucestershire at the moment looking, understandably, look a little bit deflated in the field. And, Warwickshire in command. Just took a little step forward there, but you just get 1 run for it. Finds the fielder back of the square leg boundary. The answer, the wind really does start picking up once again. So it's not been too hot. It's actually quite warm in the sunshine looking around the ground. But that wind has provided some relief. Catering vans all doing decent business.
I think it's been a very pleasant day for watching cricket, actually.
Hit into the ground there by Yates, 4 runs. Again, played it very safely, risk-free, and he gets 4 for it.
It's not far off that highest score on this ground now, Clive. 120 moves on to. So going back to it, I tell you what's been really lovely today. Walking round the back of the main area of the cricket of the field itself and seeing the amount of kids that have been playing cricket in the nets over there. It's just fantastic. And the amount of people as well, just milling around, having a lovely day. I mean, the ice cream van is at a roaring trade, and that's just for me, I think.
I didn't see bringing any over. Anyway, that was left. Is that going to be wide? No, it's not a wide. We can't possibly judge from this angle on the pitch anyway. It's not a wide. So it's a dot ball. Charles with it. Just, Andy bowlers always do, don't they? Always look fed up, don't they? And their bowling always looks as if the world's against them. He has come back reasonably well for those first. He went for 25 in his first 2 overs, so he's gone for 24 in the next 5.5. That's a single to Rob Yates. We're looking to see the job through now. Back through the innings. Johnny on strike now. No run there to mid-on.
Lancashire have lost 2 quick wickets, by the way. But Joe Moores is still there. 82 off of 42 required for Lancashire against Northants.
He has pushed himself up to the top of the Warwickshire's run scoring charts in the competition so far this season. George Garson was the previous leader, but he's not had an opportunity to add. So, end of another over, and Warwickshire 243 for 2. They need 39 more runs to win.
Ollie Price returning then here at this point. Coming on there from the school end. Kent there still, 74 required off of 56. Harry Finch is still there, 70 off of 85. And well, a former player from this parish, Chris Benjamin, now joining him at the wicket, 13 off 10. Can't get home there. That's a massive help for Warwickshire in the race for the knockout stages. As I say, Lancashire 81 required off of 39, and Joe Moores is still there, but he's going to have to do a lot of the work, it looks like, in that one as Gianni pushes that one again, or wants to try and beat the fielder at mid-off. No run. That one's sort of ramped a little bit, attempted ramp over the keeper. Pull it down there towards the third area. Must be another 2 runs, 245 for 2. Gianni defend that one again into the offside run. Wind really picking up now.
Might be a bit of a wind tunnel here at the sounder. Street is a windy day, but good conditions.
In reverse swept. Should be 2 there. And a very comfortable 2.
Credit to the ground staff here at Rugby School. They do a good job. I think they usually prepared 2 pitches for these matches. This one's played well. And Warwickshire showing that you can score plenty of runs on it.
Very much so, as Johnny just defends that one against the offside, no run.
And the outfield, given the weather, is in very good condition. So
Well, I was amazed, I've got to be honest with you, Clive. I was amazed when I got here at the outfield and how green it is, considering how little rain we've had. Final ball of the over pushed away again into the leg side.
might have got some artificial assistance.
Well, quite possibly. End of the 39, 48 for 2. Warwickshire requiring a further 24 for the remaining 11 overs.
I'm led to believe a lot of it was done at night, so people wouldn't get upset.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been, the ground's in good condition, and they do a good job here. They work hard at Rugby School to make us in the media, make things work for us and for the spectators as well. I think the facilities have probably even picked up a little bit on previous years. So hopefully this is a festival that's here to stay for a while. Jack Taylor, the Gloucestershire captain, knowing probably, well, almost certainly the numbers up as far as this game, but he's going to come in and have a bowl, see what he can do. Advance Jarni first, leans back, cuts that, but it'll just be a single into the deep. Gloucestershire's had a decent T20 Blast campaign, ultimately beaten in the quarters by Northants, so I was there for that one. But did well to get through the group stages.
Just sort of fell away a little bit, I thought, towards the back end of that
They did.
tournament.
They started. Oh, well, the Northants match.
But it's also the Northants match, but it's also as well.
In
You know,
the
you
group
look
stage,
at
yes, they did. They did. They started really well. In the end, they needed a very tight win at New Road to see them through.
And then obviously as well, they had that chance to get themselves the home quarter final as well in that final game, but it just didn't quite come off for them. If they'd have won that game, I think they would have got a home quarter.
That's a big shot from Yates. Well, they haven't completely got hold of it. It was a desperate attempt to stop it there from Luke Charlesworth, but it's through for 4. And Yates now has got the biggest score by a Warwickshire batter here. How many? Well, he's going to have to completely dominate the innings now if he's going to get the highest score by any player here, because Dom Sibley has that honour. Not playing for Warwickshire, but playing for the opposition. Made 140, that will help. That's gone close to the tent for players' families and guests for 6 runs.
What a shot that was. Absolutely picked up and dispatched over fine leg for 6. And I don't know if the ball's actually been found yet, because that was a stunning pickup from Rob Yates.
Not sure he can quite do it actually, because 149 is what Dom Sibley got. That's the highest score by any player, county player on this ground. 2 years ago, he finished on the losing side.
It's a cracking game of cricket that was as well.
Yeah. So just 13 required now, and Yates seems to be in a hurry to get them. He'll settle for a single there. To 132. He's got underneath that one, but I think he's going to get away with it. It's 1 bounce 4. For Vance Jones. Just went under the ball a little bit, went high in the air, but perfectly placed. No fielder was able to get to it, and he gets 4 runs.
264 for 2 then, after 40 overs. 8 runs to win.
Yeah, well, we're in the dying stages of the game, so just going to thank everyone at Rugby, Warwickshire Cricket Club, for looking after us so well. I think the crowd have enjoyed it. Some of them are heading now home.
It's still time for a spot of Sunday dinner. If they can get home quickly enough. And the pubs around the Rugby area, that's bowled him. That's a wonderful delivery, to be fair, from Ollie Price. And Rob Yates is out for 132 off 123 deliveries. He won't be able to see them home, but he has been absolutely outstanding for Warwickshire today. 15 fours, 6 sixes, and quite rightly so. He takes the applause of everybody here at Rugby School at the Rugby Cricket Festival. Warwickshire captain today, certainly playing a captain's knock, and he has put Warwickshire on the brink of a big victory here in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. He goes for 132, it's 264 for 3.
Yeah, so highest score by Warwickshire batter here at Rugby, his own career best list A score. So landmarks there for Rob Yates. He'll be a little irritated that he couldn't see it to the end, but then he wouldn't have got this sort of applause walking off on his own if he'd waited till the end. It's surely a match-winning innings. It would be fairly extraordinary if Warwickshire were to mess it up. Alex Davis once again, we sort of thought when he came in against Surrey that he was on a bit of a no-win situation for a batter who hadn't been in the best of form. Coming so late in the innings was difficult. Actually, he took advantage of his little opportunity very well with a quick and very entertaining unbeaten 20, but he's coming in now with just 8 runs needed.
Say it's very extraordinary, but I remember a game back in the T20 Blast, although a different, obviously a competition this year, Lancashire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire needed about, I think, 8 runs off the final 16 balls. They'd only won by 1 wicket in the end because Lancashire took 5 for 8.
Well, wasn't Jordan Thompson bowling a game involving Surrey? It was a semi-final.
Yes,
somewhere
quarter-final of the Blast, yep.
But they needed like 1 off the last over and didn't get it.
It was 5 off 6, if memory serves me correctly, as Price comes in and just defended that one there, just Davis. Again, you remember back to Hampshire as well. Hampshire against Notts in the quarter-final of the Blast. We're absolutely cruising.
But I do have to say that there are 58 balls to go.
There are.
And 7 wickets left.
I was just saying any outcome is possible. Ollie Price coming in again. Davis just tries to push this one away on the onside, but Jack Taylor does the fielding there. No run. Yeah, as you mentioned, Clive, as Price comes in again and Davis decides he's not hanging around. That is going many a long way, and that goes for 6. Just 2 to win now for Warwickshire. But as you mentioned, it's been a wonderful day here at the Rugby Cricket Festival. My first ever trip to Rugby School, and have thoroughly enjoyed myself. I shall be trying to come back. Price into Davis, and he knocks that one into the onside for a single. 1 to win from the remaining 55 balls. They're all tied up now.
So Warwickshire got a day-nighter against Leicestershire on Friday away. That's their last away game. And then they're back here to take on Lancashire on next Sunday, before finishing against Kent here on the following Tuesday. Say finishing, hopefully finishing the group stages.
Correct. Tickets are, of course, still available if you want to join us, as Johnny just tries to defend that one into the onside, and we will have at least one more ball.
Yes. And Warwickshire will not lose now. Even
Correct.
if they do lose 7 wickets and 7 balls, they still get the tie.
271 for 3.
So, I thought it would be quite a testing run chase for Warwickshire in the end. They've made very easy work of it. Kai Smith with a brisk 18 at the start. Zen Malik contributed with 39. Brilliant innings from Rob Yates with his 132, and Vansh Jani 66 not out. And it'll be Alex Davis with the opportunity to hit the winning run. Well, hello, Aaron. This is going to be a short stint. As Davis cuts, so won't get the run there. He looks a bit annoyed with himself. He's down the possible boundary.
Yeah, I was going to say, probably would have been a world record that for the shortest commentary stint. 1 ball.
Jack Taylor continuing. Again, he can't get it away, Alex Davies. Taylor's quite amused about that. Will it be this time? Well, he comes down the pitch, and no, it won't be. He's hit it straight along the ground to Ed Middleton. Johnny was keen to get the single, but Davis wasn't going to get himself run out. Such a short innings, and he won't get a run there either. So, Davis having to be patient. And this time he comes down the pitch and is caught by Charlesworth, to much merriment from the crowd. It's a good effort from Jack Taylor here. Well, they only need another 8 overs like this. Gloucestershire, and they'll get the tie. Davis goes for 7.
Well, it is staggering, isn't it, really, the over. Currently on for a wicket maiden is Jack Taylor, the Gloucestershire captain. Davis, we can see, just trying to end it with one big strike of the cricket bat. Just didn't get the elevation to get over the top of the tall Luke Charlesworth, but yeah, of course, when it comes to net run rate, the Bears would have been hoping to finish this early doors in this 42nd over. Alas, it hasn't to been, so let's wait and see. Can Jordan Thompson, I believe it is, the next man coming in, to actually get his first list day run. Yet to score one.
He's only got 1 ball to potentially do it. Otherwise we will be into a 43rd over. Quite a few of the crowd have stayed to the very end. Hasn't been a close, tight finish you'd love to get. It's been a very effective batting performance from Warwickshire. Gloucestershire may ask themselves a few questions about the pacing of their own innings, although I'll give some credit to the Warwickshire bowlers. So here's Taylor in, last ball of the over, and that is, well, that's enough of that. Thompson has hit that out of the ground, almost. Where's that gone? I think that has actually gone out of the ground.
It's into the road.
So there we go. That's one way to finish it from Jordan Thompson, and he finishes with a 600% strike rate. And he's scored 6 not out, and Warwickshire have won with exactly 8 overs to spare by 6 wickets, finishing 283 for 4. And Vance Journey finishes 66 not outs.
Well, that has been a terrific performance from the Bears, really, right from the start. Oliver Hannah-Dorby and Ethan Bamber getting the home side off to an excellent start with the ball in hand, really restricting Gloucestershire early doors. Of course, the visitors did have a good bounce back courtesy of the Centurion Ollie Price, but we said it at the innings break, 271 was competitive. Felt as though you probably needed 300 plus. It has got a lot better as the day has gone along here at Rugby School to bat on this surface, and to a man, it has to be said, Clive, that the Warwickshire batting unit have done a marvellous job there.
And Warwickshire are now in credit here at Rugby School. 9 white ball games here, disregarding the abandoned match, and they've won 5 and lost 4.
Well, just to wrap up some of the standout performances, spoke already about Ollie Price. It was good to see Jordan Thompson as well get his first wickets, and of course his first runs in the list day format. As for the real standout displays for the Bears, well, the big one was from the captain, Rob Yates, a list day career best, 132 from 123 deliveries. He was aptly supported by the likes of Kai Smith and Zen Malik. And after that, well, basically, it was the Vance Jarney show. 66 not out from 58 deliveries, 5 fours and 3 sixes for the Bears youngster. Have seen the home side romp home to victory with 8 overs still to spare. And on that note, we shall wrap up our broadcast for today. Clive, any final?
No, just look at the BBC table, put Warwickshire bottom, but only because Kent have won their game a fraction before Warwickshire. So Kent have beaten us, so Warwickshire will move on to 8 points and join Kent, who will have played a game less. Northants and Somerset all on 8 points, and then they are 4 behind Lancashire and Surrey, and also 4 behind Notts Outlaws. Got to catch, well, they've got to get into the top 3. Leicestershire at the top with 16, but they have played a game more, so it is tight. Warwickshire will certainly have to win their last 3 games. Even that might not be enough, but hopefully it will be. And yeah, it's been a good day. Well done to Rugby School. It's been a success. First one down, 2 more to go. And do come along if you can on Sunday or week on Tuesday if you're in the area, because you'll enjoy it. It's a great experience watching county cricket here.
Certainly is. And on that note, we'll say our farewells for today's broadcast. A massive thank you to Clive Eakin alongside me, as well as Jarlath Eaton, Phil Britt, and of course our special guest Nathan Gilchrist a little bit earlier on. From myself, Aaron Viles, and the rest of us here on the Warwickshire County Cricket Club YouTube channel and live stream, we thank you ever so much for your company for today's game, and we'll see you in exactly 1 week's time as Lancashire are the visitors here at Rugby School.